This guy dropped out of the trees like he was on a moonlit stroll and took out an assassin before his feet touched the ground. Then he stopped a whole squad of elite killers cold. Not for the king he saved, not for honor, but because the rain melted his ice cream. Elite assassins, frozen in confusion, watching a monster lose his mind over a dessert. To understand him, you have to start where his story ended, a broken master, kneeling in the snow. The Northern Sea Palace master stands alone amidst the wreckage of his sect, blood mixing with the falling snow as he looks out over the bodies of his fallen men. The weight of the defeat is absolute. His internal energy is gone, leaving him with nothing but the exhaustion of a man who knows his story ends here. He drops to one knee, leaning on his heavy blade and inviting whatever comes next to just finish the job. A white-haired swordsman descends onto the battlefield, his eyes glowing with a cold, unnatural intensity as he towers over the broken master. He didn't come here for a fair fight or a formal execution. Standing among his own warriors, the swordsman demands to know the reason for everything that happened. He presses for an answer, his voice tight with the memory of someone he lost. Why was she killed? Spitting one last insult at the daughter of a leader who dared to fall for a barbarian. The Northern Sea Palace master stands broken and bleeding, yet he still finds the breath to sneer. He justifies every cruelty as a necessity, claiming that letting her live was a mistake he couldn't afford to make. Across from him, the white-haired swordsman doesn't offer a word. He just watches, his silence heavy with a rage that has finally found its mark. He channels his internal energy into a single blinding point, ignoring the dying man's mockery about Jiangnan and the things he'll never truly have. The palace master's laugh turns into a cough as the light pierces through him, ending the battle once and for all. In his final moments, the master's mind drifts back to Wei Yan. He remembers her as a child on his shoulders, a time before the politics and the blood. But even as he dies, he can't let the bitterness go. He wonders why she chose to betray her own blood, still unable to understand why she would ever align herself with a barbarian over the father who raised her. It's a question he takes with him into the dark. The end arrives with a bitter taste, and Northern Sea Palace Master Seol Mudok dies exactly how he lived, furious and clinging to a resentment that refused to break. His death marks the close of a 6-year blood battle that claimed the life of the Murim Alliance leader, Dam Chunhak, and it's the exact moment Mudok becomes the uncontested ruler of the Central Plains. Despite the victory, he doesn't celebrate, opting instead to stare into the night with a gaze as cold as the moon above him. Somewhere far from the carnage, a quiet palace stands under that same moon. For Gaga, this flower is the only thing he has left of a life that feels like it belongs to a different person. Back in that life, he was a scholar until Huiyan burst into his room with a blooming lotus of love. The flower only opens when two people truly love each other, and for Huiyan, this is the proof she's been waiting for. She had spent years worrying that her feelings were one-sided, but seeing it bloom settles the doubt once and for all. Her love is returned. Gaga pulls her close and promises she's the only one, but he plays the part too well. It's a clean, perfect lie, and he knows it. He plays his part perfectly, feigning gratitude for the flower that seems to bring Huiyan so much joy. It's all a calculation, a promise to fill the entire garden with these lotus of love flowers just to keep the act alive. He whispers her name with a fake devotion that hides his real goals, but the mask slips when he notices something impossible happening right in front of him. The world stops as the flower, which should have been done, blooms a second time. This isn't just a strange sight. It's a violation of everything he knows about the Central Plains. Panicked and desperate for an explanation, he screams for his shadow guard, Mu Yang. He doesn't just want answers, he demands them, ordering his subordinate to scour the entire continent until they find someone who can explain how the dead could possibly bloom again. Mu Yang offers his absolute acknowledgement to his master's command, sealing a pact that will likely change the course of his life. A few days later, the scene shifts to the Northern Sea Ice Palace, where the Manbakja, a group of scholars said to know everything in the world, have gathered in confusion. They wonder why the divine palace would summon men of their specific expertise. But the questioning ends when a voice booms from the sky itself. The command is simple and absolute: come forth. Though hesitant and unsure of what they're walking into, The scholars decide they have no choice but to follow the sound. Stepping outside, their confusion turns into pure shock as they witness something that shouldn't be possible. A garden of vibrant blooming flowers now fills the frozen courtyard, a sight that defies the logic of the northern winter. The scholars can hardly believe what they're seeing, a garden overflowing with the lotus of love, a flower so rare most people never encounter a single one in their entire lifetime. They lean in closer, noticing the character for love etched naturally into the stems, and wonder how a field of such legendary rarities could even exist. Their awe is interrupted by a voice asking if they like the view, and the scholars snap back to reality, realizing they aren't alone. A white-haired man introduces himself as Seol Mudok, the owner of the garden. The name lands like a physical weight. This isn't just a gardener, but the absolute ruler of the Central Plains, standing right in front of them. Seol Mudok looks out over the blooms and explains that they first flowered from the love he shared with his partner, only to wither away the moment she died. But he drops a final, impossible claim. For some reason, the garden suddenly came back to life a few days ago, and he saw the revival with his own eyes. The scholars of the Manbekja weigh the impossible phenomenon before them, whispering that it must be a mystery. Yet one radical possibility remains. Seol Mudok isn't interested in riddles and demands the answer immediately. This pivot lands like a physical blow, and Mudok presses him to confirm it. For the scholars, there is no other reason for the lotus of love to bloom again after all this time. Reincarnation. The word itself brings a spark of life back to the master's eyes because, for the first time in years, he has actual hope. He had done everything he set out to do, entering the Central Plains and unifying the entire region, but the absolute victory left him with nothing but a hollow emptiness. Without Huion, his success was just a monument to what he had lost, leaving him to search for a purpose to keep living in a world that had grown far too quiet. Seol Mudok demands answers on how to track his target, and the scholars reveal the secret, the lotus of love. The mystical flower only glows when two lovers are in the same place. A memory clicks into place for Seol. He remembers the flower Huion brought was glowing, a detail he dismissed at the time that now holds the key to everything. Carrying a live plant on a hunt is impractical, so the scholars suggest refining the lotus into a jewel. Seol orders them to have the preparations ready within 10 days, promising a massive fortune of 100 neon of gold to each man if the mission succeeds. The scale of the reward leaves the scholars stunned. With the plan set, Seol departs the courtyard to prepare for the journey ahead. This tracker is more than just a tool, it's a second chance he never expected to get. He swears to himself that he won't let this hope slip away, vowing to follow his target even if the path leads straight into hell. Seol Mudok anchors himself with a single name, swearing to find Huion no matter what the next world throws at him. A lone ship cuts through the ocean, carrying Seol Mudok across the waves. After crossing off every other possibility, only one remains. Hainan. It's been over 3 years since he began his search for her. Scouring every corner of the Central Plains without success, he hasn't spent that time idling. He's pushed his body through 2 complete metamorphoses, climbing from the transformation realm all the way to the profound realm. This hunt has defined his life, and now all his leads point to one final destination. Holding a small purple pendant, Mudok whispers the name of the woman he's risked everything to find, Huion. Seol Mudok slams the table, the weight of a past choice finally catching up to him. He can't stop asking why she went when she didn't have to. Huion had been convinced that her presence would bridge the gap during the negotiations with her father, but Seol sensed the trap before it even closed. She begged him to let her go, wanting to believe, just this once, that her father could be trusted. He hesitated, seeing the risk clearly, but eventually he let out a long breath and gave in. He agreed on one condition. If a single thing felt wrong, she had to turn back immediately. Before she left, she reached into her robes to pull out a parting gift. It was her mother's necklace, a ring-shaped keepsake she claimed had the power to always return to the one who gave it. A simple piece of jewelry was supposed to be a lifeline, a promise from Huion that it would always lead him back to her. She'd smiled then, swearing she would never leave his side, but the memory only carries the weight of a debt he can never repay. The pass snaps shut the moment Seol Mudok catches the shift in the air. On deck, the crew is already losing the fight against the northern sea as a sailor screams for everyone to lash themselves to the rigging. This isn't just a change in the weather. A sudden violent storm has swallowed the ship whole, and they're right in the center of it. Seol Mudok barely has time to register the shift before a massive surge of water hammers the deck, threatening to wash everyone overboard. He acts instantly, anchoring himself with his 1,000-pound hammer technique and bracing his body against the sheer force of the ocean. The shield holds, but the rest of the crew isn't so lucky. Sailors are tossed into the air like paper, screaming as the deck tilts and the freezing water pulls them toward the railing. Amidst the chaos, a child is nearly swept away, and the desperate cry for help makes it clear that pure survival isn't enough. Mudok sees the situation slipping. If he doesn't do something now, he'll be the only one left on this ship. He reaches out with a telekinetic grasp, desperately trying to catch the falling crew before the sea claims them for good. Seol Mudok stands against the surging ocean, preparing to unleash a technique that might be as dangerous to the crew as the storm itself. One of the sailors watches in a daze, barely able to process the next massive wave as it towers over the deck. The crew scrambles to find a handhold, shouting desperate orders to cling to the ship for their lives. Mudok knows the wood won't hold under much more of this pressure, forcing him to commit to his final gamble. As he draws his power, a sudden unnatural chill sweeps across the deck, leaving the terrified sailors shivering as the air itself begins to freeze. Seol Mudok reaches for everything he has left, desperate to freeze the waves before they swallow the ship. But as he unleashes his core power, the crystal necklace around his neck reacts with a sudden, violent flare he never expected. As he launches himself into the air, driven by an explosive force that feels entirely different from his own, a pillar of light shatters the storm, striking the water with a power that defies every law of nature Mudok has ever learned. On the deck, the sailors can only watch, frozen in place as the impossible happens right before their eyes. The violent sea simply stops, silenced by a miracle that leaves the crew staring out at a world that has suddenly, impossibly gone quiet. Seol Mudok wakes up with a heavy head and a memory that doesn't match his surroundings. He finds himself slumped in a cramped wooden space, wondering if he's been loaded into a carriage, but the last thing he remembers was a storm in the middle of the sea. A sharp scream from outside cuts through his confusion, and as he looks out he sees a scene of absolute chaos. Giant insects are swarming a group of civilians. A chef and a young boy rush toward the tree line, shouting for their loved ones as giant insects swarm the sky above them. A sudden impact throws their world into chaos, sending the survivors into a panic as they scramble toward the first-class carriage for safety. Amidst the dust, Seol Mudok stands focused, channeling his energy as he takes in the unfamiliar air. At first glance, the dense trees look like a forest from his home in the Central Plains, but something feels off. He studies the group of survivors and realizes they're foreigners, which means he's drifted much further from home than he thought. As the massive red-eyed insects dive toward the group, Seol watches them with curiosity, trying to make sense of this strange new world. Seol Mudok stands paralyzed, his mind unable to bridge the gap between what he knows of the world and what he's currently watching. The sheer impossibility of it breaks his composure instantly. He can only stammer out a question about how his opponent is flying. It's the kind of realization that doesn't just change a fight, it ends one. Before this moment, he thought he was facing a man, but the sight of someone taking to the air like it's second nature tells him he's dealing with a monster. Giant insects swarm the road as the scholars cower in terror. He tracks the nearest target with a cold, steady gaze before unleashing a precise strike from his divine white ice palm, shattering the beast into 1,000 frozen fragments. Behind him, the young man can only watch in disbelief as the monster that nearly killed him vanishes in a flash of power. For our protagonist, a mere beast growing large enough to hunt humans isn't just a threat, it's an insult to the natural order. Seol drops into the fray and uses a massive ice technique to clear the area, calling it a simple fix for a few pathetic bugs. Therefore, the merchants end up frozen in place. Our protagonist isn't looking for a parade though. Seol drops into the fray and uses a massive ice technique to clear the area, calling it a simple fix for a few pathetic bugs. Therefore, the merchants end up frozen in place. Our protagonist isn't looking for a parade though. The leader of the group, Edmund Roll, steps forward and drops into a deep bow to ask for the name of his savior. It's a perfect setup for a cool hero exit, but Seol hits a wall he didn't expect. He can guess Edmund is thanking him, but he doesn't understand a single word of the local language. This gap is going to make his new life a lot more complicated. Seol Mudok stands before the group and asks if anyone speaks the language of the Central Plains, but his words only bring confused murmurs and blank stares. The group exchanges puzzled glances, as neither side can grasp even a syllable of the other's speech. Mudok tries one more time, his frustration growing as he looks for any sign of recognition in their eyes. Communication is at a total standstill, leaving him to wonder how he's ever going to explain himself to these people. Suddenly, Edmund reaches out with a silver ring and presses it into the palm of Mudok's hand. Mudok has no idea what to make of the gesture, until Edmund holds his head and activates a spell to interpret the foreign tongue. The merchant performs a theatrical gesture to trigger his ring's magic, leaving Seol Mudok completely baffled until the man clears his throat. It works. The language barrier that made every word a struggle just a moment ago is gone. Mudok realizes the man is suddenly speaking his native tongue fluently, a trick the merchant credits entirely to the artifact. With communication finally open, the merchant formally introduces himself as Edmund Roll, leader of a merchant association, and offers his deepest thanks to the man who saved them. He ends with a question, asking for the name of their savior, the magic swordsman. The title doesn't ring a bell, but our protagonist gives his name, Seol Mudok. Edmund is stunned by the ignorance. To him, the term is literal, a warrior who handles both blade and sorcery, a class Mudok apparently belongs to without even knowing it exists. Seol Mudok has just upended everything Edmund knows about reality by asking a single, impossible question. What is magic? It's a baffling contradiction, considering the man just unleashed a freezing blast right in front of them, leaving Edmund to wonder what kind of place this stranger could possibly come from. Trying to explain the fundamental laws of the world to the person who just broke them feels like an impossible task, and Seol's growing silence doesn't help. The patience of the powerful is thin, and our protagonist snaps, demanding an immediate answer as his presence begins to weigh on the clearing. Terrified that he's dealing with a literal lunatic, Edmund realizes that if he doesn't start talking, this mystery man might just go on a rampage. He quickly surrenders to the demand, pleading for calm and promising to explain everything. In the quiet glow of a sunset, Mudok tries to process a world that no longer matches his memory, marveling at the fact that magic exists in this corner of the Central Plains. He's calmer now, which is a massive relief for Edmund, who's just glad the immediate threat of violence has passed. But the merchant's next question brings the conversation to a dead stop. What exactly is this Central Plains Mudok keeps talking about? Mudok stares back, genuinely baffled. How could anyone living here not know the name of the very land they're standing on? He presses the man, asking if he's seriously claiming to be ignorant of his own location, but Edmund is just as lost. The older man tries to keep his patience, explaining that they aren't anywhere near the Central Plains, but rather a forest deep within the Drake Kingdom. Seol Mudok isn't buying it, assuming the man has simply lost his mind. But the elder is equally worried about the traveler he just saved who keeps insisting they're in a land he's never heard of. To settle the debate, Mudok calls out a hidden observer peeking from behind a tree. He demands an honest answer from the kid, asking point blank where they are, but the boy only stares back in silence. It turns out they've been arguing in circles for nothing. Leo can't understand a single word he's saying. To break the language barrier, the merchant leader Edmund Roll offers a solution by lending out an expensive magic artifact, a ring that functions as a language interpreter. He's reluctant to give such a valuable tool to a stranger he's already called crazy, but his pride won't let him be dismissed like some senile old man. Seol Mudok takes the ring and activates it, feeling the sudden surge of foreign magic as ancient-looking scripts swirl around him. The sorcery works instantly, and for the first time, the group can actually understand each other's words. Testing the connection, Seal turns to the young boy by the fire and asks for his name. The kid, Leo, answers tentatively, but the conversation hits a wall the moment Seal asks if they're currently in the Central Plains or Drake. Leo has no idea what the Central Plains even is, confirming they're in a forest on the path to Barhan, the capital of the Drake Kingdom. For Seal, the answer is a heavy one. He isn't just far from home, he's in a world that doesn't even know his home exists. Seal Mudok stares in pure disbelief, wondering if the old man has finally lost his mind. He accuses the merchant of coaching the boy to lie, but Edmund Roll jumps to his own defense, offering his entire association as witnesses to the truth. Mudok weighs the man's desperation and finally accepts the impossible. He really isn't in the Central Plains anymore. The realization triggers a sharp memory of the night everything changed. He recalls the chaos of fighting a massive storm out at sea, followed by the jarring experience of waking up inside a carriage in a place he didn't recognize. The reality of his situation finally sets in. Seal Mudok didn't just survive, he actually moved through space. Standing in the Drake Kingdom instead of the Central Plains makes no sense, but before he can even wrap his head around the distance, a sudden violent pulse of energy hits him from the inside. It's a sharp rejection in his dantian, a feeling so foreign it forces a gasp out of him while Edmund watches, asking if the boy finally believes the truth now. Seol can feel it. The very energy in the air here is wrong, vibrating with a frequency that clashes against everything he's ever mastered. The realization that his body might not even be able to process this world's power hits him like a warning bell, and he doesn't wait around for an explanation, bolting into the tree line and leaving a bewildered Edmund calling after him in the dark. Seol Mudok has to know for sure. Moving through the dark forest, he can feel it immediately. The air itself is fundamentally different from anything he knew back home, and as he begins to draw it in, the surge hits with a force that catches him off guard. He pushes through the shock, forcing the intake, but it only makes the real question more urgent. How exactly did he end up in a place like this? Mudok stops in his tracks as a sudden realization hits him, pulling his attention back to the necklace and the strange light it had emitted. A memory of Huion surfaces, her explaining that the charm carries a unique power to return to whoever gave it. Everything finally clicks into place, and he lets out a quiet, tired laugh. If the necklace brought him to this specific spot, there's only one conclusion left. She's here. Night settles over the mountain range as a group of travelers huddles around a small fire, where an elder searches the shadows in confusion. He wonders aloud where the magic swordsman disappeared to after the events of earlier that day. The rest of the group is just as lost, noting that their powerful companion is impossible to predict until a sharp cough cuts through the chatter. He offers a polite excuse about having business to attend to, though his sudden shift in mood doesn't sit right with Leo. Ignoring the suspicious looks, Seol presses for confirmation on their actual location, asking if Leo was right about this being the Drake Kingdom. The elder confirms it, explaining that the capital city of Barhan is just a short journey ahead, but the name clearly means nothing to Seol. His ignorance prompts a laugh from the youngest member of the group, who assumes their protector must have spent his entire life training in total isolation. A young boy named Luffy looks him over, clearly amused to find that eccentric stories about men like this are actually true. Seol Mudok leans into the act, claiming he's just a simple hermit who's been training in the mountains so long he's forgotten how the world works. It's a convenient lie, especially since names like Barhan and the Drake Kingdom mean absolutely nothing to him. He watches the locals, noting their strange features, and decides that if he wants to survive here, he needs to start gathering information from the source. Luffy is more than happy to play guide, and the two strike up a quick, surprisingly friendly rapport. The elder watches the sudden shift in atmosphere with a cold eye, finding the protagonist's new, helpful attitude more than a little creepy. He isn't wrong to be suspicious, but Seol Mudok has bigger problems than an old man's intuition. As the night goes on, the weight of the situation finally starts to land. Between Luffy's maps and his explanations of the local tongue, the truth becomes undeniable. This isn't just a foreign kingdom or a land of Western barbarians. He's standing in an entirely different world. In this world, the biological rules have changed entirely. with elves, dwarves, and beastmen making up the local landscape, and dragons ruling the top of the food chain as nothing more than massive winged lizards. Even more inexplicable is the sorcery, as Seol Mudok listens to Luffy explain the mechanics of warp magic, where high-tier mages use magic circles to step across the world in an instant. It makes him wonder what other impossible things are waiting in the shadows of this new land. A sudden shift in the light catches his attention, and as he looks up, the final proof of his displacement hits him. 3 moons hang in the night sky. It's a sight so far removed from the central plains that all he can do is laugh at the sheer absurdity of where he's ended up. Seol Mudok stands in the silence, grappling with the weight of his own arrival. He stares at the pendant in his hand, wondering if Hwaeon really intended to summon him back into this world. But the quiet is shattered by a desperate plea echoing through the trees, snapping him into focus. Something is going horribly wrong nearby, and he follows the shouting toward a clearing, where a woman named Savina has reached her breaking point. She's cornered and hysterical, holding a small child as a shield while a man tries to talk her down. Savina screams at them to stay back, threatening to kill everyone in the clearing if they take another step. This is the kind of situation where one wrong word ends a life, and the man begging for peace knows it. Charles tries to talk her down with promises of the capital's magicians, but Savina isn't buying a miracle she can't afford. She knows the market value of a healer, and she knows they aren't common enough to save a commoner. Her death sentence is already internal, an assassin bug's egg lodged in her heart, ready to hatch and consume her from the inside. It's a medical horror Charles has no answer for. In her mind, the larva won't just kill her, it will tear through her and the girl she's holding. To Savina, a quick death by her own hand is the only way to go out while she's still human. But our MC has heard enough. Seol Mudok watches the breakdown from the tree line and steps in. This is a mess he finally understands. Seol Mudok steps forward, his presence already a weight that shifts the energy of the clearing. Savina can barely track his movement as he appears beside her, calmly advising her to lower the dagger so he can begin his work. She's left reeling by his speed, but Mudok doesn't wait for her to catch up, urging her to sit so the treatment can start immediately. The elder watches with wide-eyed hope, asking if this magic swordsman is also a healer, though Mudok is quick to clarify. He doesn't use magic, only techniques from his home that these people haven't seen before. He takes command of the space, signaling for everyone to give him room as the crowd clears out, leaving him to focus on the children while the forest goes quiet around them. Seol Mudok tells the girls to stay calm, promising that the process won't take long. Savina and Annie close their eyes and try to relax, but their hesitation is obvious. As Mudok begins his work, the girls groan from the invasive sensation of his energy probing their bodies. He's hunting for the bug's eggs, knowing they should be somewhere near their hearts. He focuses his energy on that specific area until a sudden realization sharpens his focus. He's found them. The parasites are exactly where he expected. In the dead of night, the group huddles in the clearing while a dark, tattered shape looms over them. Seol Mudok focuses his attention on a pulsing organic mass, a creature's heart with an unhatched egg embedded deep within it. This is a surgical strike that requires perfect precision. If he can just control his energy enough to burn away the egg without destroying the heart itself, they might walk away from this. He begins to channel his power, the light intensifying until it floods the immediate area. Savina and Annie can only shield their eyes from the sudden, overwhelming glare. As the light fades, Seol studies the result, checking to see if his gamble actually paid off. Seol Mudok delivers the final verdict: the work is finished. The village elder presses for one last confirmation, desperate to know if his people are truly safe, and Seol promises there won't be any lasting side effects. The whole group bows deep to the man who pulled them back from the brink, and it's only when he's finally alone under the stars that Seol lets himself exhale. It's been a long day. In the quiet of the night, Mudok sits alone with his thoughts, clutching a small purple pendant as he stares up at the moons and sends a silent wish into the sky. He misses someone, a longing that seems to grow heavier with every passing day. But the solitude doesn't last, and soon the cool night air is replaced by the harsh glare of the morning sun as a line of carriages and travelers makes its way toward the distant towers of Barhan. The climb is brutal, leaving the other travelers drenched in sweat and gasping for breath under the midday heat. Mudok feels it too, the scorching temperature a stark reminder of just how far he is from the cold he once knew. As they trek through the woods, Luffy offers a canteen of water to Seol Mudok, who drinks deep before realizing the water is barely cool enough to cut the heat. Seeking a bit of relief, he channels a small pulse of cold energy into the bottle. Luffy wipes his brow, complaining about the blistering sun, while Mudok stays quiet, already feeling the temperature drop in his palm. The boy hears a strange crackling and nearly drops the canteen when the metal turns freezing to the touch, but Mudok just tells him to take a drink. He's amused by the kid's shock, watching as he stares at the bottle in total disbelief. Desperate for hydration, Luffy takes a long, hard gulp, only to freeze as he feels the unmistakable solid clink of ice against his teeth. The sudden chill catches Luffy off guard, but Seol Mudok only laughs as he asks if it's refreshing. It's a rare moment of levity for a man whose life is usually defined by the blade. Seeing the power in action gives the boy a sudden idea, and he practically sparkles as he asks for one more favor. Could the magic swordsman freeze his water bottle too? Seol Mudok weighs the request for a second. The kid has been a massive help on this trip, and using a little magic for a fan is a small price to pay for that kind of loyalty. He channels a bit of frost into the flask and hands it back, finishing the job with a casual word. Luffy is thrilled with his new prize, but the playful mood vanishes in a heartbeat. Something in the air just changed. The forest goes quiet, and Seol Mudok realizes the peace they were enjoying just came to a violent end. Something is out there, and it's moving fast. Seol Mudok suddenly feels the weight of half a dozen gazes pinning him in place. It's not a threat, but the silence is heavy enough that he finally has to ask what they want. The answer comes in a desperate chorus as Annie, Savina, and Leo all thrust their empty canteens toward him, begging for the same miracle he just gave the boy. Luffy is already busy celebrating, holding his flask like a holy relic while the others watch with starstruck eyes. Seol knows the trick is easy, but he hesitates. He's already done enough to stand out, and granting every request is a fast track to becoming a walking utility for the entire group. The commotion draws the attention of Edmund Roll, who pushes through the crowd to find out why the march has ground to a halt. When Luffy excitedly explains that the magic swordsman just conjured ice water out of thin air, Edmund can only stare. Ice water in the middle of a wasteland isn't just a miracle, it's a luxury that shouldn't exist here. Even the elders in the back can't help themselves, leaning in with sweating faces and a silent hope that the miracle hasn't run out yet. Mudok weighs the group's reaction, realizing that a little comfort might be the best way to secure his place with them. When the elder asks for ice water of his own, Mudok takes a breath and decides to lean into the role of the helpful stranger. He tells the man to hand over his bottle, reasoning that since he's already bridged the language barrier, providing a few simple miracles is a small price for safe passage and information, but his relief turns to confusion the second the water actually hits his tongue. Something is wrong. A few days later, the hustle of the city returns to a dull roar. Merchants scramble to restock, shouting orders to keep the supplies moving into the shops. Amidst the recovery, Seol Mudok focuses his energy, flash freezing dozens of water basins into solid ice in a single breath. The surrounding crowd erupts in cheers, grateful for the display of power that makes their work possible. Mudok remains silent under the weight of his reputation, but the quiet doesn't last. A sudden realization hits him, pulling his attention away from the market as his eyes go wide with alarm. Seol Mudok cuts straight to the heart of the matter. The merchant wants to rebuild his association by selling Seol's ice. Edmund, sweating and clearly on edge, admits that's the plan. It all clicks for Seol now. All that talk about refreshing ice and his status as a mage wasn't just small talk, the man had a hidden agenda from the start. Edmund keeps the pitch going, arguing that most mages are too arrogant to produce quality ice, leaving a massive opening in the market for them. Seol weighs the man's character and decides he isn't actually malicious, just desperate. Still, a favor is one thing, but business is another. He floats a 70-30 split, which stops Edmund in his tracks. Seol's logic is simple. He does the hard part of making the product, so he takes the lion's share of the profit. Edmund runs the numbers. Given how fast this ice will sell, 70% is actually a fair starting point, but he's a merchant at heart, and he isn't going to accept the first offer without a fight. He starts listing the overhead, the wagons, the laborers, and even other mages needed just to keep the product from melting during transport. It's a significant upfront cost that eats into his margins. He begs for a small concession, and to his surprise, Seol agrees almost instantly. 60-40. Just like that, the partnership is sealed. Edmund is floored by how easily the deal just closed, so he moves to draft the contract immediately before the terms can change. For Seol Mudok, the partnership was never about the money. He just needed a quiet vantage point to study how this world actually works. The plan was for a slow burn, but business is already booming way faster than he anticipated. A sudden frantic dash across the floor ends with Charles bursting through the doors in a total panic. He's winded and barely able to get the words out, but he needs Edmund outside right now. The peace at the association doesn't last long, as a sudden roar of noise from outside catches Edmund and Seol Mudok off guard. A massive crowd has gathered at the front gates, filled with desperate merchants like Arnold from Neril City, who are practically begging for a chance to buy the new ice candy. Edmund tries his best to restore order, waving his arms and pleading for everyone to form a line. But the frantic crowd completely ignores him as the situation spirals toward a riot. As the silence takes hold, Edmund can only watch in awe as the magic swordsman steps forward to finish what he started. Seol Mudok stands in the center of the room, letting his presence do the talking until the air itself feels heavy. The crowd of refugees flinches, their previous complaints dying in their throats as they offer a terrified, whispered agreement. With the room finally quiet, Edmund Roll reinforces the new boundaries, explaining that his association is sticking to bulk sales only. The news hits like a physical blow to the desperate travelers, who try to plead for even a small amount after their long journey. But one look from Mudok shuts them down completely. This isn't a negotiation, it's an ultimatum. Realizing they won't get a single grain of help, the group turns and bolts for the door, cursing the wasted trip as they scramble to get away from the pressure Mudok is radiating. Watching them go, our protagonist offers a dismissive wave, leaving Edmund stunned by how quickly the white-haired youth cleared the room. Seol Mudok steps up to organize the crowd, calling for the next group to form a line. Watching from the side, Edmund Roll can hardly contain himself. He knew this venture would be profitable, but landing nobility and top-tier merchant houses is a level of luck he hadn't dared to count on. He knows exactly who to thank for the windfall, acknowledging that the association's revival rests entirely on Seol's reputation as a magic swordsman. While Edmund gloats over the future, he notices his partner is clearly reaching his limit and offers to take over the remaining administrative work. Edmund watches Seol walk away, his mind still heavy with the reasons he started this. He remains haunted by the image of his family, killed in a slaughter that left him with nothing but a name and a grudge. To him, restoring the Roll Merchant Association isn't just about business. It's the only weapon he has against Duke Icarus, the man who used the Akasa Association to tear his world apart. The hatred burns through every waking thought, forcing a silent plea to the man he just hired. Help me until the end. While Edmund is drowning in the past, Seol finally makes it back to his quarters. The work is paying off and the money is finally steady. But the merchant's revenge isn't the only mission in play. It's time for Seol to start hunting for his own answers about Hwaeun. A knock at the door breaks the silence of the room, but Seol Mudok isn't expecting trouble. It's just Savina, a girl he met recently, arriving right on time with his latest obsession. It's a bowl of ice cream, a simple mix of shaved ice and fruit, that Seol's Savina, a girl he met recently, arriving right on time with his latest obsession. It's a bowl of ice cream, a simple mix of shaved ice and fruit that Seolization is about, that Seol actually invented by mistake. Happy to see the fierce warrior so easily swayed by a cold snack. And Seol doesn't waste another second before digging in. Seol Mudok savors every bite, shocked that a flavor this sweet and cold actually exists in the North Sea. He finally understands why the Roll Merchant Association is doing so well. The quality of this ice cream is undeniable. Then, a minor tragedy strikes. The bowl is empty, and he quickly realizes that one serving isn't going to be nearly enough to satisfy him. He really doesn't want to deal with the hassle of getting up, but since everyone else is working, he decides to get a refill himself. As he approaches the line, the sound of an argument breaks the peace, with Savina desperately trying to keep a group of newcomers in order. A young man in expensive traveling gear isn't taking her instructions well, and he laughs in her face, offended that a commoner would dare tell a group of nobles where to stand. Seol Mudok watches the disruption with a cold, steady gaze. No matter who just arrived, the quiet of the refugee camp is officially over. As the sun begins to set over the merchant's stall, a young noble and his entourage decide that the rules of the line don't apply to them. He demands Savina stop whatever she's doing and serve them immediately, capping his request with a threat: if the food doesn't live up to the rumors, she'll pay for it. Savina's voice shakes, but she doesn't budge, informing the group that the Roll Merchant Association has a strict policy against line cutters, and he starts shouting about how even being in the same space as these peasants is a chore. This is the moment where things usually get ugly. Seol Mudok watches from a few feet away, silently taking in the scene as the noble tells Savina she must have a death wish. Savina doesn't back down, stating clearly that being a noble doesn't buy you a faster bowl of ice cream. She's terrified, but she's also done the math. She knows exactly who is standing right behind her. To her, the idea of defying him isn't the point. She just knows that as long as the magic swordsman is here, she isn't actually in any danger at all. Savina holds her ground, reminding the noble that she's only following the rules. But the reminder just fuels Samuel's rage. He snaps, drawing his blade in a blind fury and swinging directly at her. Savina freezes as the steel flashes toward her, but the strike never lands. Samuel's companion steps in, pinning his shoulder with a single hand and a cold warning to stop being reckless. The weight of the gaze behind those purple eyes is enough to kill the momentum instantly. He asks if Samuel really wants to throw away their dignity over a kitchen dispute, and the once furious noble immediately cows, stammering out an apology. Savina can only watch as the hierarchy shifts in a heartbeat, left shaken by the arrival of someone far more dangerous than the man who just tried to kill her. Samuel's companion isn't just making a request, he's exerting a pressure that makes the simple act of ordering ice cream feel like a death threat. Savina locks up under that gaze, feeling as though her heart is physically freezing in her chest. The man's patience is already gone, and he demands she hurry up and bring it out before his temper shifts from cold to violent. She's reduced to begging for a moment to breathe until a voice cuts through the tension. Surprisingly, the man offers a hollow apology, but the silence that follows is heavy. Seol Mudok watches from the side, noting that for Edmund to take such a risk, there must be a history between these two. Standing his ground, Edmund delivers an ultimatum: they follow the rules or they leave his shop immediately. Edmund doesn't even blink, clarifying that his refusal to serve them isn't just a matter of their poor manners or cutting the line. The sudden shift in tone kills the shouting, and Samuel's companion presses for the real reason. Edmund drops a name that stops the air in the street, telling the boy he should ask Duke Icarus himself. The surrounding crowd, including the old man Arnold, can barely process the mention of high-level royalty from a simple merchant. It catches the companion off guard, forcing him to ask how this man could possibly know his father. Edmund studies him for a moment, realizing there's something familiar about the face staring back at him. Looking closer at the boy's eyes, he finally connects the dots to the family line he knows all too well. The man takes in the merchant's revelation with a quiet, dangerous patience, identifying him as a mere leftover from the fallen Royal Merchant Association. Samuel's blood runs cold at the sight. He knows that look, and he knows that when Justin smiles like that, it means he's absolutely furious. Drawing his blade as the sun sets over the city square, Justin delivers his final verdict. For the crime of insulting a noble, the price is death. Justin leans into the strike, his face twisted into a sadistic grin as he prepares to finish the job. Facing the end, Edmund Royal can only curse his own weakness, his final thoughts consumed by the family he'll never live to avenge. But the killing blow never lands. A blur of movement interrupts the execution, and Edmund looks up in disbelief to find Seol Mudok standing between him and certain death. The magic swordsman has stopped the blade with nothing but his bare fingers, a feat that leaves Justin reeling in pure outrage. Outraged by the interference, Justin snaps, his eyes glowing with a primal rage as he promises to kill the man who dared to step in. Seol doesn't seem impressed. If anything, he's just tired. He explains that all this violence started over a simple ice cream line. Justin cut, they refused to sell to him, and he decided murder was the appropriate response. It's a level of entitlement that Seol finds beyond absurd. Since Justin never learned any manners, Seol decides he'll have to be the one to teach him. Justin reaches his boiling point. He grips his hilt as his energy flares, launching himself into a desperate charge and shouting a promise to end his opponent. He pours everything into a massive downward strike, but Seol Mudok remains completely relaxed as the blade whistles past him. The gap in their power is almost comical, and Mudok mocks him with a thin, mocking smile. As Justin swings again and again, Mudok effortlessly glides through the air, lecturing the boy on how true talent is wasted without harmony and reason. Apparently, noble birth doesn't buy good manners, and Seol Mudok has seen enough. Deciding he isn't going to be narrow-minded about the outburst, Mudok prepares to settle the fight by fixing the boy's attitude once and for all. Justin is purely consumed by rage, unable to fathom how a commoner would dare address a noble with such disrespect. But Seol Mudok has already moved behind him, dismissively noting that if Justin can't learn respect through words, then he'll just have to learn it through discipline. Looking at the struggling noble reminds Mudok of his time in the Central Plains. He sees now that his soft attachment to his former life made him forget how the world actually works, because in the end, every truth comes down to a single reality: survival of the fittest. He decides to end this and unleashes his formless chi, leaving Justin to desperately white-knuckle his sword as the sheer pressure of the attack comes down on him. The strike is over before Justin can even register it. A sudden, brutal severing of his hand that leaves him staring at the empty space where his wrist used to be. He collapses in the street, the shock finally breaking into a scream as he clutches his arm, unable to do anything but choke on the pain while his weapon lies uselessly in the dirt. Standing over him, Mudok doesn't even blink, his gaze as cold as the steel that just ended the fight. Samuel can only stammer out a question, his voice cracking as he watches the man who was supposed to protect him fall apart. Desperate to buy some time, the guard steps forward with a trembling blade, shouting for Mudok to stay back, but his warning is nothing more than noise against a force that isn't stopping for anything. Mudok fixates on the threat, his focus narrowing as the distance between them closes. Justin watches his opponent rise, wondering why the man bothers to get back up when staying down was the only safe option left. He isn't interested in the weak, shoving Samuel aside with a cold command to move that leaves the younger man paralyzed and stammering his name. Mudok only laughs at the display, his expression twisting into a wide, eager smile as he watches the man ahead of him try to maintain his authoritative act. If this is how the man wants to play, Mudok is more than happy to oblige. Raising a hand to signal the real fight is finally starting. This was the moment the whole encounter had been building to, and as his power begins to surge, Mudok issues a final challenge to see exactly how long this so-called elite can actually last. The sound of the impact carries through the town square, leaving Samuel frozen as he watches Justin's arm practically buckle under the force. Even with his guards standing ready, Samuel can't hide his shock at the sheer gap in power. Justin's wrist is shattered, the skin twisted and broken in a way that makes it obvious the man won't be picking up a sword anytime soon. In Seol Mudok's eyes, the whole display is almost disappointing. He dialed his power back to the level of a first-rate artist, expecting a decent exchange, but the resistance was non-existent. As he exhales and prepares his next move, he genuinely considers walking away. His opponent is so far beneath him that continuing the fight feels less like a challenge and more like a chore. Mudok stares down at the mess he's made, already doing the math on his next move. He still doesn't have a full grasp of the power dynamics in this place, so killing the noble right here would be a tactical mistake. He tries to practice a bit of restraint, ignoring the fact that his feet are still moving toward a man who clearly isn't used to losing. Justin Von Icarus is coming apart at the seams, clutching a bloody arm and screaming about his status as if his name alone could stop the bleeding. For a split second, Mudok considers just ending it, wondering if a quick death would be cleaner for everyone involved, but that would make him no different from the people he despises, and besides, The other guards are already shrieking about the consequences of messing with the nobility. Instead of a permanent solution, Mudok looks for something more useful, and his eyes land on a thick wooden branch that looks like the perfect tool for what comes next. Seol Mudok seizes a simple tree branch with a telekinetic pull, leaving Justin frozen in disbelief as the gap between them suddenly widens. The surrounding guards can't even identify what they're seeing, wondering if the man before them is some kind of high-level magic swordsman. Mudok doesn't answer. He simply begins channeling sword energy into the wood, watching with a predatory grin as Justin's composure completely dissolves under the mounting pressure. He escalates the technique into a sword sphere, advancing while Justin screams for him to stay back. It's a pathetic display of terror, especially as Mudok reaches the final stage, igniting the branch with raw sword chi to end the debate once and for all. Justin and Samuel can barely hold themselves upright, their composure completely shattered as a shadow looms over them. Seol Mudok towers above the group with a manic grin, declaring that for scum like them, a club is the only remedy that works. He rains down a relentless series of strikes, shouting for them to finally get a grip, while Justin's screams echo through the town square. The beating is enough to force a total surrender, leaving all three men on their knees, desperately begging for mercy and promising they'll never do it again. Mudok isn't interested in their apologies, slamming his club into the cobblestones to make sure the lesson actually sticks. Seol Mudok leans in, mockingly cupping his ear as Samuel trembles in front of him. The terror in the street is absolute, but Seol isn't looking for a conversation. He's looking for a break. Nearby, Justin swallows a forced apology while promising himself a future where he can stomp on Seol's head, but for now, his resentment stays buried. Samuel doesn't have the luxury of pride, begging for his life and swearing he'll never repeat today's mistake as he collapses in the dirt. Satisfied with the lesson, Seol Mudok rests his wooden sword on his shoulder. Apparently, a good beating is the only universal language that actually gets through to people like this. A wave of gratitude follows Seol as he casually walks away, the town square finally returning to some version of peace. Meanwhile, in the Grand Council chamber, the atmosphere is far from peaceful. Count Slave sits at the head of the long table, presiding over a meeting that carries the weight of a far larger conspiracy. For the men in this room, the local brawls in the street are a world away from the high-stakes game they're currently playing. Intelligence reports from the Serbia Kingdom have just hit the table, and the news is heavy. King Tomalova gives Count Slave the floor to present what his informants have uncovered. It turns out the neighboring kingdom has successfully reclaimed the barren northern Blackstone region, but that isn't the real concern. The Hazen Kingdom is making a move to develop the land beyond the Saraha Desert. Duke Sergio immediately questions the logic, since that territory is infamous for monster activity that makes human life impossible. He wants to know if Hazen has found some secret way to survive the wasteland. Count Slave delivers the bombshell. They suspect the Ainus have naturalized. The mention of the name sends a jolt through the room, hitting the king like a physical blow. Even Count Crashes can't hide his disbelief, pressing for any scrap of proof that this is actually happening. The room is quiet now, the weight of the name hanging over the council. It's a game changer. If the report is accurate, the power balance of the entire region just shifted. The air in the council chamber is thick with a tension only a legend can bring. Baron Arista is the first to voice the unthinkable, asking if they are really talking about Ainus, one of the 10 legendary sword masters of the continent. Count Slave starts laying out the facts like he's recounting a myth, noting how the man famously turned down every fortune ever offered to him. For years, Ainus wandered the lands without ever tying himself to a single faction, which makes his sudden appearance in Hazen a complete mystery. To the shock of the room, Count Slave doesn't laugh. He quietly confirms it. The reaction is instant, leaving Crashes and Arista struggling to process the idea of a continental powerhouse being driven by something so human. Count Slave drops a name that changes the political landscape. Princess Daphrin, the sister of King Laird II. The revelation hits the room hard, because Laird is famous for cherishing her above all else. If she has really been given away, it means Hazen just added a second swordmaster to their ranks, and the neighbors' expansion plans are already moving. Across every border from the commercial lands in the south to the empires in the west, everyone is grabbing for territory. King Tomalova III calls for a solution before his own borders start to shrink. Duke Icarus suggests they start their own campaign of conquest, but even his own allies point out they have nowhere left to go. Tomilova sees the look in the Duke's eyes and catches the terrifying drift of the suggestion. Crossing the Lazar Mountains isn't a strategy, it is a suicide mission. Duke Sergio von Icarus stands his ground in the meeting hall, doubling down on a proposal he claims is their only real path forward. King Tomilova III isn't buying it, weighing the brutal reality of the North where the ice makes any victory a hollow one. To the king, sending anyone there is just a slow way to lose a power struggle, but he drops the verdict anyway. An expedition is happening, and someone is going. He shares a brief silent nod with Count Slave that says more than the decree itself. Before the room can press for details, the king shuts the session down, calling for an end to the day's business. Duke Sergio watches them go, the pieces finally starting to click into place. The way they move together, the shared silence, it's clear His Majesty and the Count are hiding something. In the dim light of his office, Count Slave sits across from Cotton and starts the meeting with a direct check on his retainer's performance. And once he hears that Cotton's record is clean, he blames his own failings for the current mess, but he acknowledges hearing for the first time about the sweet ice candy sold by the Roll Trading Company and asking exactly how late their shop stays open. Cotton notices the king's interest in the new ice candy and suggests a secret outing to try it. King Tomilova III is clearly pleased by the idea, laughing as he praises his aide for knowing exactly how to read his mind. Cotton keeps his head bowed, reminding the king that anticipating his every desire is simply part of the job. The king leans back with a sparkle in his eye, already looking forward to the trip. Under the light of 3 moons, the night is quiet, until a group of kids breaks that peace with a single desperate request. Savina steps forward to smooth things over, apologizing for the intrusion while acknowledging that magic isn't something just anyone can pick up. But Annie isn't interested in being polite. The trauma of the trading company's recent brush with disaster is still fresh, and she's determined to make sure they're never that helpless again. She's ready to train as hard as it takes, but she's asking the wrong person. Seol Mudok sets his bowl down, acknowledging their drive but reminding them of a detail they seem to have forgotten. He isn't a magician. Luffy is the first to catch on, recalling a conversation from before. It isn't magic they saw him use. It's martial arts. Seol nods, finally able to set the record straight. The boy remembered correctly. Seol Mudok finally sets the record straight. What they're seeing isn't magic, but the ice-white divine palm martial art. Since he doesn't know the first thing about spells, he can't teach them magic, but Leo is quick to find the loophole. If he can't teach them magic, he can teach them the martial arts he just demonstrated. Savina and the others jump on the idea instantly, cornering Seol with a barrage of pleas to become their master. He's a warrior who can handle an army, but facing down the raw, sparkling sincerity of these kids is a pressure he isn't quite prepared for. Seol Mudok watches the children and sees a resolve he didn't expect. Their eyes are full of a desperate, sparkling sincerity that reaches back into his own history. A memory of himself as a young boy flashes forward. He was just like them, shouting at the top of his lungs, begging for someone to teach him how to fight. He had been just as small and just as driven to survive. Finding Huion is still his priority, but he can't ignore the weight of what's standing right in front of him. These kids have their own people to protect, and despite how little they actually know, they've been carrying him when he needed it most. He owes them more than just a debt of gratitude. He owes them a chance. Seol Mudok stands at a crossroads, weighing the sacred traditions of the Northern Sea against the reality of this new world. Back home, teaching his sex arts so carelessly would be a massive breach of the rules, but looking at the desperation in Savina's eyes, those old laws feel like they belong to a different lifetime. He tries to maintain his composure, offering to think it over and provide an answer by tomorrow. But the mention of a potential yes is all the fuel these kids need. Luffy and Leo explode with gratitude, promising to repay his kindness for the rest of their lives. He tries to walk the offer back, to remind them that he hasn't actually agreed to anything yet, but his voice is drowned out by their laughter. Seol Mudok stands at his window, bowl in hand, wondering how he ended up in this specific mess. Thinking back to his own youth, he finally feels a flash of empathy for his old master. If he was even half as difficult as these kids, The old man must have had a miserable time. He starts to voice the thought, but a sharp ring of steel cuts him off. The sound of metal clashing is unmistakable, even at this hour, and it's clear his night is far from over. Out in the dark trees, the noise grows louder, the rhythm of a blade catching the light signaling a fight that definitely shouldn't be happening. The ambush hits hard and fast, catching Count Slave in a flurry of blades that tears right through his defenses. He collapses, breathing heavy as he watches his men drop around him. This wasn't supposed to be a battlefield. He had only stepped out for something as simple as ice candy, but now he's counting seconds, wondering if reinforcements can possibly reach him before the end. A sudden rush of heat cuts through his thoughts, and his head snaps up just in time to see the source. The mage in the purple cloak doesn't give him a moment to breathe, unleashing a fire burst that turns the clearing into a furnace. The explosions roar across the garden, leaving the count screaming as he's engulfed in the blast. Everything is burning, but he grits his teeth and stares into the heat, still looking for a way out of the fire. An explosion rips through the clearing. He doesn't wait for the heat to die down before dashing straight into the center of the fire. When he finally tracks Cotton down, the knight is stunned that his king would risk himself just to find a retainer. Cotton tries to play it off like nothing happened, but Tomolova sees the blood already soaking through his sleeve. This isn't just a scratch. It's a clear message that their front line is failing. Cotton brushes the concern off, urging the king to prioritize the emergency over a single wound. As it turns out, they were caught off guard by a mage hidden among the regular troops, someone they never saw coming until it was too late. Knowing they're outmatched if they stay scattered, Cotton bellows for his men to pull it together and fix their formation before the next wave lands. The forest floor is thick with the scent of pine and fresh blood as the assassins coordinate their final push, shouting for their ranks to leave no one alive. They aren't just here to kill, they're competing for the Count's head like it's a prize at a fair. Count Slave meets the charge head-on, his blade carving through the first wave with a desperation that only comes when there's nowhere left to run. Despite the casualties, more hooded figures emerge from the shadows, their eyes locked on the man who stands between them and the royal blood they've been sent to spill. Between the clashing of steel, Slave demands to know who sent them, but the masked stranger only offers the cold certainty of a man who knows his target is already dead. Slave knows exactly where this is going. These men aren't looking for prisoners. And if his line breaks here, the kingdom's future dies with him. He braces himself. For his highness, for the kingdom, he has to hold this ground until his last breath. Count Slave braces for the worst as the temperature in the clearing spikes, but it's the mage who's caught off guard when a second magical surge cuts through his own. Slave doesn't hesitate, shouting for his men to close ranks and shield King Tomolova from whatever is about to land. The hooded figure only laughs, raising his hands to finish a fire spell that would have ended the royal line right then and there. He never gets the chance. A pillar of white light drops from the sky and slams directly into the mage, leaving even the masked stranger reeling in shock as the enemy is crushed into the dirt. Slave and the king can only stare at the sudden violence of their rescue, realizing the help they just got might be more dangerous than the threat they were facing. A man shouts into the dark, his voice sharp with the kind of aggression that only comes from being genuinely startled. He wants a name, but the figure in the shadows isn't looking to introduce themselves. This is the moment the whole chapter has been building to. Whoever is out there just turned a quiet forest into a kill zone, and our protagonist is the only one who saw it coming. It's a bad bet for the stranger to stand his ground, and yet he does. He doesn't know it yet, but this is the last quiet moment he gets before everything turns. To put it bluntly, his night is about to get a lot shorter. The scarred assassin freezes as the realization sinks in. He isn't the one doing the hunting anymore. A blur of movement streaks through the trees. Mudok drops from the canopy like he's going for a moonlit stroll, casually taking out one of the other men before his feet even hit the ground. He looks genuinely pleased with the chaos, complaining that the noise in the forest was just too loud to ignore. The assassin tries to spin around, but his body can't keep up with the speed of the man behind him. Mudok looms over him with a bored, glowing stare, suggesting they wrap this up quickly before his ice cream melts. The predator has become the prey, and as the assassin loses track of Mudok's movements, he finally understands that he's facing something that isn't even remotely human. The scarred assassin isn't reading the room, though. He's counting heads and betting that their superior numbers can still salvage this ambush. Committing to the mission, The assassin stays behind to handle the white-haired threat while his men move for the kill. Their blades collide in a flurry of sparks that cuts through the dark. Seol Mudok is actually enjoying himself, recognizing the specific sword style of the Northern Sea Ice Palace and deciding it's only fair to return the favor with some play. He beckons the man forward with a taunt that sends the assassin into a blind rage. Pushing everything he has into one final desperate strike, the scarred man screams that Seol Mudok won't be leaving the woods alive. It's a bold claim, but the look on Mudok's face says the real game is only just beginning. Seol Mudok is actually starting to enjoy himself, savoring the raw friction of the fight as he eggs his opponent on to stop holding back. Their blades collide with enough force to send a shockwave through the trees, the screeches of metal on metal grinding out as they jockey for a killing opening, forcing the scarred assassin into a desperate frantic lunge that leaves him wide open. Seol barely has to move, tracking the man's every strike before preparing to end the exchange. The scarred assassin lunges with everything he has left, crossing his blades in a desperate guard as the pressure mounts. He's losing his grip on the fight and he knows it, cursing the rat who refuses to just stay down and die. But Seol Mudok isn't interested in a fair exchange. He moves like a ghost, overwhelming the assassin with a blur of speed that turns the clearing into a cage. The brood is beginning to strain, his breath coming in ragged bursts as his rhythm falls apart under the weight of the assault. Seol Mudok watches the collapse with cold, surgical focus, outmaneuvering every wild swing until the gap he's been looking for finally opens wide. Seol Mudok moves for the finish, his speed catching the scarred assassin completely off guard. He brings the strike down with enough force to crater the ground, leaving only the sound of rain as he stands over the broken body of his opponent. Watching from the shadows, King Tomalova demands to know what just happened, but Count Slave ignores the question and urges him to pull back for his own safety. The king is horrified as the reality of the loss lands. Apparently, that assassin was more than just a hired blade. He was the last hope for the entire kingdom. Count Slave can only stare in confusion, unable to grasp why the king is reacting this way. Back in the rain-soaked woods, the tension is reaching a breaking point as Captain Morian and his men realize they might have stepped into a nightmare, questioning if the man standing before them is actually a swordmaster. The air feels heavy, and the assassins brace for a strike that feels inevitable. Mudok finally speaks, his voice low and dangerous as Morian panics, wondering what kind of legendary technique is about to be unleashed on them. But Mudok isn't thinking about honor or duty. He roars that because of their interference, his ice cream has melted in the rain. A visual representation of his vanished treat floats in the air like a departing soul, marking a tragic end to his snack. Morian and his squad stand frozen, the logic of the entire confrontation shattering as they try to process why a master of his caliber is currently losing his mind over a dessert. He locks his eyes on the group through the downpour, delivering a final cold warning that he won't be responsible for anyone left standing once he starts. Captain Morian isn't buying the theatrics, calling his bluff and rallying the hooded assassins to swarm him all at once. Seol doesn't argue, simply tightening his grip on the hilt as he prepares to settle the debt. Morian orders the kill to silence him, but the moment the assassins leap from the trees, the countdown is already over. As the hooded assassins swarm him, Seol Mudok continues his countdown, moving with a lethal grace that makes the surrounding blades look like toys. He hits the final count just as Captain Morian realizes the terrifying reality. This isn't just luck. Our protagonist is wielding protective chi, a high-level barrier that shouldn't be possible here. The captain watches in horror as his own sword shatters against the shield, the blade he trusted reduced to shards in an instant. Before any of them can regroup, Seol Mudok unleashes a massive burst of energy that rips through the night air. The shockwave devastates the surrounding woods, throwing the elite assassins back like rag dolls. Count Slave and Cotton can only stare at the wreckage, unable to grasp how their entire ambush was dismantled by one man. For Seol Mudok, the debt is paid. Vengeance has been served, and he has no reason to linger. His sudden exit leaves Cotton and Count Slave staring at the empty space where a monster just stood, struggling to process how quickly the threat appeared and vanished. Slave realizes they can't afford to stand around in shock. Whatever Mudok's business was, they have their own priorities to handle. Cotton clenches his fist, steeling his resolve to follow his master's next move without hesitation. The headmaster can hardly believe the report sitting on his desk. The children are actually studying magic. His assistant confirms it with a nod, but the older man knows the reality of the craft. Magic isn't something a person just picks up on their own. It takes a teacher, and he's already narrowed the list down to one name: that magic swordsman. The assistant can't hide his frustration, complaining that while his entire family is desperate for even a crumb of magical knowledge, this man is only focusing his efforts on 4 specific children. The headmaster doesn't offer a lecture. Instead, he starts laughing, a reaction the assistant completely misinterprets as a sign of overwork and exhaustion. In truth, the headmaster is just weighing the odds. Everyone wants to learn magic, but almost no one actually makes the cut. He sees it for what it is. Those kids didn't just find a teacher, they were graced by a level of luck most people won't see in a lifetime. The headmaster isn't waiting for an invitation, demanding to see where the children are practicing their magic immediately. He's already calculating the profit. If these kids are actually learning high-level arts, his own rise to the top is going to happen much faster than he ever dreamed. But when he tracks down Seol Mudok in the forest, the greeting is anything but warm, as Seol demands to know why this man is bothering him with nonsense. The headmaster doubles down, claiming he knows the secret. A legendary magic swordsman has been personally tutoring the students. It's a dangerous assumption that catches Seol completely off guard. This must be the rumor the higher-ups were whispering about, and the timing couldn't be worse. Sensing an opening, the headmaster shifts into a performance of over-the-top gratitude, weeping as he wonders how he could ever repay such a massive favor. He's trying to force Seol's hand by acting like the deal is already done, leaving the swordsman standing in the woods, absolutely speechless at the man's sheer audacity. The headmaster spots the boy first, but Henry isn't there for him. He's come with an urgent message for the magic swordsman. Suspicion lands immediately, as Seol Mudok isn't exactly looking for company, but the young man in front of him is already falling apart. Desperation forces the truth out. Henry was sent with an ultimatum, and if he fails to bring the magic swordsman back today, his master is coming to finish the job personally. The weight of those titles starts to register for the headmaster, who realizes this isn't just a random guest. This servant belongs to the king. Even with a boot to the face, Henry clings to his last hope, practically pleading with Mudok to accept the royal invitation before things get truly ugly. He's reached his limit, demanding to know why the kid insists on coming back every single day just to cause a scene. Mudok has no more patience for it, turning his back on the crying boy and walking away with a final command to stop wasting time. As he heads deeper into the woods, he wonders if this persistent nuisance is some kind of clue about Hwayeon, but he can't let himself get distracted. He stops, his hand reaching for the crystal pendant around his neck as a sudden sharp refusal cuts through his thoughts. The memory hits him with enough force to make him shout, pulling him back to a meeting years ago where the leader of Gangbuk sat across from him in desperation. The man had spent 3 years securing his territory, but with the Central Plains forces moving in, he was terrified of how to negotiate with people he didn't trust. Back then, Mudok had simply held his tea, offering the cold wisdom that a man must know exactly when to show his strength, and when to keep it hidden. The Gangbuk leader proposes a shift in strategy, suggesting it's time to prove the Northern Sea Ice Palace is capable of more than just brute force. Seol Mudok weighs the option, figuring that if diplomacy fails, they can always fall back on a show of power. He ultimately decides to delegate the task, giving the leader his blessing to move forward with the plan. Of course, the condition remains. If cooperation isn't on the table, an all-out attack is the only answer. Seol Mudok's focus shifts as he recalls the moment his path crossed with a woman named Hwayeon, an encounter that seems to have stopped him in his tracks. Standing in the courtyard, the cold logic of the palace fades. This was the woman he was meant to find. He doesn't know where this lead goes yet, but for a man who usually relies on power, this is a different kind of pull entirely. Seol Mudok lets himself drift back to a single cherished memory of Hwayeon, the one day he considers the absolute best of his life. He tries to ground himself, clutching his chest as he decides to focus only on her instead of making a fuss over every small setback. Back in the present, he returns to the spiritual children waiting in the forest, their voices pulling him out of his head. There is a heavy weight to the caution he carries now, knowing he has too many moving pieces to manage without a clear plan. Meanwhile, at the palace, King Tomilova III slams his hand onto his desk in a fit of simmering rage. He had actually intended to show gratitude for a life saved, but the repeated refusal is starting to feel like a deliberate insult. The messenger pleads for one more chance to fix things tomorrow, but the king's patience has finally run dry after so many failed attempts. Tomilova cuts him off with a direct order to leave, sending the man away with nowhere left to turn. On his way out, the messenger nearly walks right into Princess Eschilde, caught off guard because he didn't expect her to be waiting at the door. Eschilde enters with a formal greeting, though the heavy mood in the office is impossible for her to ignore. She immediately notes how distressed the man looked as he fled, and she presses her father to find out if something has gone wrong. He clears his throat, struggling to find the right words to explain the current mess. Princess Eschilde can barely process what she's hearing, her shock echoing through the king's study. As her father tries to laugh off the gravity of the situation, she rushes to his side, frantically checking him for any sign of injury, but King Tomilova only offers a reassuring clasp of her hands to show he's perfectly fine. The conversation shifts to the young magic swordsman who saved him, leaving Eschilde baffled as to why anyone would ever reject a direct royal invitation. The king has to admit he's just as confused. He wanted the skilled youth by his side, but the summons went completely unanswered. Eschilde assumes this man must be truly remarkable to earn such high praise from her father, but the king reveals there's a much deeper connection at play. He asks if she remembers the massive ice cream craze that recently took over Roel, before dropping the final reveal. The very same mage responsible for that magical ice is the one who saved his life. King Tomilova admits that his newfound knowledge has bred a dangerous level of greed, though he wonders who in his position wouldn't feel the same. Princess Eschilde remains lost in the memory of her first taste of the ice cream, fixated on the fact that the mage who created it is the same person her father is hunting for. Watching from the balcony as the local children, a decision takes shape as she realizes the opportunity standing right in front of her. She's going to meet this mysterious mage in person. Seol Mudok watches his students with a mix of pride and genuine surprise. He's only been training them for half a month, yet they've already reached the point where they can emit chi. It's a staggering rate of growth, though he tells himself it's simply because the concentration of energy in this region is so much denser than what he's used to back in the Central Plains. With a sharp clap, he orders everyone to halt the exercise. He notes that since they can all properly control mana, or chi, depending on which world's terms he uses, it's finally time to move on to the next stage of their training. Hawaiian and the others are eager to push forward, but the moment is cut short when Benjamin tentatively interrupts. Seol's face drops immediately. He's already dealt with this group enough, and seeing the butler again makes him wonder if he's stuck in some kind of annoying time loop. They hadn't shown up all morning, and he'd honestly hoped he was done with them for the day. He starts to demand why they've returned, but the question dies in his throat when he sees it. The necklace is glowing. Whatever business they have with him, the sudden magical reaction means the situation just shifted into something far more serious. Something about the stranger pulls at a memory Seol Mudok thought was buried years ago, a trace of familiarity that he can't quite place until she moves. She lowers her hood and steps into the light. The name lands, and the world goes quiet for a second, because the man in the garden isn't just looking at a royal who wandered far from home. The face matches Huayan perfectly, the woman he's been searching for through every corner of this world, and the single person who could explain everything he's lost. This is the moment his mission finally pays off. He found her. High above the quiet streets of the city, Princess Eschilde begins her approach. She doesn't waste time with small talk. Mudok brushes it off like it was nothing more than a lucky break, but that kind of humility doesn't sit well with royalty. Eschilde can't tell if he's being genuinely modest or just incredibly rude, so she pivots back to the official matter. Her father wants to thank him in person at the palace. She presses him for a real answer. Why on earth would a magic swordsman turn down an invitation from the king himself? Mudok stalls, caught without a ready excuse for why he's avoiding the throne. Princess Eschilde isn't holding back, calling out Mudok for his history of cold rejections. But she doesn't realize he's barely listening. He's looking at her and seeing a ghost, struck by how much her temper and sharp tone mirror Huayan. She has to shout to snap him back to reality, jolting him out of his daze. Before she can finish her next lecture, Mudok cuts through the tension with a simple question: when should he leave? The sudden reversal leaves everyone at the table stunned. The butler can only stare, and Eshilda's momentum completely dies as she fumbles for a response. He doesn't give her room to argue or back out. Since she came all this way just to invite him, she finally manages to confirm it. Mudok remains clinical, telling her to just name the time he's expected at the palace. It's a bad bet for a man who hates these invitations, and he takes it anyway. Seol Mudok gives a clinical dismissal, sending her on her way with a simple confirmation. Once the door slams shut, Mudok lets out a low laugh. Getting into the palace is the easy part, but the real challenge is just starting. Eshilda isn't just another contact. She's the king's daughter, the highest status in the country. He weighs the distance between them, wondering how he could ever bridge the gap to marry into that lineage. The memory of the Northern Sea Palace master looms over him, a reminder of the sheer power and pressure he once faced. He can't afford another disaster. This time, every move has to be meticulously planned, because the cost of failing twice is something he isn't willing to pay. Seol Mudok taps his finger as he runs the numbers, finally deciding that he needs a specific kind of help to pull this off. His proposal is so sudden that Edmund practically screams the word back at him. Mudok doesn't even blink, calmly confirming his intention to marry Princess Eshilda, as if he's discussing the weather. The old man nearly jumps out of his skin, honestly wondering if the guy in front of him has lost his mind. Edmund starts with the obvious. The princess is the only child of the late Queen Swan, and her status alone makes this plan a suicide mission. Princess Eshilda is the sole heir to the throne, and her status alone makes this plan a suicide mission. Edmund realizes he can't risk their business on a novice's mistake, so he heads for the archives to fix the problem. The solution comes in the form of a massive stack of books on proper etiquette, a pile that looks heavy enough to crush a man. Edmund is strangely intense about this, his focus bordering on a fever as he vows to drill every single rule into Mudok's head. Seeing that look, our protagonist starts to wonder if this teaching is just an excuse for Edmund to enjoy himself. There's no way around it. If he wants to survive the palace, he's going to have to survive the library first. That night, Seol Mudok learns that being a magic swordsman involves more than just combat. It involves surviving Edmund's lecture all night long. By the time morning comes, his brain is practically fried from the exhaustive training. The next day, he shakes off the exhaustion and gets ready for the mission, stepping out with a new sense of purpose. This is the moment everything starts to move. The magic swordsman finally arrives at the palace. King Tomalova III welcomes him warmly, ushering him inside without hesitation. But the protagonist immediately senses a shift in the air. This was supposed to be a private meeting, yet the room is crowded with nobles and council members, including Duke Sergio. Looking at her, Mudok can tell she isn't lying. She's just as caught off guard as he is. The moment lands, and Seol Mudok finally connects the face to a memory. It's a ghost from a past life, the kind of nuisance he never expected to see again. A dry laugh escapes him, a sharp contrast to the mounting tension in the council room. He lets the silence stretch, watching as the weight of his presence begins to grate on the men across from him. It doesn't take much to break Justin's composure. The young man's temper flares, a string of insults barely catching in his throat, before Duke Sergio von Icarus cuts him off with a sharp command. Justin tries to protest, but the Duke's warning is absolute. This isn't the place for a public tantrum, especially not with the king watching. Sergio knows exactly how high the stakes are today, and he isn't about to let his son's lack of discipline ruin a lifetime of planning, until he finally yields to his father's authority with a quiet word of understanding. Watching from the side, Duke Sergio notes the reaction. It's clear the boy still remembers exactly who holds the power here. Even King Tomalova III can see the toll the interaction takes, whispering to Baron Arista that the young man looks like he's been through hell. The king clears his throat to break the tension, moving the conversation toward the matter at hand. He's curious why an invitation that's been ignored for so long was suddenly accepted today, especially since the king hasn't hidden his disappointment over the constant delays. Seol Mudok just offers a casual grin, claiming there's a perfectly good reason for his absence. Apparently the Roll Merchant Association is drowning in work due to a massive manpower shortage, and Seol is the busiest of them all. because he's the one stuck producing the association's entire supply of ice. Seol Mudok weaves a frantic story about his delays, claiming the high demand for his ice cream left him with no stock to present until today. King Tomalova III buys the excuse completely, laughing off the wait because business is booming. Our protagonist offers a humble thanks while privately comparing the king to his old father-in-law, the terrifying master of the Northern Sea Palace who looms in his memory like a demon. The king moves to drop the formalities and asks for a proper name, but Seol isn't ready to give up his real identity, insisting the king simply call him Magic Swordsman. It's an awkward mouthful for a casual conversation, and the king clearly isn't a fan of calling his business partner a title. Seol sees the hesitation and offers a compromise. If the title is too difficult, His Majesty can just pick a name for him. Princess Savina jumps into the conversation with a bright idea, suggesting her father should personally grant the man a new name. The suggestion lands, and Savina starts to elaborate on the perfect honor for their mysterious guest. Princess Savina isn't looking for a simple gift, she's pushing for a formal title. The suggestion catches Seol Mudok completely off guard, but the girl isn't backing down. When the king hesitates, she reminds him that this boy is the reason he's still breathing, and a title is the only fit reward for saving a life. Duke Sergio von Icarus watches the exchange over his tea, playing the part of the polite nobleman. He even praises her brilliance, but his support leaves Savina feeling more uneasy than honored. In the end, the king sees no other choice. He can't turn a blind eye to his own savior. King Tomalova III wastes no time, formally declaring his intent to grant a new title. He recalls the night he was saved, a chaotic blur of steel and speed where Seol Mudok tore through a circle of assassins like they were nothing. It's that display of raw power that earns Mudok his place, and the king commands him to step forward. For Mudok, the status is a means to an end, and while he isn't exactly the type to enjoy kneeling, he's willing to play the part if it brings him closer to the woman he wants to marry. All that coaching from Edmund is finally paying off. The king draws his sword and completes the ceremony, bestowing the title of baronet along with a new name, Blizzard. Mudok accepts the honor with a quiet realization. In this world, he's officially the storm. The king's words carry a weight that will outlast everyone in this room, granting a legacy that binds Seol Mudok's name to the very future of the Kingdom of Drake. King Tomalova III officially welcomes his savior into the nobility, commanding the new baronet Blizzard to rise. Seol stands, the transition from wanderer to noble now complete in the eyes of the law. It's a rare moment of genuine warmth from the throne, as the king admits he wouldn't even be alive to grant these titles if not for the man standing before him. Seol plays his part with a sharp, practiced smile, assuring the king that he wouldn't hesitate to risk his life again. The king hesitates, knowing that giving land to a baronet is a move without precedent that could easily spark a revolt among the established lords. Sergio doesn't blink, using a layer of heavy flattery to remind the king that his word is law, and that no one would be foolish enough to openly oppose him. Duke Sergio isn't just making a statement, he's issuing a warning, promising to personally crush anyone who dares ignore the king's decree. King Tomalova turns that pressure on the rest of the council, asking the room if they're all on the same page, which sends Baron Arista into a stuttering panic. Sergio's glare alone is enough to lock the room down, forcing the Baron and the other nobles to quickly fall in line before the Duke decides to make an example of them. The king accepts their submission, but his focus is already shifting to the next problem, finding a territory suitable for Baronet Blizzard. Sergio has an answer ready, suggesting the northern icy lands he brought up in their last meeting. The audacity of the suggestion lands hard, leaving even the king stunned by what the Duke is actually proposing. Duke Sergio sees the perfect opening to bury a problem while pretending to do a favor. He even mocks the boy's name, calling it a sign from the gods that a man named after a blizzard should be sent straight into a snowstorm. The king watches in silence as the Duke's trap finally closes. This wasn't an act of kindness. It was cold revenge for every time Sergio felt his family's pride was insulted by the crown. Princess Savina is the only one brave enough to call it what it is, a death sentence on the ice continent. She looks at Seol, wondering if the court is really going to send the kingdom's hero to a frozen wasteland where nothing survives. But Seol isn't panicking. He's already weighing the value of that territory, and what a move like this actually changes. Seal Mudok weighs the man in front of him, seeing right through the king's sudden generosity. Tomilova isn't rewarding him, he's clearing the board to protect his son's future. But a bribe is still a bribe, and if the crown is handing out territory, Mudok has no reason to play the martyr. This is more than just land. It's the merit he needs to bridge the status gap between himself and the woman he's chasing. Narrowing that distance is the only thing that matters. The northern lands aren't exactly a vacation spot, but Seal Mudok has made up his mind. The headmaster lays out the reality. Constant snowstorms, rampant avalanches, and mana so unstable it should be a warning sign. He's met with a simple yes. Mudok is completely unbothered, claiming he doesn't feel the cold and finding the idea of unstable mana more interesting than dangerous. It's enough to make the headmaster wonder if he's even human, or if he's actually some kind of yeti. The term is new to Mudok, so the headmaster digs into the local lore. Legends speak of a violent, 3-meter-tall tribe that calls the frozen wastes home. These creatures possess massive strength, and much like our protagonist, they never feel the bite of the frost. It's a frightening story for most, but the real threat in the north isn't just monsters. Rumors say the local warriors are powerful enough to fight 100 men on their own. Because of that strength, they're a lawless bunch who refuse to acknowledge any leaders, making Mudok's destination as politically hostile as it is frozen. Seol Mudok finds the whole situation interesting, a reaction that clearly baffles the headmaster. For our protagonist, winning over the northern people is simply the next logical step toward raising his fame, though the old man warns that it's far easier said than done. Just as Seol turns to leave, something stops him at the door. The local kids are gathered in the hallway, eyes welling with tears as they look up at him. They clearly don't want him to go, but the decision is already made. Back outside, the headmaster's voice carries through the trees, screaming his final refusal. He insists the North is far too dangerous for someone who has only just begun their journey into martial arts. Savannah isn't ready to let her teacher go, desperately pointing out how much magic they still have left to learn. Our protagonist is about to give the rascals a piece of his mind when he catches a presence nearby. He immediately notices she looks pale and asks what's wrong, but she won't speak until the children are out of earshot. Realizing the gravity of her visit, he shoos the kids away without another word, leaving them confused as he prepares for whatever news she's brought from the palace. The kids aren't going anywhere until they get what they came for. They press the MC for a real answer, wanting to know if their request is finally being granted, and they promise to vanish the second they get a yes. Realizing he won't get a moment of peace otherwise, he finally gives in. The group scatters with a shout of thanks, leaving him alone with Ashilda, who can't help but notice how much life his new disciples have. Our protagonist just scoffs. In his eyes, it isn't martial talent they're overflowing with, it's just a massive rebellious streak. He lets the annoyance slide to check on her, asking if she's finally feeling like herself again. Ashilda nods, but the weight of her choice still clearly hangs over her. She offers a genuine apology, knowing that her attempt to get him a noble title is the exact reason he was exiled to these frozen northern lands. Seol Mudok watches Ashilda, struck by a connection that goes deeper than just a physical resemblance. He remembers Hwayan standing before him exactly like this, offering an apology for a mistake that wasn't even hers to make. It's a ghost of a memory that makes his expression soften. He decides to test her, suggesting that his exile to the northern lands was the direct result of the title he received. Ashilda takes the bait immediately, bowing her head and shouldering the full weight of the blame, an earnestness Mudok finds genuinely adorable. He maintains the serious act, pointing out that her guilt won't change the reality of his departure. When he asks what he can do to ease her mind, it's not for his sake, but for hers. He knows exactly where this is going. Ashilda listens with genuine curiosity, as Seol Mudok mentions a lucky charm. Having no idea what he's actually talking about, he leans in close, explaining with a perfectly straight face that a lucky charm is just a kiss between two people who really care for each other. It takes a few seconds for the word to actually process, but the moment it does, Ashilda's embarrassment explodes into a scream that sends Seol Mudok backpedaling. He realizes he pushed the joke a little too far and decides to cut his losses, telling the flustered princess to just forget he said anything before turning to leave. Eshelda can only fume in the forest, venting her frustration at the sheer audacity of a man who drops a line like that and then just walks away. But the playful mood vanishes instantly when Solmudok stops in his tracks, sensing a presence nearby. Before Eshelda can even register the shift, someone new has already stepped into the light. Eshelda calls out for him to wait. She goes quiet for a second, clearly grappling with a choice she isn't ready to make. But as she watches him, a strange sense of déjà vu settles in. Something about his movements feels familiar, though she can't quite place why. Steeling her resolve, she finally agrees to his proposal, committing to the path ahead. It's enough to catch Mudok off guard. He'd only been half joking and quickly assures her he has no intention of forcing her into anything she doesn't want. Solmudok tries to play the whole thing off as a joke, suggesting they just pretend the last few minutes never happened. But Eshelda has other plans, and she pulls him into a kiss that stops his train of thought cold. She's all in, standing on her toes just to reach him while the world around them seems to blur into the background. The second she pulls away, the weight of what she just did hits her, and she hides under her hood, stammering out a question to see if the contract is finally settled. Mudok can only stand there in total silence, completely short-circuited while she turns and bolts, leaving him with one less shoe and a lot of questions. He doesn't have long to process the shock, because the jewel around his neck starts to react, glowing with a sudden sharp light. Fleeing from the scene in a rush of pure embarrassment, Eshild realizes the bridges behind her are well and truly burned. There's no turning back now. She's committed to a path where success is the only way she ever gets to show her face at home again. Far to the north, a snowy village is already buzzing with the news of a changing guard. Rumors of a new lord are spreading through the freezing streets, fueling tall tales about a man who allegedly saved the king's life and single-handedly wiped out 100 men to earn his title. Inside a local tavern, the stories only get wilder as a scarred patron tells anyone who will listen that this newcomer is a sixth circle mage with the kind of swordsmanship that even a swordmaster couldn't touch. It's the kind of power that makes people wonder why he'd ever be sent to a backwater outpost like this, leading to the easy assumption that he must have crossed the wrong person at court. A blond man sits alone at a nearby table, slumped over his drink and listening to the gossip with a heavy, silent bitterness. The scarred man eventually shrugs it off as just more tavern talk, but for the drunk in the corner, the reality of those rumors clearly hits a lot closer to home. The wind howls across the snowy mountain pass, masking the sound of whatever is stalking the ridges. Two hunters stand back to back, weapons drawn, but the man can't find their target. He's looking for a wyvern, growing more frustrated by the second as the cold closes in. Luia freezes. A massive blue blur tears through the air and slams into her, the impact throwing her into the snow with a single brutal slash. Her partner screams her name, rushing to her side as she groans in the dirt. They were only out here for a few eggs, a simple job that just turned into a nightmare. Luia struggles to focus, dazed by the blow, as the reality of what they've actually encountered begins to sink in. This isn't just a wyvern, and they are way out of their league. Luia's scream cuts through the freezing air as she tries to warn her partner, but the massive frost creature is already on top of him. Jake spins around, sweat freezing on his face the moment he sees the scale of the threat. He's out of time and out of options, barely registering the heat of the beast's breath before he accepts that this is where he dies. Then, the wind shifts. A white blur streaks through the storm, delivering a strike so fast it catches the beast mid-screeches and cleaves straight through. Jake lets out a ragged shout as the monster's head is driven into the snow, leaving Luia staring in disbelief at the sudden, violent end of the hunt. Standing in the center of the clearing is Seol Mudok, his white uniform pristine against the blood and ice as he tells the survivors that the nightmare is finally over. Seol Mudok brushes it off like it was nothing more than a basic duty of his rank. That single word, Lord, stops Jake cold. Without waiting for an explanation or a proper introduction, the white-haired warrior gives a casual goodbye and vanishes into the tree line before Luia can even finish her sentence. She's left staring at the empty space where he stood, stunned by speed that doesn't seem human. But for Jake, the shock of the man's identity is quickly replaced by a much bigger problem. The wyvern egg they were supposed to be guarding is gone. He just realized the man who saved their lives didn't do it for free, he took the prize with him. The snowy peaks of Corellon look peaceful from a distance, but the reality on the ground is a bit more complicated. Our protagonist, the newly appointed Lord Corellon, takes in the view of his domain with a dry laugh. It's his inauguration day, but as he looks out over the ceremonial stairs, the square is completely empty. Not a single citizen has shown up to welcome their new ruler. His attendant is visibly flustered, apologizing for the lack of a crowd, and promising to send messengers back out to the villages to drag people in. Corellon just waves him off. He's already done the math. It doesn't matter how many messengers they send, because the people aren't coming back. Out in the taverns, the locals are already mocking the ceremony, and it's clear the previous lords didn't leave behind much of a legacy. Looking at the desolation, Corellon finally gets it. There's a very specific reason the lords of this territory keep getting driven out, and it isn't just the cold. Corellon lets a cold smile pull at his mouth. He has a way to handle this, and he's done waiting for a better opening. A few days later, a heavy silence hangs over the snow-covered tavern, broken only by a man demanding to know what happened to his crew. His men are a mess of bruises and bandages, barely able to lift their drinks as the realization sets in. The new lord is responsible for every broken bone in the room. One scarred fighter finally admits it. He hates that he lost, but the skill involved was undeniable. The moment the lord touched him, his whole body just locked up, covering his face as the memory of the strike lands. He warns the others that the pain wasn't just intense, it was something he couldn't even describe. Inside the tavern, Max is the first to react when the news breaks. The man they've been waiting for has finally arrived. A villager bursts through the doors, breathless, shouting that their target is already standing in the village square. Max doesn't hesitate. He announces he's going to handle it himself, ignoring the taunts from the back of the room about whether the village's greatest warrior is finally ready to step up. He heads out into the snow as the thugs behind him shout their expectations, making it clear that he's the only one they trust to end this. Out in the square, Corellon takes in the scene, noticing just how many people have gathered to watch the confrontation begin. Jake can't believe his eyes when he sees Seol Mudok standing in the square, but Luia is more focused on the familiar face pushing through the crowd toward her. Her father, Max, grabs her shoulders, confused by the massive gathering, while Luia practically glows with the news. The new lord is making his entrance. Max repeats the title, but for Luia, the word Lord finally clicks with the memory of the man who saved her. It all pieces together. The stranger who rescued her during that disastrous attempt to steal a wyvern's egg wasn't just a wandering warrior. He was her new ruler. Max is having a hard time processing the news that the Lord himself was the one who saved his daughter. This changes everything. He knows what it takes to bring down an ice wyvern with a single blow, and even for the greatest warrior in the territory, that kind of power is almost unthinkable. As a man who prides himself on his own strength, swallowing this realization is bitter, but the facts are staring him in the face. The young lord, Blizzard, catches himself before boasting and settles on his formal title as the new baronet. Max watches him closely, noting that the rumors about this man's power might actually be an understatement. Max doesn't waste time asking the noble point-blank if the rumors of his cruelty in the local villages are true. Corellon isn't even defensive, claiming he was simply dealing with rebels, and asks if Max plans on following in their footsteps. It's a cold challenge, but Max doesn't back down. Instead, he pivots, catching Corellon's interest with a sudden offer. In a place this frozen, he explains, people have survived for generations on nothing but strong drink and stubbornness. He pours a glass, letting the amber liquid catch the light, and challenges the man to a drinking match to see who has more endurance. Corellon accepts. This is how men settle things in the north, a battle of wills that doesn't require a single drop of blood. Max warns the stranger one last time, making it clear that Fina isn't just a drink. It's a strong liquid that can burn a man from the inside out. Corellon isn't looking for a warning. He's looking for loyalty, and he sets the stakes high. If he wins, Max will recognize him as his lord and follow him without question. The local crowd can't believe their ears, whispering that the newcomer must be insane to challenge Max to a drinking contest with a spirit this lethal. The tavern falls into a tense silence as the two men face off across a table stacked with dozens of drinks. Louia leans in, offering Max one last chance to back down before the damage is done. But Karelin just smiles, ready to prove that a true lord never goes back on his word. Max lets out a short breath, his mouth twisting into a sharp, confident grin. He fixes his gaze on his opponent and drops a final warning. Tell them not to regret what happens next. Max's vision swims, caught in a blurred memory of a man with long silver hair before the tavern room snaps back into focus. He groans, surrounded by empty mugs. With Louia and a patron, Louia begs her father to stop, but Max's pride won't let him walk away yet. He can't stand the thought of losing, so he demands another round even as Seol Mudok pours the drink and warns him not to overdo it. He's starting to feel the weight of every drink, wondering how the kid is still so steady while his own world begins to spin. Seol asks if he's finally ready to quit, but Max forces himself to stay upright. He's going to see this through to the end. He chugs the ale while Louia watches in shock, clearly seeing her father has hit his limit, but Seol Mudok just drinks with ease, looking like he could go all night without breaking a sweat. The room collectively forgets to breathe, while the reality of the situation settles over them. Seol Mudok slams his mug down, noting how smoothly the drink goes down after such a long break. Across from him, Max's eyes roll back as his consciousness finally snaps, and Seol doesn't even bother to hide his satisfaction. Max collapses into the dirt, an unconscious heap surrounded by empty mugs. The scarred elder can only stammer out the impossible. Max, their local powerhouse, has actually lost. Our protagonist formally declares the win before the shock can even clear the air. Standing up, he shakes off the competition and prepares to move on to his real business. For the people in this room, it was a legendary upset. For him, it was just a warm-up. Seol Mudok stands in the center of the tavern and drops a command that shifts the room's entire energy. Every person there has exactly 5 days to gather at his castle. He pins the crowd with a sharp gaze, making it clear this isn't just an invitation, it's a test of their word. 5 days later, the northern winds pick up as a group of travelers approaches the massive stone gates of Baronet Blizzard's estate. Max tries to speak up, likely to defend their honor, but Seol cuts him off before he can even start. He already has the answer he needs. Seol Mudok isn't interested in small talk. He skips the introductions and gives the survivors exactly 10 days to pack their lives and prepare to move. The group is stunned into silence, prompting him to demand an answer from the local leaders. Seol shuts that idea down immediately. There is no way he's housing thousands of refugees in his own halls. This leaves the group completely lost. As Louia points out, they've already begun packing their few remaining belongings based on his prior orders. Then he drops the real plan. They are migrating to the north. The room falls apart at the news, as the patrons look on in shock. Moving a group this size into the northern freeze isn't just a migration, it's a death march. After 5 days of scouting the northern wastes, Seol Mudok returns with a solution that sounds like a fantasy. He plans to gather their scattered people and build a single home in a spot that can support 10,000 souls. Max immediately tries to ground him in reality, warning that the territory is already claimed by packs of ice ogres. When Mudok casually asks if those are the bald monsters that walk on 2 legs, Max freezes. For an ordinary person, encountering one of those beasts is a death sentence. Yet Mudok treats them like a footnote. He smirks at the idea of merely meeting them. To him, the problem didn't just go away, he ended it. He's already cleared the entire region of the creatures that kept the locals in terror, and now he expects everyone to pack their bags. He found a home. Now they just have to survive the move. With the formal business concluded, Seol Mudok dismisses the crowd and watches as they filter out into the snow. When a voice cuts through the quiet of the room, Louia and Jake have come to offer the formal introduction they were too frustrated to give during their first meeting. Mudok takes them in, finding it convenient that they sought him out themselves because, as it turns out, he was just about to send for them. He tells them not to be nervous before leading the way deeper into the estate. Seol Mudok leads the way deeper into the estate, where Jake and Louia finally see what he's been hiding. The sight stops Luia in her tracks. 3 ice wyvern hatchlings, curled up and sleeping peacefully. The pieces finally click into place, and Luia realizes it was the Lord himself who stole the egg they had nearly died to obtain. She's fuming, demanding to know how he could just snatch away the prize they worked so hard for, but Seol Mudok shuts her down with a single smirk. He asks them a simple question. Who was the one who actually saved their lives that day? The reminder hits home, leaving Jake stammering for an excuse while the Lord casually dismisses their entire grievance. He isn't interested in an apology. He just gives a firm command for them to take the creatures and leave. The mental noise is a lot to handle, as Seol Mudok quickly discovers when the hatchling's constant mental screams for food and attention start flooding his own mind. It gets worse when Luia points out that wyverns imprint on the first thing they see as their mother, and since he was there at the hatching, he's already been drafted into the role. Luia backs him up, noting that while they're troublesome now, these creatures will eventually grow into some of the largest and strongest monsters in the world. Jake casually mentions that if he had that kind of power, he'd just train them and fly straight to Texton, a distant capital city famous for having everything a person could want. The logistics finally catch Mudok's attention. Flying 1,000 kilometers and back in just a couple of hours would change everything. Suddenly, the noisy hatchlings don't look like an annoying chore anymore. They look like a strategic asset that could shrink the world. Seol Mudok stands tall in the manor, weighing the strategic potential of the creatures he's encountered. When Luia asks if he's had a change of heart, he only offers a sharp grin, having already calculated a way to turn the situation to his advantage. A few days later, the plan goes into motion as the entire population of Corellan begins a massive migration under his direct orders. Mudok leads the group through a punishing snowy mountain pass, his presence steady at the front of the line. Savina catches up to him as the pace begins to take its toll on the civilians. She points out that the people are reaching their limit after 3 days of constant travel through the freezing wind, and Mudok knows the exhaustion is only feeding their growing distrust of his leadership. Luia and Jake are at their absolute limit, shivering through a frozen mountain pass as Seol Mudok promises that their destination is close. He commands the group to listen, standing tall in his white military coat, and demanding their trust despite the brutal conditions. The merchants aren't buying it. The murmurs of dissent start immediately because nobody actually knows where they're going or if they're walking straight into a den of ice ogres. Mudok's patience snaps instantly, and he turns back to shout down their cowardice, reminding them that he already handled the threats they're so afraid of. He demands to know how they can call themselves warriors while shaking in their boots, his eyes glowing as he unleashes a command that leaves no room for further argument. Savina hesitates for a moment, watching her master forge ahead into the bitter cold without a second thought. Seol Mudok is convinced this journey will force everyone to finally see things his way, and he wears the grin of a man who knows he's about to change their lives forever. Savina can't find the logic in his cryptic words yet, but the master isn't interested in explaining. He's leading them into something they can't take back. Along with the blue-haired warrior, she finally reaches the mouth of the pass and stops. This is the place Mudok promised. One look at the massive scale of it, and it's clear. They aren't in the world they used to know anymore. Mudok takes a breath and looks over his new territory, admitting it was a struggle to find a spot that actually felt right. Behind him, the survivors are finally finding some relief, and Jake and Luia are stunned to find a hidden sanctuary with warm water deep within Corellan. Mudok calls for silence, his voice carrying across the cavern as he makes a formal declaration. This used to be a hideout for ice ogres, but from this moment on, it belongs to them, and a new home needs a name. He thinks back to the North Sea Ice Palace where they lived before, weighing the legacy of the past against what they have now. Finally, he reaches a decision. They'll call it White Castle. Inside the cave, Luia and Max can finally breathe, feeling like they've found a real footing in their new home. A sharp, grinding noise cuts through the silence and Mudok freezes, sensing something is very wrong. A massive surge of lightning suddenly tears through the air, catching the wyvern hatchlings completely off guard. The small creatures drop instantly, smoke rising from their bodies as the hum of magic fades. The assailant's panic is instant, the second he sees a mage in the clearing, and it's a look that says he knows his night just took a lethal turn. He lunges into a desperate preemptive strike, but Seol Mudok moves with the kind of speed that makes a counterattack look like standing still. The man barely has time to register the gap in power before the pressure lands. It's an agonizing, overwhelming weight that hits every nerve at once, driving him straight into the dirt with a single clinical motion. His glasses shatter as he's slammed into the ground, his consciousness fading before he can even process the impact. Standing over the broken figure, Mudok drops a cold, absolute warning. He won't be showing mercy a second time. Standing over the man he just dropped, Mudok gets straight to the point, demanding to know why his wyverns were attacked. Jerome is barely holding it together, realizing his limbs won't respond. Some kind of paralysis has him pinned to the dirt. Terrified, the man finally gives up his name, Count Jerome von Kruin. Mudok stops for a second, weighing the title. He's only a baronet himself, which technically makes this man his social superior, but status doesn't mean much when you're the one holding the leash. The name baronet triggers something in Jerome. He recognizes Mudok as the Blizzard, the man who saved the king and was granted land for it. Mudok lets the realization hang in the air while he connects his own dots. It finally clicks. This must be the former lord who was appointed to those lands, and then unceremoniously kicked out. In this rocky clearing, the power dynamic just shifted again, and Jerome's day is about to get much worse. Seol Mudok stares at the artifact, finally seeing how the pieces fit together, and he realizes it's exactly what he suspected. Jerome tries to stammer out an excuse for his cowardice, but the protagonist doesn't care about his personal circumstances. Finding his nerve, Jerome tries to use his noble title as a shield, demanding respect now that their supposed alliance is out in the open. Mudok lets the silence hang for a second, asking a simple question that Jerome isn't equipped to answer. The response is a violent burst of lightning as Mudok slams Jerome's head into the dirt, mocking the very idea of equality coming from a man like him. He barks at the noble for failing his responsibilities and demands he renounce the title he clearly hasn't earned. Standing over the broken man, our lead grants him a single mercy, but he makes it clear that if Jerome ever tries to cross him again, this special treatment is over. Seol Mudok finally releases the pressure on the man's acupuncture points, letting him regain control of his limbs. Jerome collapses to the dirt, gasping for air as the sudden rush of sensation returns to his body. Mudok doesn't give him a second to breathe, making it clear that any nonsense from here on out is a death sentence, forcing Jerome to stammer out his compliance. The protagonist points to the wounded wyverns scattered across the rocks, ordering Jerome to heal them immediately before coming out to meet him. Jerome stares at the creatures, his hands trembling as he tries to wrap his head around the demand. Mudok seems almost amused by the audacity of it all, noting that Jerome must have some real guts to even think about using magic while the Lord is watching. As Mudok turns to leave, the weight of the situation finally crushes Jerome, who realizes his entire plan hasn't just failed, it's been turned against him. Baron Arista stares at the stacks of paperwork on his desk, weighing what he can actually afford to send to the capital. Seol Mudok watches him, questioning why a simple letter to the emperor is causing this much hesitation. It isn't the act of writing that scares the Baron, it's the content. Seol wants a tax exemption for the people struggling to make a living, but Arista knows his fellow nobles will never let that stand. From their perspective, one exception creates a precedent that threatens the entire system. If the king grants this request, every other lord will claim their circumstances are just as dire to avoid paying their own dues. Even with the king's personal favor, the political weight of the nobility makes a refusal almost certain. Seol considers the deadlock, realizing the true obstacle isn't the crown, but the men surrounding it. Seol Mudok finally sees the whole shape of it. Every move has been a setup by the Duke, the very man who sent him here in the first place. He decides to suspend the current operation, which lets Edmund Roel finally catch his breath. But the pause doesn't last long, as Seol proposes a new angle that catches the merchant completely off guard. Edmund can barely process the logic as he repeats the confirmation back, trying to wrap his head around such a radical shift. The sheer audacity of the plan seems like madness, but Seol remains unshakable, insisting that it's well within the realm of possibility. It's a massive gamble, and Edmund weighs the risk in silence, knowing that agreeing to this changes everything. Seol likes what he sees in the silence and gives the order to move out before the moment passes. Outside, the mercenaries finish checking their gear and head into the mountain pass, ready to execute a plan that shouldn't work. The scarred mercenary can sense the tension shifting, wondering what has gotten into the Lord to change their plans so abruptly. He doesn't have to wait long for an answer as Seol Mudok raises his voice to command the courtyard, drawing the attention of every hired blade in the camp. A dark-haired mercenary speaks up for the group, noting they all came armed as ordered, but they still have no idea why they're actually there. Seol takes a moment to steady himself. The group is skeptical at first, knowing that while a hunt like that is dangerous, simply targeting an egg shouldn't be an impossible task for mercenaries of their caliber. They have no idea what kind of nightmare they're actually signing up for. Seol Mudok takes charge, splitting the group into teams of 30 and assigning them the task of stealing at least one wyvern egg. He pauses to build the tension, letting the weight of the upcoming mission settle over the room before announcing a reward of 100 gold for the team that brings back the most eggs. The scarred mercenary nearly buckles at the number, struggling to wrap his head around that kind of wealth for what sounds like a simple errand. He presses for confirmation, unable to believe the payout is real, but Seol shuts down the doubt with the absolute certainty of a man who never breaks his word. A predatory grin spreads across his face as he challenges the warriors of Karelen to prove they have what it takes. The crowd roars their support, fully bought into the promise of a better future under his lead. But the momentum isn't enough for Seol Mudok, and he pulls Count Jerome aside to move the plan into its next phase. He gives the man a 10-day deadline to scout the ranks for talent, looking for anyone who stands out for more specialized work. Jerome catches the scent of a much larger ambition, and asks if his lord is finally looking to found a proper knight's order. In reality, he's just taking the measure of his new assistant, impressed by how quickly the man has learned to read between the lines. Jerome warns that they'll need more than just numbers to survive against the Lion Knights of the Icarus Duchy, but Seol Mudok remains unbothered by the threat. Max does one last check to make sure every piece of gear is solid, making sure the mercenary crew is actually ready to move out. Our protagonist watches the camp with a dark smile, but for him, this isn't just about a simple mission. It's about the kind of power that keeps people alive. Every move he makes is for Huion, and he's determined to build a force that is bigger and stronger than any unit he's led in the past. Losing her once nearly broke him, and he refuses to let it happen a second time. He lets the weight of that vow settle for a second before he signals the start. With a shout that carries across the entire camp, he orders the group to depart and begin the journey. The massive ice dragon descends through the mountain pass, unaware of the trap waiting in the trees. Watching from the shadows, Seol Mudok smiles, knowing the beast is exactly where he wants it. On his signal, the stillness of the northern forest snaps as Jake and his mercenaries launch their ambush. While the red-haired archer calls out the targets from above, Jake dives toward the dragon's rear, delivering a massive blow that severs the creature's tail and sends it crashing down. Before the dragon can recover, Jake roars for the second unit to move in and finish the job with the nets. Jake counts down the final seconds, signaling for the decisive strike that brings the massive creature down. Standing nearby, the merchant notes how days of hunting together have turned these men into a single synchronized unit. He's clearly impressed by the gamble. Stealing an ice wyvern egg and taming the beast from birth wasn't just a bold move, it was a long-term investment. If this works, they won't just be hunters anymore. With a tamed wyvern, they can transport high-value loot to distant cities, turning a local struggle into a global trade route. The hunt is on, and Mudok knows exactly which buttons to press to get this crowd moving. A massive payday for every wyvern egg they bring back. It's a simple motivator, but it works on the Karelen warriors, a group usually known for being impossible to manage. Watching from the sidelines, even the merchant has to admit that Mudok's ability to unite these wild cards is something special. But while the others are still shouting, one man is already doing the work. Gale moves through the chaos like a ghost, cutting down a massive ice wyvern in a single, clean strike that leaves the rest of the warriors stunned. Mudok watches the kill with a sharp, calculating look, already weighing Gale's value. He doesn't just need bodies for this hunt, he needs a sharp edge, and he wants to know exactly who this guy is. Seol Mudok takes a hard look at the man standing before him, finally pinning down a name and a reputation. This is Shuart Gale, a hero of the common people known for raiding noble estates and redistributing their wealth to the poor. He was a wanted man who had been caught and caged once, but he managed a prison break and drifted all the way to this remote camp. Despite his outlaw past, Gale seems like a decent man, and he has already earned the trust of the locals here. Mudok decides to capitalize on the opportunity, ordering Jerome to track down any other high-profile escapees who might be hiding in the region. If there's one Gale out there, there are bound to be others, and Mudok is already calculating how many more powerful pieces he can add to his board. High in the castle hall, Seol Mudok gathers his warriors to celebrate their latest win. Max steps forward with a scarred hand raised, asking a question that cuts through the noise. He followed the orders to take the eggs, but he wants to know the actual strategy behind the risk. It's a plan built on simple biology. Ice wyverns imprint on the first thing they see when they hatch. If Seol Mudok becomes that mother figure, he can tame a fleet of monsters into a flying trade network that reaches every country on the map. Seol Mudok stands before his men, weighing their next move with the cold calculation of a merchant. He starts with the basics, mentioning their leather trade, but his eyes light up as he drops the real objective. They're going after the Ice Ogre tribe. Mudok cuts through the mounting hysteria with a single gesture, demanding absolute silence. The warriors recoil, the sheer weight of his presence enough to lock their knees and stifle the protests. Standing with his back to them, he forces them to remember exactly who they're following by asking who cleared the last monster from their halls, and the only answer they can manage is a trembling acknowledgement of his power. Seol Mudok leans into the moment, reminding his men that he isn't about to let his subordinates end up as ogre food. The shift in the room is immediate, as the warriors realize things aren't what they used to be, and begin to weigh their odds with the Lord on their side. Mudok catches the change in their faces, mocking their sudden burst of courage while tightening his grip. For the first time in a long time, the men behind him look like they actually believe they can win. He's just about to lay out the reward, and the next phase of the plan when a blue-haired warrior sprints into the hall, shouting for his attention. Mudok doesn't hide his annoyance at being cut off, but the soldier is clearly rattled and struggling to find enough air to speak. The words land like a death sentence. She's dying. Mudok barely has time to process the weight of it before he sees the scene for himself. In a snowy forest clearing, young Luffy is desperately trying to stabilize his sister, but Sabina is barely hanging on, her breath hitching as she tries to offer a weak word of thanks. The boy pleads with her to keep fighting, promising that help is coming and their master will be here any second. When Mudok finally calls out, the relief on the kids' faces says everything, but as he takes in the damage, he knows the real battle to save her is just beginning. Our protagonist steps into the scene with clinical focus, looking down at the girl on the ground. One look is enough to tell him this isn't just exhaustion. Savina is shivering, barely clinging to consciousness, and as he checks her temperature, the severity of the situation finally lands. She is freezing from the inside out, and she's fading fast. He demands an immediate explanation, kneeling beside her while the rest of the group gathers around. Luffy starts to recount their journey, explaining how they were scouting a location for the ice wyvern eggs. During the search, they stumbled upon a hidden field of glacial flowers, a rare sight straight out of an old textbook. Thinking of her master, Savina decided to pick some as a gift, wanting to share the discovery with him. But as they began their trek back with the flowers in hand, the cold took hold of her, and it hasn't let go since. Leo barely has time to process the shift in the air before the situation turns critical. Sabina collapses the moment they reach the village, her body hitting the snow as Leo spirals into a panic. He pleads with his master, terrified that she won't wake up, but Seol Mudok steps in to anchor the group. His focus isn't on the panic, but on the small, glowing petal clutched in his hand. It is a snow ice flower, the legendary glacial flower that has been the subject of so much talk. This is supposed to be the ultimate elixir of the North Sea and Central Plains, a rare treasure that has no business existing in this world. Despite the shock of the discovery, Seol Mudok refuses to let the mystery distract him from the life hanging in the balance. Saving Sabina is the only priority that matters right now. He takes charge of the flowers, ordering Leo to carry her and follow him as they move to find a way to bring her back. The race against the clock ends in a stone chamber as Leo rushes Sabina inside, where a single bed waits in the dim light. Seol Mudok takes charge immediately, directing the boy to lay her down. Leo follows the order with a quick nod, though his master warns him to be careful. Whatever is happening to Sabina, just being near her is dangerous. As she gasps for air on the bed, her face flushed with fever, Seol Mudok acknowledges the boy's effort. But the time for help is over. He orders the children out and commands them to stay clear of the room until he gives the word. Bora hesitates at the door, pleading for his sister's life, but his master offers a calm reassurance before sending him away. This is between the healer and whatever is killing her. Seol Mudok holds a glowing snow ice flower, known in this world as the glacial flower. While others see only a dangerous source of endless cold, he remembers it from a past life as the base for a priceless elixir. Extracting the fruit is impossible for most, but Mudok has mastered ice chi, allowing him to pull the essence directly from the bloom. He turns his focus to Sabina, whose body had collapsed when her own energy failed to withstand the internal freeze. Pressing his hand against her, Mudok begins the healing process, calling out to her as he guides the energy to stabilize her core. It takes a moment for the world to stop spinning, but Sabina finally opens her eyes, confused to find her master standing over her. Seol Mudok stands over his student, guiding her back to consciousness with a reminder to start her chi circulation the moment she's upright. Sabina focuses, her breathing heavy as she tries to find her center. She pushes through the haze of exhaustion, managing to stabilize the cold energy wreaking havoc on her system. The effort of the breakthrough is enough to snap her back to the physical world, but the strain is too much, and she collapses onto the stone floor. She's so drained she falls into a deep sleep before her head even hits the ground, leaving Mudok to watch over her while she recovers. Looking over his student, Seol Mudok notes that Sabina's internal energy has surged far beyond its previous limits. The breakthrough worked better than he anticipated, and seeing her new capacity, he decides it's time to push her training even harder. He's moving toward his goals much faster than expected, but there's a more immediate errand to run once she recovers. When Sabina finally jolts awake from her long sleep, Mudok is already planning their trip to the flower field where the snow ice flower was first discovered. With the ice wyvern's egg safely harvested, Mudok begins a massive reorganization of White Castle, starting with his own elite unit. He sifts through the candidates Jerome selected and officially forms the Blizzard Knight Order, standing before his new soldiers as their undisputed leader. Mudok doesn't waste time on a long speech, giving his people a single, clear directive. He's going to raise them as his personal knights. He names them the Blizzard Knight Order, setting a new vision for the force he's building. The restructuring reaches every corner of the castle, beginning with the relocation of the school and medical facilities to better locations. Following Mudok's blueprints, new shops and social spaces spring up to support the growing population, while the training grounds are overhauled to match the specific needs of each recruit. Seol Mudok is done playing favorites, deciding Osborne is better suited for security, and promoting Count Jerome to the role of personal assistant. Jerome tries to lean on his teaching duties to get out of it, but one sharp look from the protagonist is all it takes to remind him that saying no isn't an option. Facing his new reality, the Count accepts the promotion with a quiet prayer for his own survival, even as he wonders if any amount of gold could make this job worth the stress. With his inner circle handled, Seol Mudok moves to formalize the military, taking personal command of the newly formed patrol unit to oversee the castle's defenses and search for scattered survivors. That leaves the second group, the Wyvern Knights, under a captain whose explosive energy is enough to make the MC immediately regret the appointment. He's boisterous, he's ready, and as far as Seol Mudok is concerned, he's also dangerously unreliable. A few days later, Count Jerome finds himself rushing through the palace, struggling to stay on top of a workload that was supposed to be getting lighter. He prepares himself for the usual chaos that comes with these high-level sessions, but as he ducks into the meeting room with a quick apology for his lateness, Max welcomes him in. Jerome freezes the second he looks at the table. Something about this meeting is very, very wrong. Sabina's arrival at the meeting catches everyone off guard, leaving Count Jerome to wonder why a girl who was recently bedridden is even standing here. Seol Mudok shuts down the murmurs with a single command for the Count to sit. The news is grim. The new security unit has already filled the prison with over 20 people, more than half of them labeled as fugitives from outside the territory. Mudok isn't buying it, calmly suggesting they start the arrests by throwing Max in a cell first. After all, he's the one who led the rebellion that ousted the former leader. Max explodes in a panic, claiming his revolt was a noble act of self-defense for their autonomy. But Mudok's stare cuts right through the hypocrisy. He asks how Max can call his own rebellion a struggle for justice while dismissing everyone else's actions as petty crime. Max crumbles under the weight of his own hypocrisy, stuttering out an apology as the room goes quiet. Sir Short doesn't have time for the guilt trip, reminding him that the commoners are the ones truly suffering before pushing the meeting forward. Seol Mudok is just as unimpressed, dismissing the narrow-minded bickering and asking the table for a perspective that actually moves the needle. Sabina takes the opening, and once Seol Mudok gives her the floor, she starts building a case based on the village's negative view of the fugitive. Seol Mudok follows her logic toward the ogre hunt scheduled for tomorrow, though he's a step ahead of where she expects him to be. The weight of the proposal lands hard, leaving the guard frozen in shock as the sheer ruthlessness of the plan sets in. Even Max, usually the first to find a strategic opening, can only watch in a heavy silence while he tries to process this new direction. Baron Arista is the one who finally breaks, his composure snapping as he realizes exactly how far they're prepared to go. Sitting at the head of the table, our protagonist doesn't just listen, he savors the moment, a cold smile spreading as the pieces of the trap fall into place. For him, a good idea is only as valuable as the damage it can do, and he encourages Sabina to keep the momentum going. A massive blue-skinned beast thunders through the snow, letting out a primal howl that echoes across the frozen peaks. Watching from a distance, Lennon reports to his commander that their target might have finally slipped away. Beside him, the hulking Gregor grips his battle axe, waiting for the word to move. Captain Short doesn't look bothered, calmly ordering his men to wait until the targets create enough distance. He wants their tracks erased before they launch the real attack, a command Gregor acknowledges with grim resolve. As the behemoth lunges blindly toward the tree line, Lennon and Gregor suddenly dive from the heights, initiating a lethal ambush from above. Lennon and Gregor unleash their full power against the behemoth, but the beast is already shaking off the impact and looking for blood. It swings a lethal counter right at Lennon's head, catching the boy off guard. He calculates his odds in a heartbeat and knows he has no room to move. Before the hit connects, Captain Short bursts into the clearing and shouts for him to stay low, parrying the massive blow with a high-speed cross-slash. Lennon braces for the impact as the beast closes in, but the icy behemoth's roar is cut short when Captain Short executes a high-speed counter, shredding through the threat in a blur of motion. While the battle rages in the snow, Savina proposes a cold-blooded gamble back at the palace. She wants to empty the prisons and put the convicts at the forefront of the hunt. Seol Mudok only offers a sharp, knowing smirk at the suggestion. One subordinate is visibly shaken by the extremity of the plan, but Savina remains unbothered, arguing it's actually humane to give these men a purpose under their master's lead. To her, the master isn't the type to waste manpower, and she's already banking on the bond these criminals will forge once they've bled together on the front lines. Gregor and Lennon are back at it, trading jabs as they trek through the snow. Lennon brings up a past failure, the time Gregor threw a pickaxe at prison staff and got immediately flattened for it. But Gregor just laughs it off, suggesting they use their reward money for a round of drinks to celebrate. Lennon tries to pivot toward a serious fresh start, but his partner isn't having it, preferring to keep the mood light and the insults flowing. Watching them from a distance, Seol Mudok is quietly impressed by the genuine teamwork forming between the two. He realizes this was likely his disciple's plan all along, and her foresight in bringing these men together is proving to be exactly what they needed. But as the group walks deeper into the woods, the quiet is deceptive. Lurking just behind the trees, a pair of glowing white eyes marks their trail. A massive creature is stalking them from the shadows, and it doesn't sound friendly. As the battle flares around them, the young warrior spots a shift in the trees and alerts his companion. He knows they're outnumbered, ordering a slow retreat toward their own ambush point, though the masked archer admits he isn't sure he can maintain that kind of restraint. A sudden rustle in the canopy cuts through the winter air, and the warrior tenses, asking if the sound was real. The archer doesn't wait for an answer. He prepares to fire a volley to flush out whatever is hiding in the brush. 3 arrows whistle through the wood, thudding into a massive trunk in quick succession. Both men hold their breath, waiting for a scream or the sound of a body hitting the snow. But the forest remains eerily quiet. For now, it seems the only thing moving was the wind through the dead leaves. The archer figures they've seen enough here, deciding to retrieve his arrows and shift the search to another area. But the snowy woods aren't as empty as they seem, and a massive shadow looms over the hunters, watching from the trees. Back with the main force, Seol Mudok notes that the local residents have finally stopped living in fear of the ice ogres. The change in morale is obvious. One of the soldiers credits their high spirits to Seol's presence, while Jerome admits it was all made possible by his lord's leadership. For Seol, this shift was exactly the plan, but confidence can easily turn into recklessness. He orders Jerome to ensure the men keep their formation, making it clear that no one is to move ahead without a direct command. As the guards struggle through the deep drifts, Seol presses for updates on the other monsters in the region. Jerome confirms that while the ogres are handled, they still have plenty of data left to organize on the rest of the threats. Osborne's voice cracks as he presses for the status of the villagers, but the relief is only partial. The people are alive, but the injuries were severe enough to send them all to the hospital. Seol Mudok cuts through the panic with a cold demand for a report, and Osborne hesitates, weighing the news before admitting things have taken a sharp turn for the worse. The word monster usually doesn't rattle a man like Seol, but the specifics change the math. Captain Short explains that 2 of his scouts were ambushed by a creature that definitely wasn't an ogre. It was a massive, white-furred beast that moved with a purpose they hadn't seen before. Standing over 3 meters tall, the creature isn't just a threat because of its size. Ogres are predictable and stupid, but this new predator seems to have a level of intelligence that makes it the most dangerous thing in these mountains. Jerome assumes the hunt is ending, but for Seol Mudok, the real work is just starting. He announces he'll be handling the next phase alone, ordering his men to hang back and follow only once the immediate area is secured. It's a clean command, met with immediate discipline as the team prepares to hold the line. Mudok doesn't wait, launching himself forward as a realization settles in. If the reports are true, he actually knows exactly what this monster is. A memory from a warmer room flashes back, of a man named Ed laughing into a cup of tea, half joking about whether Mudok was actually some kind of legendary yeti himself. It was a light moment back then, but in the freezing wind of the mountains, the legends Ed described aren't sounding like jokes anymore. Seol Mudok triggers his mind's eye, a sensory technique that pushes his perception past the blinding snow. It takes only a second to lock onto his target. The yeti hiding in the whiteout is finally exposed. He closes the distance in a blur of motion, drawing his blade as he clears the final stretch of the mountainside. Launching himself into the air, he descends like a predator, catching the creature completely off guard. The yeti doesn't even have time to raise a defense before Mudok's blade carves through, ending the hunt in a single bloody stroke. Seol Mudok watches his first strike bounce harmlessly away, realizing that the beast's body is far tougher than it looks. The monster snarls in response, its eyes glowing as it prepares to lunge, and as it lets out a deafening roar, the truth of the encounter finally lands. This isn't just some wild animal. It's a yeti. Seol Mudok stands in the heart of the snowy woods, his blade ready as he closes the distance on his target. The yeti, a monster that was just roaring and devouring steel, now stays frozen like a scared wildcat. It seems the beast can actually sense the true weight of Seol's martial power, and the terror in its eyes confirms it. The predator has become the prey. Seol admits he was almost curious enough to spare the creature, but he won't let anything live that harms the villagers. He delivers his final judgment with a single wish, that the beast might be born as a human in its next life. The yeti realizes too late that the distance has closed, and as Seol Mudok's blade comes down, a massive surge of energy tears through the clearing. Our protagonist watches the impact, but as the snow settles, the kill isn't there. The creature emitted a sudden burst of light and vanished completely, taking its energy signature with it just before the sword could connect. He stands alone in the silence, fixated on the fading green glow until a specific memory starts to surface. Back when he first arrived in this world, a young boy named Luffy had explained the hierarchy of magic to him. Teleportation is a high-level feat reserved for mages of the 5th circle or above, a rare tier of power that most practitioners never even glimpse. If that creature just used space travel magic, Seol isn't just dealing with a monster. He's tracking something with the capabilities of a master mage. Seol Mudak weighs the creature's power, realizing a fifth circle mage sits somewhere between the transformation and profound realms of cultivation. That a beast wrapped in fur could wield such high-level magic is unexpected. He refuses to be left behind, channeling his internal energy to bridge the gap. Landing in the snowy clearing, he's clearly annoyed that his target slipped away like a rat. However, the spiritual signature is still fresh. The teleportation only carried the monster about 1.5 kilometers, meaning it's still well within his hunting range. He starts to track the scent when something else catches his attention, pulling his focus away from the main trail. Deep in the frozen wastes, Seol Mudak tracks his target to the mouth of a hidden cave. He steps inside, expecting a den, but the world shifts the moment he crosses the threshold. It isn't a cave at all. It's a massive cobweb-draped library. Finding a hall of records buried in the middle of a snowy field doesn't make any sense, but the dust on these shelves says it's been here for a long time. A sound from the shadows cuts through the silence. Seol spots a massive figure huddling behind a bookshelf and calls out the pathetic attempt at hiding. It's the Yeti he's been looking for, but instead of a monster, he finds a creature shaking in terror. He tells the beast to relax since he isn't there for a meal, but the Yeti just presses itself further into the corner, begging him to stay back. This is the moment everything turns. Whatever is in this library, even the monsters are scared of it. Our protagonist stares down the strange creature, demanding to know if it's even human. Shaking with terror, the beast identifies himself as Kondol, a great warrior of Haris. The Count praises his lord for finding the hidden library, though he assumes the massive damage nearby was the MC's doing. Our lead dismisses the compliment, calling the wreckage natural destruction, but Jerome still can't shake his suspicion. He wonders why a legendary race from ancient times is hiding in a library, but his lord is already one step ahead. Slamming a fist against the wall, to keep the creature pinned, the protagonist demands to know where the Yeti came from. Seol Mudak stands over the massive creature, demanding answers with a patience that's clearly running out. The Yeti, cornered and broken, can barely find the words as tears start to fall, finally shouting out that he's from a place called Gulag. The name doesn't register with Seol Mudak, who assumes it's just some remote village. Jerome doesn't buy it, his silence making it clear that the lie is already falling apart. But Mudak isn't interested in geography. He moves past the nonsense and cuts straight to the only question that actually matters. Why did the Yeti kill his people? Seol Mudak leans in with a cold threat, making it clear that the Yeti's life depends entirely on his next few words. Terrified, Kondol begs him to listen, swearing that as a great warrior, he made sure no one actually died from his strikes. Mudak isn't sold, staring the creature down to see if he'll blink, while Kondol can barely keep it together under the pressure. Thankfully, Jerome steps in to break the tension, confirming that his investigation matches the Yeti's story. He verified the scene himself. Plenty of injuries, but 0 fatalities. Mudak pulls back, realizing he might have misread the room. The earlier witnesses looked so devastated he just assumed the worst had happened. With his life no longer immediately on the line, Kondol explains that he only drove the humans out of the sanctuary because they struck first, and he'd never start a fight on his own. Jerome pieces together the mess. They weren't supposed to be here. It turns out Edmund's intel was trash, and their hunt for ice ogres accidentally landed them right in the middle of Yeti territory. Seol Mudak takes it in stride, ordering Jerome to treat the creature's wounds, while trying to keep a straight face after hearing its name is actually Kondol. As Jerome gets to work with the healing magic, the Yeti stays wary, but our protagonist offers a peace treaty. He asks for the location of their sanctuary, promising to keep his people out of it so no one else has to get hurt. Kondol looks ready to buy into the deal, until Seol Mudak suddenly shifts gears. He leans in close, dropping the friendly act to ask why a beast like him hasn't been using honorifics this whole time, leaving the Yeti completely blindsided by a grammar lesson in the middle of a peace talk. With the job done, the Lord is ready to head back, but his assistant hesitates. Jerome has one request, and the look on his face says this isn't going to be a simple favor. Meanwhile, in a quiet town square, a merchant named Edmund checks the time with his associate Henry. 3 months have passed since their deadline, The realization finally hits Edmund like a physical weight, and Henry can only watch with dread as his boss reaches a breaking point. This is the moment the business dies. Edmund collapses in the street, screaming that their merchant association is officially finished. Henry can hardly believe it. The real merchant association is finished. His associate, an older merchant named Edmund, clings to the only hope they have left, a promise from the Lord Magic Swordsman. But those 90 days have passed without a single word, leaving Edmund collapsed in the square in total despair. Henry tries to offer some hollow comfort, arguing that a man of that stature wouldn't just break his word. The debate ends the moment a massive shadow sweeps over the cobblestones, and Henry looks up to see the impossible. A wyvern is dropping straight out of the sky. The merchants are thrown back as the beast slams into the square, ending the silence in the most violent way imaginable. Sabina calls out to Edmund, with enough energy to stop him in his tracks, and the shock of hearing her voice reaches him before he can even turn around. His eyes go wide as the reality of the situation hits. She's finally here, announcing the arrival of the ice delivery, as if she's just finished a routine errand. Edmund is ecstatic, laughing as he realizes the Lord Magic Swordsman actually kept his word, but Henry can barely process what he's looking at. It's an ice wyvern, a monster powerful enough to wipe out an entire knight squad, being used as a common pack animal. Looking at the massive creature, Henry can only wonder what kind of insanity is taking over the North to make something like this possible. Edmund hands over the letter with a vague instruction from his master: deliver it to that person. He seems to enjoy the secrecy, offering nothing but a sharp grin when asked for a name. The master's meaning is clear enough. Even if the words aren't, he's talking about Princess Eshilda. Back at the palace, the princess sits in the garden terrace, composed as ever. She waits in the quiet of a high-class breakfast, unaware that a message is already on its way to her. Sir Justin opens with the standard noble charm, thanking the princess for accepting his invitation. He doesn't waste a second before dropping a heavy-handed compliment about her growing beauty, but Princess Eshilda doesn't even blink. Her response is as hollow as the flattery, acknowledging his words with a cold, practiced distance. She's always like this, a wall of ice that Justin can't seem to melt, no matter how smooth he tries to be. He watches her from across the table, noting that she won't even offer a fake smile to keep up appearances. Most men would find the silence awkward, but for someone like him, her refusal to play along makes the game more interesting. He's already calculating his next move, determined to be the one who finally breaks that indifferent mask. When a maid interrupts their tea, the cold facade doesn't just cracks, it shatters instantly when the maid mentions a letter from Baron Blizzard, leaving Justin stunned as the princess completely loses her composure. The moment Lencia mentions a letter in the study, Princess Eshilda is done with tea, barely acknowledging Justin's desperate attempt to keep her there. She isn't interested in his efforts to see her, telling him he should focus on the training he's so famous for instead of wasting time. It's a cold public dismissal that leaves him rooted to the spot. She walks off without a second thought, leaving Justin to stew in the growing silence of the garden as his frustration starts to boil over. The mask finally slips. He slams his fist into the table, the name of his rival, Blizzard, burning in the back of his throat as he realizes he's been completely cast aside. Princess Eshilda sits alone in her study, finally opening the letter she's been waiting for. It's a message from Seal Madak, addressed to her with a warmth that makes the distance between them feel a little smaller. He opens by asking how she's been, crediting her lucky charm for his safety, a line that immediately pulls her back to the accidental kiss they shared. He describes the northern land as a surprisingly peaceful place, filled with sparkling crystal caves and warm hot springs that defy the frozen landscape outside. They've even managed to build a city they call White Castle deep inside those caves, creating a beautiful sanctuary in the heart of the north. But as Eshilda reads on, he admits the place has one massive flaw. The only thing missing from this perfect city is her. The weight of the moment finally catches up with Princess Eshilda. Sitting alone in her study, she finishes reading a letter from the man who has clearly been on her mind. A sudden flare of magic pulls her back to the present, and as it settles, a crystal rose rests in her palms, a parting gift from Baron Blizzard, along with the promise of more letters to come. The gesture hits exactly where he intended it to. Gazing at the glowing flower, It's clear the Baron has managed to fill the space he left behind. Princess Ashilda reaches her limit. She can't just watch from the sidelines anymore, deciding right then that she has to meet the man at the center of this mess directly. Meanwhile, Seol Mudok is testing the boundaries of his own power. He's trying to manifest something delicate for once. But as it turns out, shifting from pure destruction to fine control is harder than it looks. His focus breaks when Jerome comes charging across the tiles with a frantic shout. Seol dismisses the internal chatter, focus locked on the task at hand. He lets out a shout as the truth finally lands. They were standing in an ancient mage's library. But even with the weight of that reveal, his face stays flat, forcing Jerome to practically yell the importance of the find. As the Count rants about lost relics and the key to breaking past the fifth circle of magic, Seol has already tuned him out. A sharp spike in energy cuts through the lecture. Seol senses something intense and flags it immediately, tracing the source straight to Jerome's waist. Back in the office, Jerome isn't being nearly as transparent as he should be. He fumbles for an excuse, claiming a certain detail was too worthless to even mention, but his panic gives him away before he can finish the lie. Seol Mudok doesn't wait for permission. He just reaches out and takes the small pouch Jerome was trying to bury, noting that hiding something only makes it more interesting. The amusement fades the second he looks inside. The energy coming off the item is unmistakable, and for the first time today, our protagonist is genuinely caught off guard. Seol Mudok locks his eyes on the discovery, his gaze clinical and cold. A bag of glowing crystals spills across the table, and Jerome immediately tries to brush it off as nothing more than common rocks. It's a clumsy lie, quickly abandoned once Seol recognizes them for what they are. Mana stones, concentrated fuel for a mage's power. Pressed for an answer, Jerome folds and admits the truth. He's a four-circle mage stuck at the threshold of the fifth circle, and he thought these shortcuts were the only way to break through the wall that's been holding him back for years. For a second, it seems like Seol might sympathize with the struggle, but the mood shifts the moment he calls the behavior unacceptable. The response is a single sharp command. Denied. Jerome reels from the refusal, unable to process why his lord would block his path to more power. Seol looks down on him from across the desk, making it clear that a temporary boost won't solve the real problem. If he uses a stone to cheat his way past this wall, he'll just be searching for another one at the next stage, never actually learning what it means to grow. Mastery isn't a gift you find. It's a debt you pay every single day. Seol Mudok lays it out plain. True growth doesn't have shortcuts, only the long road of time and effort. Jerome's pride reaches a breaking point as his fist shakes with a frustration he can't hide anymore, until finally, the stubbornness just drains out of him. The truth is bitter, but he admits his own path to the fourth circle came from that same tireless grind. Our protagonist shifts from lecturer to mentor. Magic is a step-by-step crawl toward understanding rather than a sprint. Jerome confesses he'd let his grandfather's lessons slip away, and Seol is just glad he didn't have to use force to get the boy's head on straight. With the air clear, the MC asks what else the stone can do. Jerome explains it's a universal tool, capable of powering almost any magic. Jerome runs through the possible uses for their hoard, from mana amplification and barrier shields to communication spells, but the mention of communication makes Seol Mudok bolt upright. He presses Jerome on the specifics. If they have a mana stone, can even a common person talk across distances without needing a mage? Jerome confirms it, explaining that once he casts the spell on a stone, its quality would allow someone to reach all the way across the sea to the Zeba Empire. Mudok lets the weight of that potential sit for a second before asking his student what the single most important factor is in governing a nation. When the Count can't find an answer, Mudok gives it to him. It's the speed of information. In his eyes, whoever gathers and moves intelligence the fastest is the one who changes the game. This isn't just a discovery, it's a strategic weapon, and he orders Jerome to convert every last mana stone they have into communication devices immediately. High on the castle balcony, Mudok prepares to test a device that could change the face of their military operations. A voice crackles through a glowing blue gemstone, and Mudok confirms he can hear Jake loud and clear. This isn't just magic, it's a tactical leap. Jake is currently 10 kilometers away, soaring above the plains on the back of a white-scaled wyvern, Yet his voice remains perfectly sharp. The signal is clean, proving the communication stone test is an absolute success. Mudok establishes the stones as their new standard protocol, leaving his men in awe of a future where distance no longer equals silence. Seol Mudok has had enough of Jake's reckless maneuvers and orders the boy back to base, his frustration boiling over as he tells his subordinate, Osborne, to double the training intensity the second Jake returns. Osborne can only watch and worry as his lord's grip threatens to crush the communication crystal between his fingers. The heavy silence is broken by a shout from above, and Jake comes screaming back over the mountain range on his mount, practically vibrating with excitement to be home. Mudok greets him with a cold, predatory smile. Jake clearly doesn't know what's waiting for him, but for Mudok, everything is finally in place. He gathers his files and heads for the inner chambers, where the Blizzard Knight Order is already assembled, waiting for the meeting that will decide their next move. Savina notices Seol Mudok's intense focus on the parchment and asks if Lord Edmund's letter holds some kind of problem, but Mudok quickly dismisses her concern. He explains that he simply asked for a detailed report on the political climate of the surrounding countries, and Edmund delivered exactly what was requested. Despite the logical explanation, Mudok's attention remains locked on a single detail, a name mentioned in the text Ainus. The word itself triggers a strange, unsettling feeling in him, prompting him to look up and ask his subordinates if any of them know who this man is. His blue-haired warrior hesitates, qualifying his answer with the fact that he's only heard rumors and hasn't seen the man's power firsthand. But those rumors carry a title that makes even a seasoned soldier like the one-eyed veteran freeze. Ainus is apparently a grand sword master. The revelation hits the room like a physical shock, leaving Osborne stammering as he tries to process the weight of what he just heard. Seol Mudok remains perfectly still, but the rest of the council erupts into a panic. A grand sword master isn't just rare. By every known rule of the continent, a rank above sword master simply shouldn't exist. Cotton and Jake press for any other explanation, but Seol Mudok shuts the noise down with a single sharp command. The air in the chamber thickens, the skepticism of the council members slowly turning into a heavy, suffocating dread. As Seol Mudok looks down, the reality of the situation settles in. They aren't just dealing with a powerful opponent, they're facing an impossibility. In the Central Plains, they call a Grand Swordmaster someone who has reached the realm of harmonization. It's the peak of the craft, a level where a warrior can give their intent physical form through a sword manifestation. But the news of a true master appearing changes everything. Even if this new arrival can't actually match his power, the palace master wants the hunt. He is fixed on meeting whoever is being called the strongest in this world. His informant hesitates, offering one final detail that seems almost too strange to be important. Apparently, whenever this master draws his blade, the scent of plum blossoms follows him. This isn't just another strong fighter, and for the first time in a long time, the palace master is genuinely intrigued. A faint scent in the air catches the palace master's attention, pulling at a memory of a swordsmanship he hasn't seen in this lifetime. There is only one place in the history of the Central Plains where a blade can conjure a garden, the Mount Hua sect. The identification lands with a shock, because the existence of that technique means his world just got much smaller. Seol Mudok stands in the silence, weighing the weight of his own secrets. As it turns out, he isn't the only transmigrator to cross the veil from the Central Plains. He thought he was the only soul out of place in this world. But the evidence is undeniable. There's someone else out there. Memories of the conquest resurface, the days when Seol Mudok unified the Central Plains. He remembers the Mount Hua sect and their signature style, a blade that carried the distinct scent of plum blossoms. In his memory, he stands over their fallen leader, acknowledging the man's skill even as he reminds him that some opponents simply cannot be beaten. Jiang Pengjin, the sect leader, can only curse Mudok's name as he bleeds out in the cold. The dying man claims the outcome would have changed if his disciple had been present, but Mudok dismisses it as a desperate lie about a boy who supposedly ran away. Jiang Pengjin insists it wasn't a flight, the boy had vanished during secluded training as if he'd simply slipped out of the world. Back in the present, Mudok sits in the quiet of his chamber, reevaluating that old excuse. The ridiculous story starts to take a new shape in his mind as he considers the possibility that the person he's looking for might be that very same missing disciple. Charles watches his lord across the table, the heavy silence finally breaking when he asks if that single letter was really the only news. Seol Mudok barely looks up as he mentions the kingdom is sending an inspection group, a detail he treats like a minor errand, but the word hits his retainers like a death sentence. To them, those two words represent the full weight of the kingdom's authority, and usually its executioners. Savina and the others spiral into a panic that Seol Mudok doesn't quite understand, prompting him to wonder aloud if this is really worth the theater. Charles doesn't let the dismissal slide, explaining that an inspection group only arrives for two reasons: a royal sightseeing trip or the systematic capture and execution of traitors. Knowing they likely fall into the latter category, Charles demands to know the deadline, only to have Seol Mudok casually drop that they have exactly 1 month to prepare. Seol Mudok raises a single finger, catching the Arista Knight completely off guard. He clarifies the timing, checking if the 8th branch hour translates to exactly 1 p.m. in local terms, and Seol confirms the moment has arrived. The knight and his companions rush to the window, unable to believe their eyes as a literal army appears in the courtyard. This isn't just a threat, it's a full order of knights, landing their first steps on the castle stone. Justin stands in the courtyard with the full weight of the empire behind him, shouting for the Lord of White Castle to show some respect and face the inspection group. A familiar voice cuts through the air as the protagonist drops into the scene, greeting the knight with a calm that shouldn't be there. He doesn't just greet him, he reaches out to tap his own wrist, asking if Justin's old arm injury is finally healing. The question lands like a physical strike, and the knight visibly recoils at the memory of whoever gave him that scar. Behind them, the Arista Knight can barely track the movement, stunned that anyone could move that fast, while the princess realizes just how high the stakes have climbed. Justin recovers his pride and draws his blade, demanding to know if Lord Blizzard has finally decided to commit treason against the crown. Instead of an answer, he gets a silent smile, the look of a man who isn't just ready for the fight, but has been waiting for it. And Princess Ishield finally steps into the light, immediately ordering Lord Justin to lower his guard. She greets Seol with a warmth that completely cuts through the tension of the standoff. Addressing him by his title as Baron Blizzard, the princess is instantly swept up in the wonder of her surroundings, realizing that the crystal cave Seol described in his letters is even more stunning in person. She's already eager for the next stop, demanding to see the hot springs, and Seol can't help but laugh as he leads the way. Apparently, the royal inspection group was just a cover, because the moment Princess Ishield read the letter, she begged her father until he let her join the party. When he brings up her lucky charm, she immediately shuts the topic down, her face heating up in a total panic. It's the little things that get him. Seeing her fidget like this is a heavy reminder of how much of her personality has carried over from his previous life. It's been a long journey to get back to this point, but seeing her exactly as she was makes the weight of it all feel worth it. Seol Mudok had conquered the entire martial world for one reason, to avenge Huiyan, and after a long detour through 2 lifetimes, he's finally found her again. Her appearance has changed, her name is different, but the reunion itself is everything he ever wanted. As Ishield marvels at the beauty of the hot spring, Mudok isn't looking at the scenery. He's done waiting for the right moment. He pulls her close, the weight of centuries of longing finally breaking through his composure. In his eyes, she's even more beautiful than she was in their first life, and for the first time, he isn't letting go. Ishield freezes as the Baron leans in close, his voice thick with a longing she doesn't understand. Standing in the dim light of the cave, Mudok finally lets the mask slip and speaks the name of the woman he truly sees. The weight of that name hits Ishield like a physical wall, leaving her paralyzed by the sudden shift in his eyes. She can only repeat the unfamiliar name back to him, confused by the grief radiating from a man she thought she knew. Mudok immediately snaps back and tries to backpedal, but Ishield cuts through his panic with a sharp demand for the truth. She had always felt a strange sense of affection in the way he looked at her, a gaze that seemed to see something precious. But today, the truth finally settles in. That look was never meant for her. Princess Ishield finally forces the truth out into the open, demanding to know if his heart belongs to her or to Hui Yin. The question catches Seol Mudok completely off guard. He stands frozen in the middle of the ice garden, but his silence ends up being the loudest thing in the room. He tries to find the right words to save himself, but he's already too late. Aeshield cuts him off before he can even start because she doesn't need to hear the lie he's building. The reality of his hesitation lands like ice water. She simply turns and walks away, leaving him standing there with an answer she never wanted to find. Seol Mudok tightens his grip as the frustration builds, left speechless by the weight of everything he's forced to carry in silence. He watches Hui Yan and Aeshield walk away, their names a reminder of the ties that anchor him to this life. Explaining reincarnation wouldn't help. He presses forward through the snow, aware of a presence watching him from the shadows, a mysterious figure with a single glowing eye and blood staining his face. There is no making them understand the years of emotion he's built up or the path he's actually walking. Instead, he focuses on the strength in his own hands and begins to draw his power. Seol Mudok has barely caught his breath before a red-eyed assassin lunges from the cover of the snow, forcing the transmigrator to pivot instantly and brace for an attack he never heard coming. Justin stands in the dark and calls out for his subordinate, and Arbin answers immediately, emerging from the shadows to report for duty. Arbin had a clear objective, and Justin wastes no time asking for the outcome. When the masked assassin confirms the ambush was a success, a sharp, twisted smile spreads across Justin's face. He doesn't just want the victory, he wants to relish it. Out in the freezing night, a broken crystal necklace lies abandoned in the blood-stained snow, serving as the only remaining proof of a target who never saw it coming. Deep inside the VIP guest quarters of White Castle, a young woman struggles to find her breath as the reality of her situation finally crashes down. She stares at herself in the mirror with pure self-loathing, whispering about how pathetic she's being. It's just a breakup, yet she can't stop the tears from coming, even as the very memories she's trying to outrun begin to surface. Seol Mudok's face is the only thing she sees now, a haunting reminder of exactly what she lost. High above the city, the red-haired princess sits in a room that feels more like a hollow shell of her life, muttering about how foolish she's been. It's the kind of regret that only hits when everything is already packed away. And outside, the palace guards stand as silent reminders that she isn't going anywhere. A knock at the door snaps her out of the spiral, bringing news of a late-night visitor. The mention of the Baron sends a jolt through her, a frantic hope that maybe he's come to fix what broke earlier. She doesn't hesitate, throwing the door open with a practiced smile and asking if he's finally here to apologize. But as she looks at the person standing there, the mask slips, because it isn't the Baron at all. Blood drips steadily from a blade, landing on the floor of the princess's private chambers. Princess Aeshield freezes as she looks past the guard's body at the man who just dropped him. The intruder smiles, apologizing for the late visit as if he isn't standing in a pool of fresh blood. He knows exactly who she is, and that recognition alone is enough to stop her heart. She pulls the handle with everything she has, desperate to put a lock between herself and a monster. It doesn't matter. The door is blown off its hinges in an instant, throwing Aeshield to the floor as the wood splinters into nothing. She can only stare back in shock. She tried to lock him out, but he didn't even use the handle. The blade in his hand is humming with a magical charge Aeshield didn't expect, and as he grinds his heel into her sheets, any hope of a peaceful resolution dies. Aeshield tries to reach for her status as a shield, demanding to know what this intrusion is supposed to mean, but the sight of her slaughtered royal guards just outside the door makes her voice waver. She warns him that a noble's quarters aren't a playground, and that there will be consequences for standing in her way, and looms over her with a chilling correction. She's the one who was rude. His resentment finally breaks the surface, as he accuses her of ignoring his feelings just to cling to some stranger who appeared out of nowhere. It's a level of obsessive delusion that Aeshield can't even process. She's stunned that he'd dismantle a royal guard over something so petty, but when she invokes the name of Baron Blizzard as a threat, it only feeds Justin's fire. Even with a blade at her throat, she's still looking for another man to save her. Princess Aeshield freezes as the words land. Justin isn't just boasting. He explains that he sent an elite assassination squad specifically to handle the threat. The ambush was a success, and he mockingly tells her that there won't even be a body left to find. Aeshield stammers in denial, the weight of the loss physically pulling her down as her last hope seems to vanish. It's a calculated move to break her spirit, but her desperate cry for Baron Blizzard triggers something unexpected. A sudden surge of power erupts through the room, catching Justin completely off guard just as he thought he had won. Princess Eshield can barely track the movement, but the shockwave is unmistakable as Justin is violently thrown backward, her voice catching in her throat as the pressure in the room shifts. She screams for Blizzard, and Mudok answers, answering the desperate call with a surge of power that sends Justin crashing clean through the manor wall. The man who thought he held all the cards is now just a silhouette tumbling through the debris, leaving the princess to stare up at the white-haired baronet who just leveled the room to keep her safe. Princess Eshield is frozen, the weight of the moment finally catching up to her as tears well in her eyes. Seol Mudok stands over her like an unshakable wall, grounding her long enough for her to stammer out that she's all right and return the concern. The quiet doesn't last. Mudok senses a shift in the room, his eyes sharpening as he refocuses on the battle. He isn't just holding his ground anymore. He exerts a sudden, violent burst of willpower over his blade, launching himself into the air while the weapon follows his lead as if it's an extension of his own hand. It's a high-level realization. He's controlling the sword with pure chi, a masterclass technique that turns the tide in a single breath. Something massive shifts in the air over the snowy peaks. Seol Mudok pulls Princess Eshield close as the weight of the moment lands. The man they were looking for isn't just a traitor anymore. Justin has become something else entirely. Towering over them in jagged, demonic armor, he looks like a nightmare that's been years in the making. Mudok can see the truth of it now. This wasn't a sudden turn. Justin has been preparing for this fight for a long time. Justin's father isn't interested in excuses. He wants to know if his son actually has the stomach to finish what he started and take down the Blizzard bastard. Desperate to prove himself, Justin begs for the family's personal elite assassination squad, arguing that even a sword master couldn't survive their blade. But his father cuts the plea short. He knows the target better than the boy does, and a few skilled killers won't be enough to tip the scales. The air in the chamber shifts as the patriarch draws a weapon that pulses with an ancient, heavy power. If Justin is going to commit to this kill, he needs to do it with overwhelming force and stop thinking like a child. He presents a magical sword, capable of moving freely with its user's mana, a blade that doubles as a suit of indestructible armor for whoever wields it. It's the kind of gift that transforms a person, and Justin can feel the world rearranging around him. The impact detonates, tearing through the snow and leaving everything in its wake in complete ruin. Justin lets the transformation take hold, his body reshaping into a jagged, demonic silhouette that hums with a new, lethal edge. As the energy flares, he realizes that with this kind of power, even a grand sword master is just another target to be cut down. He breaks into a manic laugh, the rush of the transformation completely erasing any hesitation he had left. Looking down at his opponent, he taunts the man, asking if this feels different from their last encounter. Justin is past the point of reason, consumed by a bloodlust that demands he tear his opponent apart by hand. Princess Eshield notices the blood pooling on Seol Mudok's arm, but he cuts her concern short with a flat command to stay back. There's no room for panic now, and he makes it clear his priority is her safety in a secure location. She searches his face for some kind of promise, asking if he'll actually return from the fight he's walking into. Mudok answers with a look that carries more weight than any vow, before launching himself back into the fray to finish what Justin started. Seol Mudok takes a breath and acknowledges the obvious. Justin has changed since their last encounter. He isn't just looking at the same kid anymore, but despite the new power, Mudok still sees a mind that has completely lost its way. Justin isn't interested in a lecture, launching into a flurry of strikes to shut him up. Mudok remains untouchable, drifting through the chaos with a professional detachment while he parries every heavy swing. He weaves through the purple arcs of the battlefield, making the lethal exchange look like a simple exercise. Justin screams for him to quit the nonsense, convinced he finally has the man on the ropes. But Mudok has seen enough, and the moment for talking is officially over. Justin senses blood in the water, convinced the Blizzard wielder is finally running on empty after carving through the assassin squad. He puts everything into a final strike to end the fight here, unleashing a massive surge of demonic power that should have torn straight through his target. But the swing never lands, and Justin freezes as a familiar, sharp pain shoots through his arm. It's the exact same wrist injury he suffered before, reopened with surgical precision in the middle of his own attack. Seal Mudok doesn't even look stressed, simply weighing the force behind his counter and deciding it was just enough. Standing his ground in the middle of the snowy forest, he makes the new reality clear. At this range, Justin won't be laying a finger on Eshield. Justin finally catches on to the play. Mudok didn't actually miss a block. He let himself get hit just to throw the princess safely clear of the fight. Bleeding out in the snow, Justin pulls together his remaining energy for one last desperate move. His rage takes over at the thought of someone like Mudok even touching Eshield. He lunges forward with a scream, putting his entire life into a single strike. It doesn't even land. Mudok catches the blow with one hand and stares him down. He isn't looking down on the kid. He's just being cautious because he's already lost her once, and he isn't letting it happen a second time. The final strike lands with enough weight to collapse the horizon, igniting a surge of power that shreds the surrounding blizzard into a blinding white void. As the air clears, the result is unmistakable. Justin is down, his body broken and his strength spent, while Seal Mudok remains perfectly still in the center of the clearing. The remains of his gear clatter against the ice, leaving him exposed as he stares at his trembling hands, unable to believe the transformation is actually gone. For the first time in a long time he feels truly small. Justin strains to pull even a flicker of mana, but the energy just isn't there. Seal Mudok watches the struggle with cold indifference. Mudok delivers the life sentence. From this moment on, gathering or using mana will be impossible. For someone who built their entire life on power, it's a fate worse than death. The reality breaks Justin, and he erupts into a raw scream of despair that Mudok silences with a single clinical strike. Seal Mudok stands over the fallen man, pronouncing a final judgment that carries more weight than a death sentence. Live the rest of your life atoning. Justin, who spent years tormenting others from a position of strength, now finds himself on the other side of that divide, forced to learn what it means to be the weak one. The fight is over, and Mudok looks out at the quiet clearing, the adrenaline finally fading as the silence of the forest takes over. Seeing how much time has passed, he knows he needs to move quickly. Someone is waiting for him, and he's already late. Justin's play for power ends here, behind iron bars alongside the men who followed him into a losing battle. He stares at the floor of the dungeon, muttering to himself in total shock as he tries to understand how his mana simply failed him. He's looking for a logical explanation for a defeat that feels impossible, but while he rots in a cell, Seal Mudok has already moved on to much better things. The cold wind of the mountain pass doesn't seem to bother him as he reaches his destination, taking a moment to finally greet Eshield. Seal Mudok halts the search party in a snowy pass. Certain that he's reached the right spot, he orders the Blizzard Knight Order to scour the area, promising a massive reward to whoever recovers his lost pendant first. While the men tear through the brush, Eshield presses him on the details. He'd claimed an assassin ambushed him right here and made off with the heirloom. As they trek through the snow, Mudok starts making excuses for his injuries, insisting he'd have been untouched if he were in better shape. Princess Eshield plays along with his ego, but her mood shifts the moment she realizes the truth about her missing pendant. Guilt starts to spiral as she blames herself for the loss, convinced that if she hadn't needed saving, Mudok never would have lost the treasure. Mudok panics when he sees her start to tear up and desperately tries to walk back his earlier boasting, eventually deflecting the blame toward Justin and looking to Jerome for backup. The name Jerome hits the princess like ice water. Princess Eshield freezes at the sight of him, unable to square the missing man she's been mourning with the one standing right in front of her. Jerome tries to laugh it off, but he's quickly overwhelmed by her grasp as she pulls him into a desperate, clinging hug. He stammers out a request for space, which only gives Seal Mudok an opening to lean in with a sharp, mocking grin. He doesn't miss a beat before questioning just how deep this connection goes. Jerome practically trips over his own words trying to kill the implication. But Mudok clearly enjoys having the leverage. Even as the princess's maid whispers that she should probably clear up the misunderstanding, Eshield remains completely oblivious to the tension. Mudok is genuinely stunned to learn that Jerome isn't just some noble, he's apparently the person the princess respects most in the world. Eshield confirms it without a second of hesitation, her face lighting up as she calls the Count an amazing person. To her, Jerome was the gold standard of nobility, a man who genuinely cared for his people even after being exiled to a barren wasteland. She spent months hurting over his disappearance, never realizing the man she idolized was living a very different life. In the quiet of the snowy woods, Princess Eshield starts to falter, and the weight of the moment finally lands on Jerome. She admits that everything has shifted for her, simply because she feels she finally understands the kind of man Seol Mudok is. The intensity of the realization leaves them both stunned for a long second, until Eshield panics and uses the search for the missing pendant as an excuse to bolt. She disappears into the trees with her maid trailing behind, leaving Seol Mudok and Jerome standing in the silence of her wake. Eshield stands alone in the quiet woods, her heart still pounding from the encounter as she tries to catch her breath. A faint glow catches her eye, revealing something small and sharp buried in the dirt. Before she can move, her maid Rencia rushes over to check on her. Rencia finds the object first and asks if this was exactly what the Baron had been searching for. It is a massive relief. The pendant is unique, a purple crystal holding a single red flower, and the princess decides to take it to the Lord immediately. Looking at the artifact brings back the memory of Seol Mudok, the man she knows as Baron Blizzard. He was different back then, and Eshield is certain this piece is the key to his past, with someone named Wayon. This is more than a lost trinket. It is a piece of a story she is only beginning to understand. Rencia notices the shift in her mistress immediately. It's in the eyes, a cold, sharp intensity that mirrors Lord Blizzard himself. The observation catches the maid off guard, making her realize just how much the pressure of the moment is changing the princess. She gently reminds Eshield that there's no need to rush, especially when the connection she's fighting for is mutual. Holding the glowing pendant, Eshield lets the sentiment land, her expression softening into a small, knowing smile. It's a rare moment of peace in a life defined by duty. Princess Eshield watches him closely, her curiosity finally shifting toward the man himself. Looking at Seol Mudok, she can't help but wonder what kind of woman it would take to win the heart of someone like him. She hands back the pendant, but the warm glow of the moment doesn't last, shattered by the reality of what's been lost. The Northern Sea Palace Master erupts, his voice tearing through the hall as he orders the immediate removal of everything his daughter holds sacred. To him, the legendary flower that blooms for true love is nothing but a fairy tale, a distraction he has no patience for. He reminds Hwaeon that her life isn't her own. She already has a fiancé, and his word is law. The marriage he arranged is a cold political reality, and he demands she stop dreaming and start preparing. Hwaeon stands her ground, pleading with her father to finally see what's right in front of him. She clings to the memory of Seol Mudok and the miracle they shared, a bond blessed by the very blossoms her father wants to burn. It was a miracle, a sign that they were soulmates, yet he can only talk about alliances and power. The realization lands with a crushing weight. The martial alliance will always matter more to the palace master than his own daughter's heart. The palace master has reached his limit, and when Hwaeon tries to throw his past in his face, he shuts the conversation down before the truth can land. He's done arguing. He orders the guards to drag her away and keep her under strict surveillance until the wedding, effectively turning his own daughter into a prisoner to ensure she doesn't ruin his plans. Miles away, Princess Eshield jolts awake as the ghost of that memory finally lets her go. Sunlight floods the room, but it feels distant as she tries to figure out if she's actually awake or just trapped in another version of the same nightmare. If this is reality, then the wedding is still coming, and the cage is still closing. Eshield stands before the waterfall, haunted by the memory of a woman from a dream she can't explain. Who was she, and why does the image feel like a warning? The Baron catches the shift in her mood and pulls her back to reality, startling her so badly she can barely find her voice to answer him. She tries to wave it away, but the way she avoids his gaze tells him everything she's trying to hide. He doesn't press the issue, but he watches her closely. Finally, he offers a way out, a trip together to help her clear her head. It's an unexpected move that leaves Eshield and her maid stunned. Princess Eshield can barely find the words as the massive creature descends, realizing she's standing in front of a legendary ice wyvern. She's never seen this many of them tamed in one place, but Seo Mudok is quick to reassure her. These beasts have been handled since they were hatchlings and pose no threat to his guests. Their conversation is cut short when his aide arrives to announce that everything is ready for their departure. Mudok gives a sharp nod, confirming a secret arrangement has been made, and it's time to move. The maid lets out a startled scream as a group of newcomers suddenly appears in the courtyard, forcing Jerome to step forward with a quick apology. He hadn't meant to cause a scene, but he quickly introduces the source of the shock: Kondal, a Yeti. Princess E-Shield can barely contain her amazement, recognizing the name from the legends of the northern snowy fields. But the reality is nothing like the stories. Instead of a towering monster, she finds a creature so small and cute, she immediately scoops him up, leaving Jerome to offer a slightly awkward laugh while he keeps up the act. Behind them, our protagonist watches the scene with a silent thumbs up of approval. It turns out the cute look was a deliberate choice. Knowing the princess would be terrified of a giant, he had ordered Jerome to use magic to shrink the massive beast down to a more manageable size. Princess E-Shield is completely won over, more interested in the tiny creature perched on her head than the politics of the day. Seo Mudok watches the distraction work exactly as intended, and with the mood lightened, he suggests it's time for the group to finally move out. He calls for his mount, Lilith, a massive horned beast that dwarfs everything in the courtyard. From high atop the saddle, Seo looks down at the princess and extends a hand, offering to pull her up, before she reaches out and takes his hand to board. Lilith cuts through the air with a power that feels infinite, climbing through the clouds until the world below is nothing but a distant memory. Clinging to the dragon's back, Princess E-Shield is frozen in terror. This is her first time reaching these heights, and the sheer scale of the sky feels like it might swallow her whole. She manages to whisper a desperate question to the man behind her, hoping his presence is enough to keep her safe. Baron Seo Mudok leans in, his voice calm over the rushing wind, and suggests she stop looking down. He wants her to look ahead. E-Shield hesitates, the fear still a physical weight in her chest, but she finally forces her eyes open to see what he's showing her. The view from the top finally lands, and for a moment the world is perfect. It takes her a second to register the distance he's gone to, just to clear her head, and for the first time, she sees the care behind his usual directness. She offers a genuine thanks, her guard finally dropping, but Seo only gives her a split second of warning to hold on, before pushing their mount into a vertical dive toward the city below. Once they hit the ground, his subordinates are already waiting, with Luia immediately calling him out for arriving without any prior notice. Seo doesn't miss a beat, offloading the entire trade report onto Luia and Jerome so he can head straight to dinner with the princess. He expects it all finished by the time they're done eating. It's a classic move, leaving the heavy lifting to his team while he focuses on the guest of honor. Overlooking the city at sunset, Princess E-Shield is completely breathless. Seo Mudok has prepared this view just for her, and she can't help but love the sight. But as she takes in the moment, something small triggers a shift in her focus. She notices the flower trapped inside Mudok's pendant and finds it hauntingly familiar. A memory from a darker time resurfaces. The same flower, crushed and forgotten in the dirt. It's a connection she didn't expect to make today, and it pulls her away from the beauty of the city as she tries to place exactly where she saw it before. Seo Mudok's voice cuts through the silence, snapping Princess E-Shield back to the present. She brushes off her dazed state, admitting she's been stuck on a bizarre dream from the night before, one filled with people and places she doesn't recognize. In it, she was a woman in her early 20s, someone with black hair and a quiet, steady gaze. It wasn't a happy vision. The woman she saw was constantly weeping, haunted by the weight of a life that wasn't her own. She tells Mudok about a father trying to force a political marriage when she already loved someone else, though she quickly tries to laugh the whole thing off as just a weird dream. Mudok plays along, his voice steady even as he grips his pendant tight enough to white his knuckles. He knows exactly what she's seeing. This isn't just a dream, it's a memory. E-Shield recalls one final detail from her dream. A desperate cry for someone she couldn't see. Only one person in his entire life ever called him that, Hoyeon. This wasn't just a random dream. It was a message from the only woman who ever truly knew him. The name lands like a physical weight, shattering Seol Mudok's composure in an instant. Only one person in his entire life ever called him by that name, and seeing her image now brings every buried memory of Hwayeon rushing back to the surface. He tightens his grip on the relic, the silence in the room growing heavy as the past threatens to pull him under. Ishield notices the sudden shift, her voice breaking through the trance to ask if he's even present anymore. He snaps back, grounding himself with a quick apology for getting lost in the thought of what he just lost. He tries to move past the moment by urging the princess to eat before the food gets cold, but she isn't finished. She has a request, and from the look on her face, it isn't a small one. Ishield finally voices the tension she's been carrying, admitting that every time he uses her title, it feels like he's putting a wall between them. She hesitates for a second, then pushes past the formality to ask for something simpler. She wants him to call her Ishield. The request clearly catches Seol Mudok off guard, dragging up a brief, flickering memory of Hwayeon that matches the weight of this moment. He sits with it for a beat before letting the formal distance drop, finally giving her the one thing she actually asked for. Dinner is a quiet affair until Cotton breaks the silence, catching Seol Mudok mid-meal to report in. He's officially wrapped up his business with a group called the Tenston Firm, but the name doesn't ring any bells. Ishield admits she's never heard of them and questions if a place by that name even exists within the Drake Kingdom. Seol Mudok realizes he skipped a major detail in his earlier briefing. Tenston isn't part of the kingdom at all. Sir Jerome drops the location, and it's a name that makes Ishield freeze: the Gaia Kingdom. It's a powerhouse nation in the northwest, ruled by generations of queens and defended by an all-female knight order that rivals the strongest empires on the continent. Ishield is already doing the math on the trouble this could cause. She knew they had traveled a long way, but she didn't expect to cross into a territory where her presence might trigger a diplomatic nightmare. Refocused, the advisor explains that their supply of ice ogre leather is already a massive hit with the local market, and Luia has proposed a way to cut out the middleman. Everything is ready to go, including a master craftsman from Caroline, as long as Seol gives the word to start production. Seol Mudok is more than satisfied with the new arrangement. Confident that putting Luia in charge of the firm was the right move, he gives the order to proceed, promising to supply every scrap of leather they need to dominate the market. Sir Jerome accepts the command with a respectful bow, taking a moment to mention that their stock is so popular it sells out the very same day it arrives. Below them, the night sky over the city is swallowed by a massive fire tearing through the nearby district. Jerome realizes the flames have broken out dangerously close to their own firm, and the panic in his voice is unmistakable. With the wind picking up, it's only a matter of time before the blaze spreads to their building and turns their entire operation to ash. Seol Mudok isn't waiting for a formal report. He orders Sir Jerome to stay back and protect Ishield, but the girl isn't interested in being sidelined and immediately tries to follow. Mudok shuts it down with a firm promise to return quickly, and without another word he's gone, moving with the kind of speed that leaves even his allies behind. Jerome is still trying to process the danger when she starts moving, insisting that they can't just wait around. She's ready to chase after the Baron, but the moment she looks out over the railing, her urgency turns to shock. Below them, the loss is already total. A local shopkeeper is left kneeling in the dirt, watching the life she spent years building go up in smoke. Seol Mudok arrives to find the situation far worse than the report suggested, gauging the scale of a blaze that's already beginning to consume the district. He calls out to his allies as he reaches the front lines, finding Ishield and Jerome already on the scene. Ishield is quick to apologize for her impulsiveness, admitting she couldn't just sit back and wait while the city burned. Seol doesn't have the heart to scold her. He knows that if their roles were reversed, he would have made the exact same choice. But as the heat intensifies, a faint plea for help cuts through the roar of the flames, pulling his attention back to the building. Seol Mudok stops at the edge of the inferno, sensing something buried deep within the burning ruins. Ishield watches him with growing concern, calling out as she notices the shift in his focus, but her warning is lost when he suddenly launches himself toward the blaze. He enters the heart of the fire without a second of hesitation, shattering through the structural remains and navigating the collapsing interior as it comes down around him. Seol Mudok throws everything he has at the flames, summoning a wave of frost that tears through the center of the inferno. He pushes forward, scanning the smoke until he finally spots the princess on the floor. She's unconscious in the middle of the wreckage. He reaches out to check for a pulse, dreading what he might find, but a faint breath tells him she's still hanging on. She's a lucky woman. Surviving a fire this intense was a miracle, but now he just has to get her out before the rest of the ceiling drops. He catches the falling wreckage in a flash of absolute cold, freezing the heavy beams mid-air while he holds the girl tight. From the outside, the mansion is swallowed by a jagged wall of ice that shoots up toward the sky, stopping the destruction in its tracks. Seol Mudok steps out from the frozen ruins, his boots crunching on the cobblestones as the red-haired woman looks on with a smile of pure relief. He made it. Seol Mudok surges forward, a desperate cry for Baron echoing through the frozen ruins as he carries his fallen comrade through the ice. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit chamber, a noble delivers news that could tear the kingdom apart. Signs of rebellion have been detected. The reaction is instantaneous and violent. The woman he serves doesn't just receive the news, she absorbs it with a cold, lethal focus that narrows the world down to a single question of who would dare challenge her. As her fury flares, the noble realizes his mistake. He's standing too close to a fire he can't control. He reaches out, begging for mercy as her power begins to consume the room, but her rage has already moved past reason. The rebellion hasn't even reached the gates, and the body count in the palace is already starting to rise. The world slowly comes back into focus as the young woman wakes up, her memory a blank slate while she takes in the unfamiliar bedroom. A bright light from the doorway catches her attention, and a sudden realization hits. She's not alone in this house. Stepping into the dining hall, she finds a group already gathered for a meal, their presence turning her confusion into a sharp, defensive caution. A woman with wild dark hair and a shark-like grin notices her first, offering a casual greeting that feels a bit too comfortable for a stranger. When our protagonist asks where she is, the woman identifies the place as the Carolyn firm, using an informal tone that only makes the situation feel more suspicious. The short-haired woman doesn't seem impressed that they've never heard of her, wondering aloud if anyone in the room is even from the Gaia Kingdom. Her host quickly corrects her. They're from Carolyn Village in the far north of the Drake Kingdom, which is why they call themselves the Carolyn firm. Realizing she's in unfamiliar territory, she asks who exactly saved her life, and they point her toward Baron Blizzard, who continues his meal in stoic silence. She lets the name sink in for a moment, weighing it against whatever world she came from, before offering a formal word of thanks to the man sitting across the table. Then she drops her own name like a heavy weight, Schiller McMahon. The reaction is instant. For those who know the history, the name carries a gravity that changes the entire mood of the room. The local guide finally snaps at her companion's ignorance, explaining that the woman sitting across from them is actually Princess Schiller McMahon, a legendary swordmaster who leads the kingdom's elite knight order. But the revelation lands like a hammer on the red-haired woman, who realizes that of all the people to encounter while traveling incognito, a foreign princess is the worst possible draw. If her own secret identity slips now, a quiet trip could turn into a full-scale diplomatic disaster. Schiller, unaware of the panic she's causing, declares that she intends to personally reward the group for saving her life by bringing them all back to the palace. It's a royal command dressed up as a gift, but Seol Mudok doesn't even blink as he gives his answer. He has no interest in rewards or palaces. He's going home. The refusal catches Schiller completely off guard, her golden eyes locking onto the man who just had the nerve to tell a princess no. Protocol is everything in Gaia, and refusing a royal reward is more than just bad manners. It's a direct insult to the crown. Seeing the air thick with tension, our protagonist's companion scrambles to bridge the gap, laughing off Seol's refusal as nothing more than simple nerves. She pivots hard to a new topic, asking Princess Schiller how a royal even ended up trapped in a burning building to begin with. The room goes cold as Schiller names the culprit, Baron Dayton. It turns out the man she had supported for years had finally decided to bite the hand that fed him. Schiller recounts the betrayal with a terrifying level of detachment, calling the Baron a coward who didn't even have the spine to face her directly. He had tried to poison her first, and when that failed, He set the entire building ablaze just to make sure the job was finished. Schiller tries to regain control of the situation the only way she knows how, by turning her rescue into a business transaction and telling her savior to name his price. Seol Mudok's casual reaction catches her off guard, as he points out that she's the one who seems to want something from this conversation. Her pride flares up instantly at the perceived insult, but our protagonist doesn't bite, simply noting that she must be starving after a day without food and telling her to sit down. The tension breaks over a plate of steak, though Schiller manages to keep her high and mighty attitude even while chewing, claiming the food is only passable and threatening him with prison if he hadn't saved her life. Despite the bravado, something across the room breaks her focus, as her gaze lands on the dark blade leaning against the wall. Schiller spots the blade and asks who it belongs to. Seol Mudok claims it without a second thought. She wonders if he's a noble trained in the arts. Carrying a sword like that usually implies he actually knows how to use it. As the captain of the knights, she decides to test him. She throws down a public challenge for a spar the moment they finish eating. The insult lands hard. Schiller is quick to remind him that he's speaking to a legitimate sword master. She's used to being underestimated. Foreign knights often tried to ignore her because she was a woman, but she always found a way to force them to face her. This is the part where it gets ugly. You can already see the shape of the trap she's setting for him. Seol might have just talked himself into a fight he can't walk away from. Schiller watches her opponent's hesitation and lets a small, sharp smile slip. She's done the work to corner him, and now she leans in with the final hook, asking if he's actually just terrified of losing. The question hits the room like a physical weight, leaving the witnesses frozen at the audacity of it. It's exactly the kind of goading that snaps a man like Justin, who shoves his chair back and demands she step out to face him. His subordinates can only stammer as he loses his grip on the polite fiction of the dinner table. He's finished with talking. He means to teach her a lesson that ends in blood. The Baron sets the terms for their duel. No magic, no aura, and the first person to subdue the other wins. The Princess of Gaia Kingdom accepts without a second of hesitation. Behind the Baron, his retainer tries to talk some sense into him, reminding him that if a foreign princess takes even a scratch, it becomes a major diplomatic disaster. The Baron dismisses him with a sharp wave. He's already made his bet. The princess isn't waiting for them to finish their planning. She calls him out as Baron Blizzard, telling him she's seen plenty of men with his same arrogance. Not one of them has ever beaten her. She's already picturing how his face will look once he's the one kneeling in the dirt. She settles into her stance, her blade catching the light as she prepares to end the duel before the Baron even realizes he's in one. Baron barely has time to track the motion before the princess is on him, her blade cutting a path through the air in a single blurring thrust. She lands and slides back, admitting he wasn't bluffing after all. Most men would have been pinned before they could draw, but Baron just waits for the next opening. He meets her following strike with a heavy block, forcing her into a flurry of high-speed attacks that should be impossible to track. Blades collide over and over, as the princess intensifies her assault, trying to find any gap in his defense. It isn't working. She realizes he's matching her pace with almost no effort, his movements so small they're nearly invisible. The Princess of Gaia can't believe her own eyes. Every single one of her strikes is being deflected with effortless precision. For a sword master to be stonewalled this easily means the man in front of her isn't just talented, he's on an entirely different level. She attempts to reposition, pushing her speed to the limit to find an opening, but Baron tracks her every move without breaking a sweat. He remains clinical, meeting her desperate offense with a shockwave of force that sends her reeling back. She struggles to keep her feet as the gap in their power becomes undeniable, and Baron finishes the exchange by launching her across the capital courtyard. Baron stabilizes himself against the impact, his gaze locked on the opponent who has been pushing him to his absolute limit. The Princess of Gaia Kingdom weighs the situation. His endless barrage of thrusts is starting to tear the courtyard apart, and she knows that if she stays on the defensive, there won't be a capital left to defend. She decides to put everything into a single exchange. As she lunges forward, she pours every ounce of her strength into one final strike to end the fight before the collateral damage grows any worse. Baron doesn't flinch, meeting her head-on to intercept the blow in a clash that will decide the winner once and for all. The opening was all Baron needed, catching the princess off balance and spinning through her guard with a speed that shouldn't be possible for a man his size. He doesn't just parry. He counters with enough force to send her crashing into the dirt, leaving the Princess of Gaia Kingdom staring up in total shock at the name of the technique that just broke her. Before she can even find her breath, his steel is at her throat, pinning her to the training ground, while her own weapon lies forgotten in the grass. This wasn't a close match. It was a lesson, and Baron stands over her with a single demand: admit defeat. The Princess of Gaia is done playing the gracious loser, screaming for an immediate rematch while Seol Mudok watches with stone-cold indifference. It's a nuclear option that leaves the retainer in a state of pure panic. Seol Mudok doesn't even flinch, opting to deliver a verbal slap instead. He tells her that knowing how to lose is part of a warrior's dignity, and right now, a nation's princess is acting like a spoiled child. The insult lands like a physical blow. For a second, the world goes quiet while she processes the weight of those words. And then the pressure drops. She explodes with a roar of pure, unbridled fury, demanding to know what he could possibly know about her to speak to her like that. The blade stops a fraction of an inch from her eye, locking the princess in place as the reality of her situation finally lands. It wasn't even a fight. Seol Mudok moved with a speed that defied her training, leaving her collapsed on the stone, unable to process how she could be so completely outclassed. She spent her life preparing for this, and yet she couldn't even track his shadow. Seol watches her with a cold, clinical detachment, reminding her that he's the one who saved her life, and the only reason she's still breathing is because he chose to respect her title. He leaves her there, a broken figure in the middle of the courtyard, struggling to find a reason why the gap between them is so massive. For the princess, this isn't just a loss. It's a structural collapse of everything she's built to prove her worth. As she clutches a memory of her mother, the desperation of her failure starts to set in. Schiller McMahon's life had always been defined by a single purpose: strength. As a young girl, she chased tournament victories just to hear her mother's pride, taking the weight of a kingdom onto her shoulders as the sword of Gaia. She spent every waking moment becoming someone no one dared to challenge, only to be dismantled by a man who shouldn't even exist. As she stares at Baron in disbelief, Eschild can only watch the fallout of such a total defeat. Baron doesn't offer comfort. He simply warns the fallen knight to choose her opponents more wisely next time. He turns away from the shattered pride of the kingdom's strongest, telling Eschild they need to finish their sightseeing before heading back to Carillon tomorrow. Baron walks off with his group, casually ordering Jerome to have Jake buy him a few new swords, because his current blades finally wore out from the effort of breaking a legend. The Princess of Gaia stands in the quiet aftermath, processing a defeat she never saw coming. She signals for her attendants, startling them with the sudden summons. Her focus is elsewhere, specifically on the woman seen at Blizzard's side. When she asks if they're married, the realization that they aren't married yet changes the math for her. She abruptly orders a carriage to return to the palace, ending the outing as quickly as it began. Her hands are still shaking. For a sword master who has never known anything but dominance, meeting someone undeniably stronger has triggered something dangerous. She repeats the name Blizzard to herself, wondering how her life might have been different if someone like him had appeared sooner. In her world, power is the only thing that commands respect, and he has more of it than she ever imagined. Schiller stares out at the horizon, wondering if her life would have turned out differently had she made other choices. After returning to the palace, she wasted no time sending her closest aides to hunt down Baron Dayton, but they found him cold and dead in his basement instead. Schiller continued the search for the person who tried to end her life, but the trail went cold without a name or proof. Despite the lack of evidence, one person remained at the top of her list. Returning to the heart of the palace, she finally decides to face the source of her suspicions. Schiller steps into the sunlit palace conservatory, where the air is thick with the scent of flowers and the weight of a grudge that's been building for years. Waiting for her is Roan McMahon, the crown princess of Gaia, who opens the meeting with a casual greeting that doesn't quite hide the sharp edge in her eyes. This is the woman first in line for the throne, and according to Schiller's notes, she's also the most likely person to have ordered her death. The peace of the palace conservatory shatters the moment Schiller drops her truth. Crown Princess Roan McMahon can barely wrap her head around the magnitude of the crime. Baron Dayton, a man of standing, actually tried to assassinate a guest of the crown. Schiller recounts the night with a chilling lack of emotion, describing how the Baron drugged her wine before lighting the entire building on fire. Pure rage takes over the princess, who stands to demand the Baron be hauled in for immediate judgment, but Schiller cuts her off. There's no point in calling for a dead man. By the time Schiller reached his estate, the Baron had already been murdered, silenced by the same mastermind who wanted her dead in the first place. This wasn't just one man's grudge. It's a cover-up, and the trail just went ice cold. Ron pulls her sister into a tight embrace, her voice trembling as she calls Schiller her beloved sibling. She apologizes for being careless, claiming she assumed Schiller's status as a swordmaster would keep her safe from any harm. But as the hug lingers, the warmth drains away, and Schiller sees what's actually hiding behind her sister's eyes. A dark, murderous intent that doesn't match the words. Schiller finally stops pretending and asks if Ron is actually upset that she survived. For a long time, Schiller ignored every clue and every scrap of evidence because she didn't want it to be true. She clings to the memories of when they were children, laughing together in the sun before the crown, and the greed for power poisoned everything. She wonders if they can ever go back to the way things used to be, and more importantly, what the one person she truly trusts would do in her place. Schiller stands alone, the weight of the coming days clearly on his mind, until a sudden, sharp realization cuts through the noise. Shaking off the heavy mood, he forces a cheerful tone to grab his sister's attention. He knows Roye is scheduled to join the royal delegation for King Drake's upcoming birthday, and he needs to confirm that plan is still solid. Once she agrees, he drops a request that stops the conversation cold. He wants to go in her place. It's a total shift from his usual self, and Roye sees right through the sudden interest in a royal event he'd normally avoid. She watches him, the pieces starting to click into a shape that clearly terrifies her. Roye corners Schiller with a single question: is the man who saved her currently in the Drake Kingdom? Back at the desk, Mudok notes that it's been 3 days since the group returned to Caraloon from Tenston. The threat from Justin's last attack is still fresh, casting a long shadow over their recent victory. Because key assets like the glacial flower are now targets, the kingdom has locked down all public activity and moved operations back to their old stronghold for safety. And it's hard not to think about the constant pressure of Captain Schiller's coming attack that forced them to scramble for reinforcements. After so much chaos, Seo Mudok is just glad for a single quiet morning to himself, but that peace doesn't last a second before the scholar comes charging back in. He's already panicking about a new military strategy, though Ishield seems to be weighing a much heavier cost than just a lost battle. As a princess of the Gaia Kingdom, she's worried their next move could turn a local fight into a massive diplomatic nightmare. Seo Mudok takes a moment to process the recent encounter, reflecting on his time with the Martial Alliance and the specific pride he saw in Schiller's eyes. It's a look he recognizes from the Central Plains, the gaze of a true artist who respects the unwritten rules of their world. He's betting that because of that pride, she won't be running to tell anyone about what she just saw. However, he isn't leaving her safety to chance. Reaching into a small case, he presents her with a rare artifact that leaves her stunned. It's a communication stone carved from mana, a high-level tool that bypasses the need for a mage to bridge the gap between two people. The range is impressive enough to link the Drake Kingdom all the way to White Castle, a distance that Ishield can hardly believe is possible. With this in her hands, he gives her a final, reassuring smile and tells her to reach out the moment anything goes wrong. He's giving her a lifeline, and in a world this dangerous, that's more valuable than any sword. The carriage is ready, and it's finally time for Princess Ishield to depart. Before she boards, Mudok leans in with a final warning. Communication stones are still a secret, and she needs to keep hers hidden from prying eyes. He's not leaving her safety to chance either. In case Justin decides to make a move, Jake will be tailing the carriage from the skies, acting as an invisible shield. Ishield takes it all in. The rare magic item, the handwritten letter, and the sheer weight of the protection he's organized. She offers a quiet, sincere thanks, clearly moved by the fact that he's treating her with more than just professional courtesy. Mudok stands back and watches as the carriage rolls away into the snowy distance, his expression unreadable as the silence of the palace grounds settles back in. He knows exactly where they both stand. He might be a baron now, but the gap between him and the princess is still a chasm, a difference of heaven and earth that no amount of secret magic can easily bridge. He decides it's time to visit a specific location, moving with a cold purpose that leaves his scholar companions struggling to keep up. As it turns out, the path to status is built on bone. As they step inside, the scholar stops dead. The floor is littered with bodies, a sight so brutal it forces a panicked scream out of the man. He demands to know who these people are, and Seol Mudok answers with a flat, clinical tone. They were the ones who tried to take his life. The scholar's mind races to the politics of the move, asking if Justin is aware of what happened here. Seol Mudok walks past the carnage, knowing he holds every card. Justin almost certainly thinks his assassins finished the job. It gets worse from here. Disappointment is written all over Seol Mudok's face as he checks the results of his latest experiment. 10 days without food, and the prisoners are already breaking, a pathetic showing compared to the hardened killers he's used to. One of them can barely whisper a plea for help, looking less like an assassin and more like a corpse waiting to happen, until he spots Justin and Arbin. Even after the starvation test, these two still have some fight left in them. Seeing a shred of potential, Mudok orders his assistant, Jerome, to bring them food immediately. It's not an act of mercy, but an investment. It's going to take time to hammer these broken men into something he can actually use. The cell block turns into a scene of desperate animal hunger as the prisoners tear into the bread and water, barely listening to the warnings to slow down. Watching the frantic scramble, Jerome finally asks the question that's been weighing on him. Why bother keeping these people alive at all? Seol Mudok reveals his true ambition. He isn't just looking for soldiers, he's raising a dedicated assassination squad. The idea stops Jerome cold, leaving him to wonder why his master would ever need a unit designed for nothing but shadow work. As he connects the dots, Jerome asks if the plan is to strike first, sending killers into the Gaia kingdom before their own army can even move. He pictures the quiet terror of an assassin in the night, but then he looks at the bigger picture. An ice wyvern unit paired with a squad of killers. The scale of it points to one terrifying conclusion, and Jerome can only shout his fear out loud. Is his lord actually planning a rebellion? Deep within the shadows of the fortress, the scale of the operation is starting to rattle those in the inner circle. Count Jerome watches the gathered men and can't help but question his lord. An entire wyvern unit was one thing, but a secret assassination squad feels like crossing a line. Our protagonist remains unmoved by the panic, his gaze fixed forward as the Count continues to press him. He has no intention of going just for the party. He plans to use the celebration as his entry point into the central political stage. It's a move that shocks the Count, but for the MC, the logic is simple. If Ishield is going to be a princess, then he needs to at least reach the rank of Duke to stand beside her. The central stage is a shark tank filled with enemies like Justin and Leah, and he knows he'll need the blades of an assassination squad to survive the king's court. With his path set, he turns to Captain Stewart to confirm the final piece of the puzzle. The entire Blizzard Order is assembled and ready to move. Captain Stewart of the Blizzard Order reports that everyone is in position, but Mudok isn't here to negotiate. He gives the gathered assassins a final choice to either pledge their lives to him right now or end them on the spot. He doesn't just want bodies. He wants tools that actually work. To him, their current skills are a joke. To take the steel and slaughter every night waiting in the snow. It's a high-stakes play that turns his own men into live targets, and 3 weeks of constant bloodshed follow. Deep in the frozen woods, the Blizzard Order is finally learning what it means to hunt. For 3 weeks, they've been locked in joint training with the Northern Lands assassins, trading their standard drills for the chaos of live combat. It's a brutal, high-stakes game where every opening is punished, celebrating each small victory with a desperation that shows just how lean Seol Mudok is keeping them. For these men, a successful hunt means the difference between a hot meal and another night of hunger. Mudok watches the exercise unfold from the treetops, unimpressed by the celebration as he weighs the progress of his soldiers against the weeks they have left. The rules of this survival training are absolute. Every participant carries a single badge, and the moment it's stolen or broken, they're dead. For our MC Seol Mudok, nothing accelerates growth like a cutthroat competition, where the stakes are this final. Looking out over the frozen peaks, he senses a breach in the perimeter. A young man named Miller sprints through the snow, heart hammering as he tries to put the training grounds behind him. He almost makes it to the tree line when Mudok's voice drops like a hammer, reminding Miller that this is his 10th attempt to run. Mudok looms over the deserter from a high branch, having tracked the coward's every move from the start. His patience has finally hit its limit, and he's pretty sure he promised that the next time Miller ran would be his last. Miller is running out of road and he knows it, pushing his body past the breaking point just to stay ahead of the shadows. It's a desperate, losing struggle watched with clinical indifference by the man standing on the ridge above him. Our protagonist isn't interested in the apology. He just wants to know why this one particular man is so obsessed with reaching the tree line. According to Baker, Miller isn't like the rest of the mercenaries who sell their blades for coin. He's the sole survivor of a massacre that wiped out his entire bloodline, and the only thing keeping him breathing is a lead on the killer who will be attending a party in the capital next month. For Miller, every step isn't just about escape, it's a race to settle a lifelong debt. Information about a party in the royal capital next month finally reaches Seol Mudok. Deep in the snowy mountains, Miller is still recovering from his wounds, but the clock is already ticking toward the only opening he has. Drake's birthday party is a clear target, but Seol isn't buying the plan when hundreds of mages and knights will be standing between the boy and his revenge. He has spent his entire life for this one moment, and he is more than willing to burn his own life away if it means killing his enemy. But Seol cuts through his speech with the cold truth. A suicide mission is only useful if the target actually dies, and Miller won't even get past the front gate. The logic lands like lead. Miller was ready to die, but he isn't ready to fail. Baronet Blizzard leans in, reminding the young assassin that a noble's status opens doors that violence cannot, before laying his real cards on the table with a predatory smirk. He's offering the one thing Miller actually wants, revenge, but the price is absolute. In exchange for his vengeance, Miller must offer his complete and total loyalty. It's a massive demand for a man who considers himself just another bladesman, and he can't help but wonder why a noble would waste this kind of leverage on him. Seol Mudok has already done the math, citing Miller's rare status as a top-class assassin at only 25, and his massive untapped potential. He doesn't just want a guard, he's building a specialized assassination squad, and Miller is the cornerstone. For the young assassin, the choice isn't a choice at all. He'll do anything if it means reaching the people who destroyed his life. The deal is sealed, but the heavy atmosphere doesn't last. Eshield suddenly bursts into the room with a cheerful shout about ice cream, dragging her master away before the dessert can melt. Miller is left sitting in the quiet of the infirmary, completely baffled. He just sold his life to a man who seems to be running a squad of killers and a dessert outing at the same time, leaving him to wonder exactly who this orange-haired woman really is. Inside the estate, the air is thick with the Duke's cold fury as he looks down at his son. Losing was one thing, but losing while holding a precious artifact is a failure his father won't forgive. The young noble tries to explain just how dangerous his opponent was, but the Duke cuts him off with a single roar. Submitting to the weight of his father's anger, the boy drops his head in silence. The Duke isn't thinking about his son's failure anymore. He's thinking about Blizzard, the rival who keeps complicating his plans. He turns his gaze toward his more capable subordinate, Roxlin, asking if he can actually handle the job properly. Roxlin doesn't hesitate, promising the Duke that Blizzard's run ends with him. Between relocating 6,000 new citizens to Caroline and managing the harvest of half a dozen ice wyvern eggs, his plate is full. Max, the captain of the White Castle Guard, confirms the report with a professional nod, pushing for a concrete timeline on the relocation efforts. But Seol defers that decision for later. His expression suddenly darkens as if a much weightier matter has crossed his mind. His advisors lean in, bracing for a grave strategic shift or a new threat to the realm. The room drops into a heavy silence, leaving Seol genuinely confused as to why his top officials aren't taking his gift-giving crisis seriously. Seol Mudok has a standard to uphold, and simply matching the competition won't cut it. His contribution has to beat whatever Duke Icarus is bringing to the table. Max suggests sending Ice Ogre leather, a practical and high-value material that the king would likely appreciate with winter approaching. Seol dismisses the idea for being too common, forcing the Pompadour officer to pitch a more delicate alternative: flowers. The suggestion lands like an insult, drawing a cold glare from Seol that makes it clear he isn't in the mood for jokes. Fearing for his neck, the officer quickly clarifies that he's talking about glacial flowers, a rare species unique to the frozen region of Carolyn. His advisor immediately points out the logistical nightmare, noting that the flowers require extreme cold and would likely wither before they ever reach the capital. Instead of seeing an impossible task, the blue-haired warrior sees a challenge worth taking, deciding right then that the difficulty is exactly what makes them the perfect choice. A council meeting is cut short when Jake bursts into the room, shouting that he can't take the pressure anymore. The report is blunt. Someone has finally choked off their movement by blocking every available road. Seol Mudok stays composed, leaning on one hand while he presses the frantic man for a proper explanation. The culprit is Roxalyn, the Count of Toth City, a man who has spent years bleeding them dry with unfair tolls and usage fees. Now he has escalated the situation, completely sealing the gates and cutting off their land connection. Seol looks for a way around the problem, suggesting they either bypass the city or move everything via their ice wyverns. But his advisor shuts the idea down. While the wyverns are fast, they have strict weight limits that make them useless for hauling heavy cargo. The advisor projects a magical map to show the reality of their position. Toth City is the only viable artery connecting Carolyn to the capital. Roxalyn doesn't know they have an air force yet, so he's played his strongest card by killing the only land route they have left. It doesn't take long for Seol to connect the dots. Roxalyn built his entire power base under Duke Icarus, and with the recent return of his son Justin, the Duke's shadow is all over this play. There's no point in playing it safe anymore. If they want to provoke him first, he's going to give them a response they never expected. When the advisor realizes what Seol is hinting at, he can barely speak the words: a territory war. It's the ultimate escalation, a legal bloodbath between lords, where even the king can't interfere as long as royal laws aren't broken. Usually you'd have to officially declare war and inform the throne, but Seol knows the loophole. If he can crush Roxalyn before the news even travels, he can just report the surrender afterward, instead of being backed into a corner. Seol sees this as the perfect chance to test everything they've been building in secret. He immediately gives the order to Shewart: leave only a skeleton crew at home and mobilize the rest for deployment. The war is starting tonight, but he's playing it smart, holding the assassination squad in reserve while sending a scout into Toth City to map out the target. Mudok drops a bombshell on his commander. Jake needs to get the Wyvern unit ready for immediate deployment. Jake can't believe what he's hearing, stammering that 20 people aren't nearly enough to survive a full-scale territorial war. Mudok doesn't offer comfort, only a cold challenge, questioning if Jake is even fit to lead the Wyvern Knights if he's this hesitant. The rebuke cuts deep. Mudok asks how he can spend every day around wyverns and still fail to trust the raw power they bring to a fight. The realization hits Jake like a physical blow. He had let the numbers on a page distract him from the strength of the beasts themselves. He finds his resolve again, admitting he'd lost sight of what his unit is truly capable of, but he won't make that mistake twice. With his confidence restored, Jake heads out to lead his men, ready to show the world exactly what 20 wyverns can do to an army. Seol pulls no punches, ordering a formal declaration of war against Carolyn for their tyranny, but his advisor isn't following the script. Jerome stands his ground, refusing to draft the document even when Seol repeats the demand with a cold, sharpening edge. The defiance catches the protagonist off guard. To Jerome, this isn't just a bold move. It's a reckless gamble with lives they can't afford to lose. He lays out the grim math. 6,000 citizens are still held as hostages. Toth City outnumbers them 10 to 1, and any outside support for the enemy would turn a difficult fight into a slaughter. Seol listens to the logic and ignores it, focusing instead on a single impossible window. He doesn't plan on a long campaign. He intends to end the entire conflict in 48 hours, striking before the enemy even realizes a war has started. The sheer audacity of the timeline leaves Jerome speechless. Jerome can't wrap his head around the timeline. 2 days is a suicide mission, not a strategy. But Seol Mudok isn't looking for a debate. He pulls his strategist close, a reminder that in this room, doubt is a luxury Jerome no longer has. Jerome watches him walk away, finally settling into the realization that if anyone can force a miracle out of thin air, it's the man currently rewriting the rules of engagement. Below him, the Keraluan army stands in perfect, silver-white formation, flanked by the massive, snarling beasts that will lead the charge. With a predatory smile, Seol drops the hammer. This isn't a skirmish or a border dispute. It's a declaration of war. The peace in Arista is shattered by the sound of boots on cobblestones as a line of captives is driven through the streets. One resident finally snaps, demanding to know what crime they could have possibly committed to deserve this. And the soldier makes the reality of the situation clear. Anyone from Keraluan is now a target, simply because the Viscount said so. Back at Totusi Castle, Duke Icarus checks in with his aide, looking for any cracks in the blockade. The report is exactly what he wants to hear. The merchants have finally given up and stopped coming to the gates. Icarus scoffs at their slow realization, knowing the frozen land of Keraluan is completely reliant on these outside supplies. Because of the brutal mountain terrain, Totusi is the only way in or out, meaning the food shortage back at the capital must be hitting a breaking point. But this isn't just about starvation. It's a political death trap centered on the king's upcoming birthday banquet. If Blizzard fails to show up to the mandatory gathering because he can't even feed his people, he'll be stripped of his title. That's the moment Icarus plans to swoop in and seize Keraluan for himself. In his eyes, defying a man with power that surpasses the king's isn't just a mistake, it's treason. Duke Icarus is already mentally spending his next promotion, convinced that handling his current business will elevate him to a marquis. He barely has time to look up before the silhouette of a predator looms over the entire floor. The glass shatters as a beast tears into the room, leaving the Duke scrambling to find his footing against the sudden roar. He stares in disbelief at the creature. A wyvern shouldn't be anywhere near here, let alone crashing through his window. But as the dust settles, a pair of polished black shoes steps calmly into the wreckage, marking an arrival far more dangerous than the monster. Duke Icarus stands his ground, demanding to know if the man before him is the enemy he expects. His composure slips as he realizes he has no idea who he's actually looking at, and he shouts for the stranger to reveal himself. Seol Madok doesn't flinch, offering only the title of the Lord of Keraluan. The name lands with more weight than a blade, forcing the Duke to piece together exactly who would be carrying that mantle. Before Icarus can even process the threat, Seol's hand is already moving, and a flash of light tears through the room before the Duke can draw a breath. The blade moves faster than the Duke can react, leaving a shallow mark across his face as a scroll thuds into the floor between them. Seol Madok stands over the room with a cold, predatory light in his eyes, and delivers the verdict. This isn't just a threat, it's a declaration of war. The Duke can only seethe in silence, his jaw tight as he processes the ultimatum. Our protagonist isn't finished with him yet, but he has places to be, promising to return in exactly 1 hour to see how the Duke has spent his final minutes of peace. He turns and leaves as the Viscount's soldiers burst into the chamber, rushing to their master's side to assess the damage left by the intruder who just walked out the front door. Outside, the city looks up to see the Lilith beast carving through the sky, carrying the man who just flipped the board on the most powerful house in the region. The sight of the wyvern leaves the guards paralyzed, wondering how such a creature even exists in a place like this. But for the Viscount, the shock quickly curdles into a blinding, humiliated rage that he needs to put somewhere. He doesn't waste words, lunging forward to slams a soldier into the floor before the man can even process the shift. It doesn't. The Viscount starts stomping the man into the stone, screaming about how useless his subordinates have become, and blaming them for only caring about their paychecks while the world burns around them. He's lashing out to reclaim a sense of power he just lost, and by the looks on the other guards' faces, they know they might be next. Duke Icarus vents his blind rage on a subordinate, screaming for an explanation that isn't coming. Looking over the bodies in his manor, he pivots to a new, desperate plan. Dress the prisoners in the uniforms of his own soldiers. His aide is stunned, but the Duke is already long gone, fixated entirely on making Blizzard suffer. He doesn't just want to win anymore. He wants to break the man, relishing the thought of Blizzard's horror when he discovers he's been slaughtering his own people. It's a level of depravity that leaves even his closest staff terrified. Duke Icarus storms out to set the trap in motion, leaving a heavy, broken silence in his wake. Duke Icarus is past the point of simple irritation, seething over the fact that a mere baron had the nerve to declare war on him. He shreds a letter with his bare hands, already plotting a way to frame the man for something far worse. He doesn't waste another second and mobilizes his elite force, the Totusi Knights, calling them to arms immediately. From his balcony, he formally declares war against Karaluun, relishing the chaos he's about to unleash. It isn't just about territory, though. He knows exactly how to light a fire under his men. He promises to share his personal wealth and power with whoever brings him the most glory, sending the entire battalion into a frenzy of bloodlust. Miles away, the roar of the Duke's mobilization is loud enough to carry, reaching the ears of a scout who realizes the peace is officially over. As the warning lands, the only thing that matters now is the crystal in his hand and whether his lord is ready for what's coming. He's heard the challenge loud and clear, and now, it's time to answer. Say, no more crash. The only thing that matters now is the crystal in his hand, and whether his lord is ready for what's coming. He's heard the challenge loud and clear, and now, it's time to answer. Over the horizon, his own forces begin their descent. The fortified city of the Northern Sea Palace prepares for a territorial war that feels more like an execution. On the high walls, young soldiers grip their shields with trembling hands, the terror of the coming onslaught already breaking their resolve before a single arrow flies. From the battlements, the palace master looks down with a sadistic grin, shouting for his people to kill their own and sink into total despair. A heavy impact rattles the ground as the vanguard arrives. Saol Mudok leads the charge from the ridge, standing atop his massive white beast as his armored cavalry looms behind him. Looking toward the gates, Mudok wears the thin smile of a hunter who has finally found his prey. This isn't just a battle for land. It's a reckoning. Saol Mudok gives the order to unleash his forces, sending a wave of movement toward the valley below. On the defensive line, the soldiers squint at the horizon, trying to make out the shapes emerging from the clouds. Even their commander, the mustachioed general, can't hide his growing dread as the sky begins to darken. From their vantage point on the fortress walls, the defenders watch as the distant specks resolve into a nightmare scenario. It's an aerial cavalry, Wyvern Knights, a force that completely bypasses their ground defenses. The Knights release their payload, dropping massive boulders from the sky, which smashes into the fortress walls with the weight of absolute destruction. The battlefield erupts in a scream of pure agony as the first line takes the hit. A young soldier can only watch in stunned silence as the dust of the fortress begins to settle, looking up as a blinding new light cuts through the haze of the breach. It's the magician of Karaluun, standing firm as he channels a massive surge of energy that dwarfs the chaos around them. He roars a command to the Blizzard Knights, his face straining under the weight of the magic he's holding back. There's no time for a complex strategy. The people outside those walls are his own, and his first order is a desperate bid to evacuate the civilians to safety before the slaughter begins. While the first unit moves to protect the people, the rest of the troops charge toward the collapsed castle wall, desperate to plug the hole before the enemy can swarm inside. But the Totusi Knights are already there, rallying their own forces to show Karaluun exactly what happens when their armor meets a broken gate. The battle cry for Karaluun's glory is cut short as the front line is torn open, leaving the general to watch in shock as his strategy collapses in real time. He can't wrap his head around how they identified the soldiers at the gate as prisoners, let alone when Karaluun's forces became this overwhelming. High above the chaos, a knight in silver plate reigns over the slaughter from the back of a massive wyvern, circling the city like a predator over a dying beast. While the wyvern ravages the walls, Saol Mudok simply walks through the wreckage, his pace unhurried as the soldiers around him break and run. Saol Mudok locks onto his next target with a cold, singular focus. The Karaluun soldiers can hardly believe their eyes, wondering where this man even came from and why he's standing against an entire army alone. Realizing they have the numbers, the commander orders a full-scale charge to overwhelm him. He tears through their ranks in a blur of motion, outclassing them so completely that their armor and shields offer no protection at all. With a final, effortless motion, he finishes the technique and leaves the city walls littered with the broken remains of the vanguard. The slaughter is over in seconds, leaving Mudok to calmly survey the path ahead and consider what's left to do. From high above the trees, The view of the battlefield is quiet, but down in the clearing, the silence has already been replaced by panic. His men are paralyzed, frozen by a terror that has stripped the fight right out of them. The general screams for them to move, to do anything, but the soldiers can only offer stammered excuses while they back away from the threat. Enraged, he lashes out at his own knights, disgusted that the men he trained have broken this easily. He's already done the math. He sent a rider to Duke Icarus for reinforcements, and if he can just buy enough time for those troops to arrive, he can still turn this disaster into a win. It's a desperate gamble, and he's betting everything on a messenger who's likely miles away by now. His internal clock is cut short when a strike catches him across the jaw, sending him crashing into the dirt before he can even register the move. His plan for victory just hit the ground with him. The general's authority vanishes the second things get real, and his own men don't even look back as they desert him. He screams for them to return, but they'd rather die alone than stand by a commander who treats them like fodder. That's when the world goes cold. A massive glowing eye opens right behind him, and the general freezes as Lilith looms over his shoulder. The white wyvern looks ready to end it right there, but our protagonist steps out from the tree line and calls her off. Seol Mudok doesn't even see a threat worth killing, warning his mount that eating trash will only give her a stomachache. He hits the dirt immediately, bowing his head and admitting total defeat. The charade finally crumbles as Seol Mudok's force presents the final piece of evidence. They've captured the messenger heading for the Duchy of Icarus, and the sight of his own man in chains sends the general into a panic. It turns out Roxellan hasn't been nearly as honest as he claimed, and Mudok isn't in the mood for excuses. The trial is over before it starts. For the crime of hunting his people, Mudok delivers a single verdict: death. He strikes with enough force to end the conflict right there, but the killing blow never lands. Roxellan actually manages to hold his ground, leaving the surrounding soldiers in shock that anyone could survive a direct hit from their lord. Seol Mudok stops and demands to know what his opponent thinks he's doing, his eyes narrowing as he sizes up the figure blocking his path in the woods. He recognizes the man instantly: Jerome, the magician of Corellon, who is already channeling a massive surge of magic into his staff. This is a bad bet for Mudok, and he knows it, but the standoff is officially on. Seol Mudok demands to know what Jerome thinks he's doing. Across the clearing, the Blizzard Knight Order has cornered Viscount Roxellan, who can only cower in the dirt while the tension rises. Jerome prepares for a clash, his hands already humming with energy as he braces for his lord's reaction. He tries to talk sense into him. No matter how bad the crime is, Jerome knows the law still protects the man on the ground. Only the king has the power to decide a noble's life or death. If Seol Mudok kills the Viscount here, he creates a political disaster that will make their position impossible. Viscount Roxellan is sweating, but he hasn't lost his nerve yet. He's just stalling for time, waiting for a clock only he can hear to run out. He knows reinforcements are close, and right on cue, a heavy step breaks the silence of the woods. The panic on the Viscount's face instantly flips into a jagged, confident grin as his backup finally arrives. A massive knight named Volmer steps into the clearing, leading his horse as he reports for duty. Seeing the tide turn, Roxellan can't help but laugh. He never intended to rely only on the troops he sent to the Duke. He starts lecturing on the law of the land, reminding everyone that a territory war isn't official unless it's reported to the king and overseen by a royal observer. Since his opponent tried to force a surrender without following the rules, the Viscount sent Volmer to the capital to bring the crown into the fight. Viscount Roxellan lets out a jagged laugh, gloating that everything Mudok worked for was just ruined by a single moment of arrogance. Jerome can't make the math work. There were soldiers stationed all along the Kingdom Road, and yet somehow Volmer bypassed every single one of them. Mudok stands in the center of the clearing, perfectly composed, finding a dark sense of amusement in the Viscount's confidence. It's enough to make Roxellan hesitate, wondering if the man in front of him has finally lost his mind. But Mudok isn't crazy. He's just finished waiting, and he tells the person standing right behind the Viscount that they can finally reveal who they are. Volmer gives a short, dutiful reply, before reaching up to tear away the face he's been wearing. The shock hits the room like an ice bath, as Jerome and Viscount Roxellan realize their plan just went up in smoke. Roxellan stammers, his composure shattering as he tries to process how long he's been hosting a spy. Miller reports his success to Seal Mudok, who steps forward to finish the job he started. This isn't just about a territorial dispute anymore. Mudok reminds the Viscount that the law allows for an unreported declaration of war if the opponent has violated royal law. Roxlin's face drains of color as the trap finally closes around him. The evidence is undeniable. Roxlin has been selling his own citizens into slavery, a practice banned across the entire kingdom. He thought he was playing a high-stakes political game, but Mudok just changed the rules to a death sentence. Viscount Roxlin is paralyzed as a spectral hand descends, his mind racing through everything he's sacrificed to secure Toth City and his noble title. Under the weight of a predatory presence, he knows exactly what failure means, but a sudden shock halts him in his tracks. Roxlin looks up to find Seal Mudok closing the distance, and the realization of his total defeat finally lands. Roxlin looks down and realizes his mobility is gone, his foot anchored to the ground by a sudden layer of frost. Seal Mudok closes the distance with a cold command to brace for impact, and before the Viscount can even process the terror, a single strike sends him spiraling through the trees. The battle ends as quickly as it started, leaving the man broken in the dirt while the rest of the group watches from the shadows. Seol stares down at the fallen noble, weighing the true scope of this territorial war and what it will cost. Behind him, Miller and Jerome stand ready, already looking toward the next move in a game that has only just begun. In the distance, the declaration rings out, "This land belongs to Carolyn now," and he means to keep every inch of it. Under the cover of night, the fallout begins. Viscount Roxlin loses everything, fleeing his domain in disgrace before vanishing entirely just days later. With Toth City officially incorporated into Carolyn, the plan was to appoint Jerome as the new district's administrator. But he isn't exactly jumping at the promotion. He hits his breaking point immediately, refusing to take on another pile of paperwork and threatening a full-scale strike if he's pushed. Carolyn presses him for a better option, and Jerome starts searching for any excuse to get out of the job, until a sudden thought stops him mid-sentence. Jerome finally hits on a solution for the local leadership crisis, pulling a name from the dungeons to fill a void in the administration. Of course, trust is a rare commodity, so the new manager gets 2 nights to monitor his every move and report back daily. Time passes, and the Kingdom of Drake prepares for a massive celebration to mark Tomalova III's birthday. The capital is draped in banners, while the guards at the gate swap stories about festival bonuses to kill the boredom of their shift. That boredom ends the moment a shadow sweeps over the stones, and they look up to find the sky filled with wyverns. Panic ripples through the gate as the guards scramble to sound the alarm, but the call for backup dies in their throats the moment the shadow lands. A man steps off the beast with a level of composure that says he owns every inch of the ground he's walking on, introducing himself as Baron Blizzard. The guards can only stare in disbelief as they realize they're looking at the legendary sword mage who saved the king, and he brought a tamed wyvern with him just to make the point clear. He draws a sealed envelope from his coat, stating his business with a look that suggests he isn't here to wait for an invitation. He's come to see the king, and today, nobody is going to stand in his way. The royal palace is lit for a celebration, the air thick with the sound of music and the chatter of the kingdom's elite. Every noble family has gathered in the ballroom for the king's birthday party, and the tension is high as they wait for the guest of honor. Finally, the herald's voice cuts through the music, announcing the arrival of Baron Blizzard. Seal Mudok steps into the hall, his presence immediately pulling the focus of every person in the room. He walks with the cold confidence of a man who knows exactly how much power he holds. Whispers ripple through the crowd as the guests trade rumors about his high-tier magic and how he personally saved the king's life. As he approaches the dais, His Majesty's voice greets him, acknowledging the man who has become the most dangerous player in the court. Entering the heart of the royal ballroom, Count Ainus finds himself face-to-face with a familiar power player. Princess Daphne greets him with a sharp, poised smile, but when she asks after his well-being, the Count keeps his guard up with a curt reply. A heavy silence stretches between them while the princess waits for a standard pleasantry that clearly isn't coming. Irritated by his total lack of etiquette, she demands he at least return the question, only for Ainus to deflect by handing her a drink with a hollow line about putting ladies first. The gesture actually works. softening her edges just long enough for the official proceedings to begin. The herald's voice cuts through the room, formally announcing the arrival of the princess and the newly titled count. The doors swing open to the royal gala, where Princess Daphrin and Count Ainus make their grand entrance. They present a perfect regal facade to the room, standing together as the center of attention. Ainus maintains a cold, detached composure, while Daphrin remains equally unbothered by the sudden silence. As they walk, the whispers start almost immediately, guests admiring the princess's beauty and questioning the man at her side, the one paired with her by Laird II himself. To the rest of the room, they are just a fitting couple, but for the Baron, that name hits like ice water. He recognizes it from Edmund's letter. This isn't just a count at a party, he's the Grand Swordmaster. The weight of the Baron's shock is enough to draw Daphrin's attention, and she asks Ainus if he and the man staring at them already know each other. Count Ainus keeps his guard up while he scans the room, admitting that the man he's tracking doesn't even feel like he belongs in this world. Sensing a shift in the air, Princess Daphrin notices his usual companion is missing and tries to play off her curiosity when he teases her about it, claiming she's just looking for a familiar face. Ainus tells her to be patient, knowing his partner, she's likely just waiting for the perfect moment to make a scene. Right on cue, the herald's voice booms across the ballroom to announce the star of the evening. As the doors swing wide, King Tomilova III makes his grand entrance, flanked by the royal family as the party truly begins. The revelation hits Daphrin hard. She stares across the ballroom, finally connecting the dots. The woman in the elegant white gown isn't just another noble. She's a princess from the Drake Kingdom. Looking over at Count Ainus, Daphrin realizes this must be the dramatic entrance he'd promised, and his silence on the matter feels more like a calculated move than an oversight. The Princess of Drake takes her place with practiced grace beside King Tomilova's throne, but her poise vanishes the moment her eyes lock onto someone in the crowd. Ainus simply waves, wearing a smile that says he knows exactly how much chaos this guest list is about to cause. The Drake princess is barely holding it together, her internal thoughts spiraling into a mess of fury and jealousy. She was expecting the first princess of Gaia, and seeing Daphrin standing right next to the Baron is a detail she clearly wasn't prepared to swallow. Despite the mounting tension near the throne, the celebration continues as the nobles offer their congratulations, and King Tomilova welcomes his guests to celebrate his 50th year. King Tomilova opens the celebration with a warm welcome to his guests, but the princess is already looking ahead to the main event, the annual presentation of tributes. Duke Icarus steps forward first, carrying a small ornate chest that immediately draws the room's focus. As the king takes the gift, his initial curiosity turns to genuine surprise when he finds a blue-gemmed ring inside. The Duke explains that this isn't just jewelry, it's a protective ward capable of nullifying any offensive magic below the fourth circle. The king stares at the piece, finally recognizing the weight of what he's holding. It's an ancient artifact, a relic most nobles thought had vanished from the world entirely. Baron Blizzard is still getting used to the language of high society, especially the concept of an artifact. Princess Daphrin explains that since the era of high-level mages has passed, objects imbued with magic have become priceless relics, and something with nullification powers would be beyond valuation. King Tomilova III accepts a rare ring from Duke Icarus. A stream of expensive tributes follows, but everything else looks like common jewelry compared to the Duke's artifact. That is, until the herald announces the final presenter of the evening. Stepping forward with a practiced bow, our protagonist greets the king with a humble facade. The king is genuinely pleased to see the newly named Baron Blizzard in good health, a sentiment the young man attributes solely to the crown's grace. It's a perfect performance of noble etiquette, but the real test begins as he reaches for the latch of his gift box. Presenting the hide of an ice ogre he hunted himself, Seol Mudok, now known as Baron Blizzard, waits for the king's reaction, and King Tomilova recognizes the beast as the savage monster of the north, before accepting the gift to be made into winter clothes. Duke Icarus isn't as pleased, dismissing the hide as a shabby offering that shows Seol's commoner origins, but the hide was just the beginning for our hero, who brings out a second chest that pulls the attention of the entire royal family, until the king looks inside and completely freezes. This is the moment everything turns. The murmurs start the second the box opens. a wave of confusion rippling through the nobles as they stare at the jagged, stony objects resting inside. Seol lets the tension hang for a beat before dropping the truth. These aren't jewels or artifacts, but monster eggs. The revelation hits the room like a physical blow, leaving the guests reeling and King Tomalova frozen at the sight of such a dangerous gift in the heart of the palace. Duke Icarus is the first to find his voice, erupting in a calculated rage and branding the gesture a direct insult to the royal family. He doesn't wait for a verdict, screaming for the guards to seize Baron Blizzard and drag him from the hall immediately. A single shout from the king cuts through the duke's command, dropping the entire room into a heavy, suffocating silence as Tomalova stares down at Seol. King Tomalova stares down at the young noble, demanding to know exactly what his business is at the palace today. Seol Modoc stands in the center of the great hall, wearing a sharp grin as he drops a reveal that turns the room cold. The egg he's brought is actually from an ice wyvern. The news hits the court with the weight of a death sentence, leaving the king and his dukes visibly shaken by the kind of power they're now holding. In the lands of Carolun, there lives a creature that dwarfs its common cousins, the ice wyvern. These beasts are 50% larger than normal wyverns and carry a temper to match. People have tried to tame them since ancient times, but stealing an egg is a suicide mission, and raising the hatchling is even harder. Ordinary wyverns are already enough to change history. The Zeba kingdom was just a small nation until its wyvern knights conquered every neighbor to build a massive empire. Taming a legend like the ice wyvern wouldn't just be a feat, it would change the balance of the entire world. Looking at the glowing clutch of eggs, King Tomalova realizes that securing these is only the first step. If they actually hatch, the military power of the Drake Kingdom is set to skyrocket. He turns to the man before him, grateful for the gift but clearly skeptical about what comes next. The king points out the obvious problem. Finding these eggs was a feat, but raising an ice wyvern to adulthood is a legendary nightmare. Seol Modoc doesn't flinch, acknowledging the difficulty with a calm confidence that suggests he's several steps ahead of the throne. He reaches into his coat as if he's already found the solution to a problem the kingdom hasn't even begun to tackle yet. Standing in the center of the royal court, Seol calls out for Lilith, ready to show the king exactly how he intends to bridge that gap. The palace peace shatters the moment the first scream hits. A massive shadow looms over the windows, and the court panics at the sight of a wyvern, but our protagonist isn't worried. This isn't an attack, it's an entrance. Seol Modoc explains he has tamed this beast since it was a hatchling, and he is ready to teach the royal breeders every secret he knows. It is the kind of gift that reshapes the future of a nation, and he tells King Tomalova that the wyverns can be imprinted to recognize the royal family as their true parents. To seal his influence, he offers 2 more eggs to the princesses as permanent guardians for the throne. He declares that with these beasts, his kingdom will finally rival the great Zeba Empire, and he can't stop thanking the man he knows as Baron Blizzard. Seol simply plays the humble servant, but he has the entire royal family in the palm of his hand, and they're thanking him for the privilege. Looking at the gift, the princess finally understands the weight of the promise Modoc made to her through the communication stone. But Duke Icarus can't even pretend to be happy for her, seething over how a minor noble like Baron Blizzard managed to get his hands on wyvern eggs. He decides that if he can't match the gift, he'll destroy the giver, stepping forward to interrupt the celebration with an urgent report. He informs the king that Modoc has already crossed a line, claiming the Baron sent troops into Viscount Roxland's territory to start a territorial war just 2 days ago. The news sends a shock through the throne room, leaving King Tomalova demanding to know why his Baron would move forces without permission. Seizing the moment, Icarus shouts for blood, demanding the harshest possible punishment for the man who dared to start a war without reporting to the crown. Through the entire outburst, Modoc just watches, letting the accusations pile up without a single word of defense. The king hesitates, cornered by the sudden scandal. If the duke's report is accurate, the crown's hands are tied. The situation is spiraling, and the princess can see it. If something doesn't change fast, Baron Blizzard's reputation won't survive the night. Duke Icarus is already mentally celebrating, certain he's just delivered the final blow to his rival's standing. But Seol Modoc isn't finished. He calls out to the king, asking a pointed question about whether slave trading is actually legal in the Drake Kingdom. The king confirms it's strictly prohibited, which is exactly the opening Sial was waiting for. He pulls out a scroll and presents it to the court, the definitive ledger of Roxland's illegal slave trading records. Just when Icarus thought he had his victory, the entire game just flipped. The accusation lands like a hammer, freezing the room as Duke Icarus and King Tomilova struggle to process the weight of what they just heard. Even the princess is left reeling in horror. Mudok doesn't give them a chance to recover, revealing that Roxland hasn't just been causing trouble. He's been capturing Mudok's people and selling them into slavery. He presents the evidence with a finality that demands an answer, standing tall as he asks how any true lord could witness such a betrayal and not be consumed by rage. The court erupts into a panicked murmur. Slavery is a line no one expected to see crossed, and suddenly, the political game has become a fight for basic human rights. Duke Icarus finally corners Roxland. The truth is uglier than anyone expected. Illegal slave trading. Roxland knows he's done, and the Duke has zero patience for a man who sells lives in the dark. Before the blood can spill, the princess steps in to turn this scandal into a lethal legal trap by reminding the court that any noble who violates royal law can be challenged to a territory war without a report. She presses her father for a public answer, effectively forcing the king to redraw the map of the kingdom in front of everyone. The king weighs the shift. Everything rests on this silence, and he knows a ruling here will permanently change the balance of power. The gamble pays off when he declares the challenge valid and officially grants Tatsi to Carolyn as their new territory. Inside the royal audience hall, Sol Madok stands before the throne under the calculating gaze of Duke Icarus. Seeing an opportunity to play his hand, the Duke suggests that since Baron Blizzard's territory has grown so much, the king should consider granting him a higher title. King Tomilova agrees and commands Sol to step forward. Our protagonist approaches the dais and kneels before the royal family, accepting the new rank as the king officially appoints him as a viscount. Sol plays the part of the loyal noble perfectly, offering his gratitude while the crowd erupts in applause. But as the ceremony concludes, the mask slips for Duke Icarus, who watches the new viscount with pure murderous intent, vowing to bring Sol down no matter the cost. Siol Mudok makes his exit, slipping away from the palace interior with the silence of a man who's done this 1,000 times. The weight of the night's display sits heavy, a necessary performance in a game he's finally starting to control. Stepping out onto the balcony, he lets out a long breath into the cold night air, the moon hanging as the only witness to his drop in posture. He thinks back to the ceremony, where the swarming attention of the nobility kept him at a distance from his real objective. Getting close to Lady Escheld was the plan, but the sheer volume of bodies around him made a private word impossible. Still, as he looks out over the grounds, a cold smile touches his face. He has finally made it this far, and the pieces are exactly where he needs them. The memory of an old accusation still echoes, a reminder of the power he displayed and the lies he told to hide it. He had spent years in the shadows, keeping his head down among the common folk, fueled only by the hope that he could finally return to Lady Escheld's side. But those quiet dreams are shattered when a heavy footfall breaks the silence of the terrace. Our protagonist spins around to find a stranger watching him, and a single look into the man's eyes confirms that this is no ordinary guard. Standing before him is Count Ainus of the Hazen Kingdom, a high-ranking noble whose presence here can only mean one thing. The search is over. The Count has finally tracked down Siol Mudok, and he has no intention of letting him disappear again. The moment the language of the Central Plains hits Count Ainus, his entire world shifts. This isn't just some foreign tongue. It's the sound of an ancient grudge, the voice of the enemy who dismantled his master and his sect. He's spent a lifetime wandering, searching for the ghost at the center of that slaughter. Then he catches the scent, plum blossom fragrance, the unmistakable signature of a legend he thought was dead. A memory of the dying Master Jeong Pungjin flashes back, a final, bloody boast that a single disciple could have changed everything. Ainus looks at the man in front of him and finally does the math. This is the one his master warned him about. Under the soft glow of the palace courtyard, Count Ainus finally sees through the mask, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place with a sudden, sharp clarity. He realizes he isn't just facing a skilled warrior, but the man known as the greatest prodigy of the Central Plains, the legendary Li Jinchong. Starry_beats. Key_beats. Characters_introduced. Characters_developed. Power_moments. Emotional_beats. System_events. Character_map. Northern Sea Palace Master. Description: massive muscular older man with a long thick gray beard and long gray hair. His face is covered in scars, and he has a fierce, commanding presence. Huayan's father. Appeared _in panels. White-haired swordsman. Description: younger man with long, flowing white hair tied in a high ponytail, has glowing white eyes and wears a dark blue and gray martial uniform with red accents and a decorative waist piece featuring a demon presence. Appeared in panels. Huayan. Description: young woman with brown hair tied in a bun, wearing a pink and black robe, daughter of the palace master, currently in a state of distress after being ordered to be locked up. Appeared in panels. Muyang. Description: a shadow guard or subordinate of the white-haired swordsman, appearing as a dark, lean silhouette with long hair, stands behind the retainer and red-haired woman. Appeared in panels. Scholars. Description: a group of older men with goatees and traditional scholars' topknots, wearing light-colored historical robes, identified as the Man Bakja. Appeared in panels. Seol Mudak. Description: young man with long white hair and sharp features, wears a dark noble-style shirt with a high collar and a dark coat. He is calculated, predatory and currently operating under the title of Baronet Blackbox.6. Appeared in panels. The Scholars. Description: a group of older men with goatees and traditional scholars' topknots, wearing light-colored historical robes, identified as the Man Bakja. Appeared in panels. A sailor. Description: unnamed crew member on the ship, older man with a gray goatee and a simple headband, wearing gray robes. Appeared in panels. Civilians. Description: a group of terrified people wearing modern casual clothing, such as hoodies and t-shirts, being attacked by giant insects. Appeared in panels. A protector. Description: a blonde woman with a high ponytail wearing denim overalls over a brown shirt, protectively guarding a child. Appeared in panels. The child. Description: a small young girl with pinkish hair and fearful eyes, currently being held as a hostage or shield by Savina. Appeared in panels. A chef. Description: an older man with round glasses, a small goatee, and long dark hair tied back, wearing a white shirt and a dark vest, seen clutching a large kitchen knife in terror. Appeared in panels. A young man. Description: a youth with spiky blue-gray hair and a bandage around his forehead, wearing a light-colored tunic and a scarf. Appeared in panels. An elder. Description: an older man with gray hair tied in twin buns on the sides of his head and a gray goatee, wearing a tan jacket over a white shirt, seen huffing from the heat and weight of his pack. Appeared in panels. A refugee. Description: a man with short brown hair wearing a white shirt and dark pants, seen running and shouting in panic. Appeared in panels. Giant insects. Description: massive, predatory flying insects with red bulbous eyes, long segmented legs and iridescent wings. Appeared in panels. Edmund Roll. Description: middle-aged man with gray hair on the sides, a bald top and a gray goatee, wears a gray shirt, dark pants and a dark vest, identifies himself as the leader of the Roll Merchant Association. Appeared in panels. Magic swordsman illustration. Description: a hooded figure with glowing eyes, brown hair, and muscular arms, holding a silver sword in one hand and a glowing staff in the other, shown as a mental illustration. appeared underscore in underscore panels. Leo. Description: young man with short spiky blue hair and a headband, wears a white double-breasted military coat over dark clothing. Previously identified as blue-haired warrior, appeared underscore in underscore panels. A man. Description: middle-aged man with short brown hair and a mustache, wearing a dark vest over a white shirt, identified in previous chunks, now trying to de-escalate the situation. Appeared underscore in underscore panels. A boy. Description: young boy with short curly reddish-brown hair and large dark eyes, wearing a simple light-colored tunic, appeared underscore in underscore panels. Luffy. Description: young boy with short curly reddish-brown hair and large dark eyes, wearing a simple light-colored tunic with a fur collar, previously identified as a boy, now named in dialogue, appeared underscore in underscore panels. Savina. Description: blonde woman with a high ponytail wearing blue denim overalls over a brown shirt, identified as the protector in previous chunks, now named in dialogue, appears highly distressed and holds a small C, appeared underscore in underscore panels. Charles. Description: middle-aged man with dark hair tied in a ponytail and a small goatee, wears round glasses, a dark vesta over a white shirt, and a light-colored cravat, previously identified as a man or a chef, appeared underscore in underscore panels. Annie. Description: a small young girl with pinkish hair and fearful eyes, currently being held by Savina, previously identified as the child, appeared underscore in underscore panels. A traveler. Description: an older man with a gray beard and a tan complexion, wearing a gray hooded cloak over a white shirt and carrying a large, heavy backpack, seen huffing and sweating in the heat, appeared underscore in underscore panels. A mage. Description: a mystical figure depicted in an illustration, wearing a wide-brimmed wizard hat and tattered robes, seen channeling blue magical energy into a bowl, appeared underscore in underscore panels. Arnold. Description: merchant from Narrow City with short light-colored hair and a simple tunic, seen shouting in a column, appeared underscore in underscore panels. A woman. Description: young refugee woman with wavy brown hair wearing a white tunic, seen trembling with fear, appeared underscore in underscore panels. Benjamin. Description: middle-aged man with short gray hair and a goatee, wearing a light blue vesta and a white shirt, identifies himself as the butler of the Count's slave family, appeared underscore in underscore panels. Benjamin's companion. Description: man with long wavy brown hair wearing a brown vesta over a white shirt, representative of the Arista family, appeared underscore in underscore panels. Eye patch man. Description: man with purple hair tied back and an eye patch over his right eye, wearing a dark red jacket, representative of the Meiji Merchant Association, appeared underscore in underscore panels. Duke Icarus. Description: large muscular man with a thick gray mustache and glowing red eyes, wears an ornate dark purple and gold noble's robe. He possesses a predatory grin and a commanding presence, appeared underscore in underscore panels. Arrogant noble. Description: young man with short brown hair and a cruel wide-eyed expression, wearing a blue and gray vest, part of a group harassing Savina, appeared underscore in underscore panels. Noble followers. Description: a group of young men with smirking expressions and stylish travel clothes, accompanying the arrogant noble, appeared underscore in underscore panels. A noble. Description: young man with reddish-brown hair and a light-colored vest over a white shirt, identified as a noble in previous chunks, now named as Samuel, carries a sword and has an aggressive entitled demeanor, appeared underscore in underscore panels. Noble companion. Description: tall man with dark brown hair and a dark suit-like uniform, has glowing purple eyes and behaves with a calm, authoritative presence, identified as Justin, appeared underscore in underscore panels. Noble guard. Description: a man with short brown hair and a sharp chin, wearing a dark buttoned uniform with a belt, standing to the right of the noble, appeared underscore in underscore panels. Samuel. Description: young man with reddish brown hair and a light-colored vest, displays an aggressive but now terrified and entitled demeanor, identifies Justin by name while panicking, appeared _in_ panels. Samuel's companion. Description: tall man with dark brown hair and a dark suit-like uniform, has glowing purple eyes and behaves with a calm, authoritative presence, identified as Justin, appeared _in_ panels. Justin. Description: a man with long dark hair and sharp predatory features, wearing a dark blue and red noble's tunic. He displays an arrogant and aggressive demeanor, appeared _in_ panels. A guard. Description: man with short gray hair and a brown jacket with fur lining, seen sitting at the meeting table and shouting, appeared _in_ panels. Count Slabe. Description: older man with blonde hair and a beard, flowering red and gold regal robes, seen sitting at the head of a long table in a meeting hall, appeared _in_ panels. Council members. Description: a group of diverse men in formal attire, including one with a red headband and another with blonde curly hair, seated around a lot of table, appeared _in_ panels. Count Slave. Description: middle-aged man with short blonde hair and a well-groomed blonde beard, wears a tan and dark green military-style uniform with gold accents, previously identified as a target, appeared _in_ panels. King Tomalova III. Description: large regal man with long blonde hair and a thick blonde mustache, wears ornate red and gold royal robes with a large eagle motif necklace, seen here wielding a ceremonial sword for a knighting ceremony 6, appeared _in_ panels. Duke Sergio von Icarus. Description: middle-aged man with long dark hair pulled back and a goatee, wears a formal dark outfit with a fur-lined cloak, identified in previous map and confirmed by his presence in the council room, appeared _in_ panels. Count Crashes. Description: portly middle-aged man with a thin mustache and long dark hair tied back, wears a reddish-brown vesta over a white shirt, identified by nameplate, appeared _in_ panels. Baron Arista. Description: older man with wavy brown hair and sideburns, wears a tan vesta over a white shirt, seen appearing nervous and sweating as he discusses political matters, appeared _in_ panels. Princess Daphrin. Description: young woman with very long dark hair and striking green eyes, identified as the younger sister of King Laird II of Hazen, appeared _in_ panels. King Laird II. Description: mentioned monarch of the Hazen Kingdom, described as a sly king who cherishes his sister, appeared _in_ panels. Cotton. Description: an older man with slicked back blonde hair and a well-groomed blonde beard, wears a tan and dark green military-style uniform with gold accents, a trusted retainer and bodyguard, seen here wearing Raoul's 26, appeared _in_ panels. Seol Mudok. Young. Description: childhood version of Seol Mudok with white hair, seen in a flashback, wearing a light-colored traditional martial arts tunic, appeared _in_ panels. The Mage. Description: a figure wearing a tattered brown hooded cloak and a skull-like mask with glowing red eyes, uses fire-based magic, appeared _in_ panels. The Masked Stranger. Description: a recurring adversary with long dark hair and a purple scarf mask, wears a dark, sleeveless martial arts-style outfit seen reacting with shock, appeared _in_ panels. Assassins. Description: a group of hooded masked figures with glowing red eyes attacking Count Slave's group, appeared _in_ panels. Scarred Assassin. Description: middle-aged man with long gray hair and a distinctive X-shaped scar on his forehead, wears dark, bandage-wrapped martial attire and earrings, part of the group ambushing the woods, displays intense AGA 216, appeared _in_ panels. Hooded Assassin. Description: a subordinate assassin wearing a dark hooded cloak that obscures most of his face, showing only glowing red eyes, appeared _in_ panels. Captain Morion. Description: a masked assassin leader wearing a dark hooded cloak and a skeletal mask, carries a jagged sword and leads the group in the woods, appeared _in_ panels. Headmaster. Description: older man with a balding head, a distinctive tuft of dark hair on top, and a grayish horseshoe beard, wears a light blue-gray collared shirt, appears worried as he discusses the northern lands. Appeared _ in panels. Red-haired assistant. Description: young man with short-styled reddish-pink hair, wears a gray long-sleeved shirt, appears to be reporting to the headmaster. Appeared _ in panels. Henry. Description: Edmund's associate, a younger man with dark hair tied in a ponytail and a small goatee, wears glasses, a gray vesta over a white shirt, and a dark cravat. Appeared _ in panels. Gangbuck leader. Description: man with spiky dark hair and a serious expression, wears a gray traditional high-collared robe, seen in a flashback or strategic meeting discussing regional control. Appeared _ in panels. Messenger. Description: young man with short, wavy dark brown hair and a small star-shaped brooch on his high-collared dark uniform, appears distressed and tearful. Note: visuals match previous Henry entry, identified her act. Appeared _ in panels. Spiritual children. Description: a group of young children appearing as translucent or glowing spirits in a forest setting, one with blonde hair, one with pinkish hair, and one with a headband. Appeared _ in panels. Princess Ishilda. Description: young woman with long, vibrant orange-red hair, has light-colored eyes and wears a brown hooded traveling cloak over her blue and cream dress with purple jeweled earrings. Identified as the Princess over 26. Appeared _ in panels. Role Merchant Association worker. Description: a young woman with long blonde hair and a blue dress seen holding a bowl of ice cream in an illustrative flashback, likely a representation of the Merchant Association's success. Appeared _ in panels. Local children. Description: a pair of young children, a boy with brown hair and a girl with blonde pigtails, seen enjoying ice cream in the streets. Appeared _ in panels. A student. Description: young boy with short brown hair and a light blue shirt, seen training and standing near Benjamin. Appeared _ in panels. Queen Swan. Description: regal woman with reddish brown hair, tied in an elegant updo, wearing a purple royal dress with pearls, seen in a family portrait with King Tomalova III and a young Princess Ishilda. Appeared _ in panels. Foreign princes. Description: a pair of attractive noblemen, one with tanned skin, orange hair, and a gold necklace, the other with fair skin, blonde hair, and a dark suit with a tie, seen as examples of ideal suitors. Appeared _ in panels. Red-haired noblewoman. Description: young woman with long, wavy reddish-brown hair, tied with a blue ribbon, wears a yellow dress with white puff sleeves, appears anxious and apologetic. Appeared _ in panels. Dark-haired nobleman. Description: young man with short dark hair and a cross motif on his shoulder cloak, wears a dark suit and displays visible anger contempt. Appeared _ in panels. Princess Savina. Description: young woman with long, wavy reddish-brown hair, tied with a blue ribbon, daughter of King Tomalova III, wears a yellow dress with white puff sleeves. Previously identified as red-haired noblewoman. Appeared _ in panels. The nobleman in red. Description: man with a red headband and a thick goatee, seen sitting at the council table, identified as one of the lords present. Appeared _ in panels. Baronet Blizzard. Description: the new title given to the protagonist Seol Mudok, identified by the Duke and Princess in internal monologues as the one being sent to the northern lands. Appeared _ in panels. Northern Kids. Description: a group of 4 children with tearful eyes, one with messy blue hair and a bandage on his head, one with blonde hair, one with brown hair, and one with pink hair, Annie. Appeared _ in panels. Ishilda. Description: young woman with reddish-brown hair, wearing a brown hooded cloak over a blue and white outfit. She carries for a heavy sense of guilt regarding Seol Mudok's new appointment. Appeared _ in panels. Dam Chunhak. Description: a character mentioned in dialogue, previously apologized to Seol Mudok alongside Huion. appeared _in_ panels. Scarred patron. Description: bald, muscular man with a prominent X-shaped scar on his forehead, wears a fur-trimmed brown tunic and exhibits a confident, wide-toothed grin while drinking in a tavern. Appeared _in_ panels. Hunched patron. Description: older man seen from behind in a tavern, wearing a thick fur-lined hood and brown winter coat, appears to be listening to local gossip. Appeared _in_ panels. Blonde drunk. Description: a man with messy blonde hair wearing a gray fur-lined winter coat, seen slumped over a tavern table with a mug, seemingly dismissed by the other patrons. Appeared _in_ panels. Bandaged tavern patron. Description: a man with shoulder-length blonde hair and a beard, wearing a gray fur-lined coat over a dark shirt. His left eye is covered with a white bandage. Identified as Max. Appeared _in_ panels. Luia. Description: a woman with wavy reddish-brown hair and sharp almond-shaped eyes, wearing a fur-lined winter hat and a matching tunic, previously seen being frustrated with Seol Mudok. Appeared _in_ panels. Male hunter. Description: man with short gray hair and a scar on his left cheek, wears fur-lined winter clothing and carries a knife. Companion to Luia. Appeared _in_ panels. Jake. Description: a man with short gray hair and a jagged scar across the bridge of his nose, wears a silver-colored military-style armor with fur accents, previously identified as Captain Short, now being called by Head of 26, appeared _in_ panels. Jake's attacker. Description: a massive, multi-fanged blue and white frost creature with glowing eyes and a dragon-like snout, appeared _in_ panels. Karellen. Description: young man with silver-white hair and sharp eyes, wears a white and dark blue military-style noble's uniform with gold trim and high-collared bandages on his wrists, identified in dialogue as the new Louis 126, appeared _in_ panels. Scarred thug. Description: a bald man with a jagged scar on his left cheek and several bandages on his head, wears a fur-collared brown outfit, seen nursing injuries in a tavern, appeared _in_ panels. Injured patron. Description: a man with short dark hair and a small beard, covered in facial bruises and bandages, seen sitting at a tavern table, appeared _in_ panels. Old drunk. Description: an elderly man with a very thick white beard and a fur hat, seen slumped over a mug in a tavern, appeared _in_ panels. Max. Description: a stern-looking man with short blonde hair and a black eye patch over his right eye, wears a white and dark gray military uniform with fur-lined accents, identified as the captain of the White Castle GOC, appeared _in_ panels. A villager. Description: a man with messy brown hair and a short beard wearing fur-lined winter gear, seen bursting into a tavern with news, appeared _in_ panels. Karellen patron. Description: a tavern patron with short light brown hair and a fur-lined vest, seen assisting Max and explaining his blackout, appeared _in_ panels. Scarred elder. Description: an older man with a distinctive star-shaped beard, scars on his face, and a fur-lined outfit with several pouches across his chest, appeared _in_ panels. Ice ogre. Description: a massive blue-skinned monstrous humanoid with white fur around its neck, red glowing eyes and sharp teeth, seen wielding a giant stone-headed mace, appeared _in_ panels. Ice wyvern hatchlings. Description: 3 small, dragon-like creatures with light blue-gray fur, white manes and small dark horns. They appear peaceful and cat-like while sleeping, appeared _in_ panels. Blue-haired warrior. Description: young man with short spiky blue hair and a white headband, wears a white double-breasted military coat with a high black collar that partially covers his lower face, appeared _in_ panels. Mysterious assailant. Description: young man with light-colored messy hair and a hood, uses a glowing geometric artifact to channel lightning magic. Appeared _in_ panels. Count Jerome von Caruin. Description: middle-aged man with wavy brown hair and round glasses, wears a light-colored hooded cloak over a brown vesta. Previously identified as a chef or a man named Charles, now reveals his noble title. Appeared _in_ panels. Wyverns. Description: small, dragon-like creatures with light blue skin and glowing markings, seen lying wounded on the ground. Appeared _in_ panels. The King. Description: a blonde-haired man seen from behind sitting on an ornate throne. He wears a brown robe with fur trim and is shown holding his head in frustration while surrounded by paperwork. Appeared _in_ panels. Mercenaries. Description: a group of armed men wearing thick winter furs and carrying various weapons like swords and axes. They appear ready for a cold climate mission. Appeared _in_ panels. Scarred mercenary. Description: mercenary with short gray hair and a prominent vertical scar over his left eye, wears a gray fur-lined coat. Appeared _in_ panels. Dark-haired mercenary. Description: female mercenary with long, dark, wavy hair and a gray fur hat, wears a revealing dark top and a heavy cloak. Appeared _in_ panels. Elf mercenary. Description: a male elf with long, straight black hair and pointed ears, wears dark armor with a gray fur-lined collar, carries a jagged-edged sword on his back. Appeared _in_ panels. Lion Knights of the Icarus Duchy. Description: elite knights from the Icarus Duchy, represented by a man with spiky brown hair and a fierce, wide-toothed grin, wearing ornate golden gauntlets. They are backed by a golden lion emblem. Appeared _in_ panels. Red-haired archer. Description: a female warrior with long reddish hair tied back, wearing dark armor and a purple scarf. She wields a bow. Appeared _in_ panels. Ice dragon. Description: a massive serpentine dragon with scales of deep blue and white, glowing blue eyes, and jagged crystalline horns. Appeared _in_ panels. Ice wyvern. Description: a large bipedal dragon-like creature with pale blue scales, a long neck, and a fur-like mane along its spine. It is harnessed for transport. Appeared _in_ panels. Vortex merchant. Description: a man with wavy light brown hair and round glasses, wears a light-colored coat with a star-shaped brooch. Appeared _in_ panels. Mercenary officer. Description: a muscular man seen from behind wearing a red military coat and a black peaked cap. Appeared _in_ panels. Karelian warriors. Description: a diverse group of mercenaries and hunters, including a large blond man in a fur-lined coat, a dark-haired man with pointed ears, and a female archer with a fur hat. Appeared _in_ panels. Gale. Description: a skilled warrior with short, purple-tinted hair, wearing a long, light-colored military coat, wields a sword, and possesses glowing red eyes when active in combat. Appeared _in_ panels. Shuart Gale. Description: a skilled warrior known as Gale with short, spiky blue-gray hair, a hero of the commoners who was once imprisoned but escaped, wields a large sword with precision. He sometimes possesses glowing red eyes. Appeared _in_ panels. Elf warrior. Description: a male warrior with long dark hair and prominent pointed ears, part of the Karelian group. Appeared _in_ panels. Sabina. Description: a young woman with long blonde hair and sharp, expressive eyes, wears a light-colored tunic or dress and a dark headband. She is energetic and seems to be the messenger or pilot for the delivery. Appeared _in_ panels. Pink-haired girl. Description: young girl with pink hair tied in two low buns, wears a light-colored winter coat, seen crying and looking distressed. Appeared _in_ panels. Mr. Osborne. Description: a character mentioned by name in a flashback, associated with building a place for ice wyvern eggs. Appeared _in_ panels. Bora. Description: young boy with messy brown hair and a dark vesta, another student of Seol Mudak and Leo's companion. Appeared _in_ panels. Blizzard Knight Order. Description: a group of elite knights wearing silver and white military-style armor. They are seen searching the snowy woods on Seol Mudok's orders. Appeared _in_ panels. Shuart. Description: a young man with messy dark blue hair, appointed as the captain of the Blizzard Knight Order. Appeared _in_ panels. Osborne. Description: a man with light reddish-brown hair swept up and thick sideburns, wears a white and dark gray military tunic with fur-lined pauldrons. Previously identified as brave soldier and a subordinate. Appeared _in_ panels. Jerome. Description: a man with short blonde hair and glasses wearing a dark ornate robe with silver embroidery, seen wielding a staff with a blue orb and channeling powerful magical energy. Identified as Jerome in Dialas .6s, West and Blink. Wyvern Knight Captain. Description: boisterous man with short spiky dark hair, wears a brown tunic with thick white fur lining at the collar and cuffs. Appeared _in_ panels. Red-haired butcher. Description: woman with long messy wavy red hair wearing a red and white patterned bandana, seen butchering large slabs of meat in a kitchen. Appeared _in_ panels. Captain Shuart. Description: a man with short gray hair and a jagged scar across the bridge of his nose, wears a silver-colored military-style armor with fur accents. Previously identified as Captain Shuart, now being called by How Pattern 26. Appeared _in_ panels. Gregor. Description: a large, muscular man with tan skin and short brown hair, wears a dark studded vest, fur-lined pauldrons, and carries a large battle axe. Appeared _in_ panels. Lenin. Description: a man with dark hair tied back and bandages covering most of his face and one eye, wears a dark hooded cloak and dark clothing. Appeared _in_ panels. Icy Behemoth. Description: a massive blue-skinned humanoid creature with glowing red eyes and long fangs, wearing fur-lined armor and chains. Appeared _in_ panels. A subordinate. Description: a man with reddish-brown hair swept up and thick sideburns, wears a dark gray military tunic. Appeared _in_ panels. Yeti. Description: a large, monstrous humanoid creature with white fur, a single horn on its forehead, and glowing blue eyes, wears metal bands on its arms and tail. Appeared _in_ panels. Masked Archer. Description: a man wearing a simple two-holed wooden mask and fur-lined winter armor, carries a bow and a quiver of arrows on his back. Appeared _in_ panels. Young Warrior. Description: a young man with short dark hair and a determined expression, wears dark fur-trimmed armor with a circular emblem on the chest. Appeared _in_ panels. Brave Soldier. Description: a man with reddish-brown hair swept up, thick sideburns and a goatee, wears a white and dark gray military tunic, with fur-lined pauldrons. In current panels, he is seen with a black eye patch over his head. Description: a bald older man with a gray mustache and a small tuft of hair on top, seen in a flashback discussing legends with Seol Mudok. Appeared _in_ panels. Condal. Description: a small fluffy white yeti creature with tiny horns and a wide friendly mouth, can speak by saying Khan, later revealed to have a massive muscular true form with blue-tinged skin and white beard. Appeared _in_ panels. Edmund. Description: middle-aged man with a thick gray mustache and a balding head, wears a tan wide-brimmed hat and a simple light-colored tunic. A merchant or association leader. Appeared _in_ panels. The Lord Magic Swordsman. Description: a man with long flowing white hair tied in a high ponytail, seen in a rose-tinted flashback making a promise to Edmund. Appeared _in_ panels. Wyvern. Description: a massive draconic creature with glowing eyes, sharp teeth, and a powerful roar. It attacks by crashing through windows. Appeared _in_ panels. Sir Justin. Description: a young nobleman with messy dark blue hair and piercing blue eyes, wears a high-collared black suit with a bat-shaped brooch on his lapel, carries an air of arrogant confidence. appeared _in_ panels. The maid. Description: a female attendant with dark hair tied in a bun wears a traditional black and white maid's uniform with ruffles. Appeared _in_ panels. Lentia. Description: young woman with dark hair tied in a bun wearing a traditional black and white maid's uniform. Servant to the princess. Appeared _in_ panels. Flying creature. Description: a large wyvern-like creature with white scales and blue glowing eyes being ridden by Jake. Appeared _in_ panels. Osborne. Description: a man with short blonde hair and glasses shown in a chibi-style reactive illustration. A subordinate or colleague of C.L. Modoc. Appeared _in_ panels. Red-haired council member. Description: a man with short red hair and a beard, wearing a brown jacket over a light shirt, one of the council members. Appeared _in_ panels. Shadowy informant. Description: a man with blue-gray hair and a black mask covering the lower half of his face, wears a white and black military tunic with gold buttons, reports to the Northern Sea Palace Master. Appeared _in_ panels. Jiang Peng Jin. Description: head of the Manhwa sect, an older man with a long brown beard and receding brown hair, seen bloodied and defeated in a flashback, trapped in ice. Appeared _in_ panels. The disciple. Description: a silhouetted figure seen in C.L. Modoc's flashback, a muscular man in robes holding a jagged stone-like blade or whip sword, glowing with light. Appeared _in_ panels. The Arista Knight. Description: young man with light wavy hair and glasses, wears a white cloak with a star-shaped brooch, likely the representative of the Arista family mentioned previously. Appeared _in_ panels. The Princess. Description: young woman with blonde hair tied in a ponytail, seen observing the arrival of the knights from the window. Appeared _in_ panels. Princess Eshield. Description: young woman with reddish-brown hair, seen wearing a decorative tan winter coat and a brown fur-lined cape. Note: previously described with long reddish-brown hair and expressive purple eyes. Appeared _in_ panels. Red-eyed man. Description: a mysterious figure seen partially in shadow, with a glowing red eye and blood on his lower face, wears a dark, hooded cloak. Appeared _in_ panels. Arbon. Description: a hooded assassin with a white mask featuring a red crescent moon design and glowing red eyes, carries multiple blades on his back and serves Justin. Appeared _in_ panels. Red-haired woman. Description: young woman with long, vibrant red hair, sometimes appearing lavender pink in bright light, and purple eyes, identifies as Highness and Rowan McMahon, first in line to the Gaia Kingdom throne. Appeared _in_ panels. An attendant. Description: an unseen speaker behind a door who announces visitors to the red-haired woman. Appeared _in_ panels. The intruder. Description: a menacing man with messy brown hair and a sadistic grin, wears a dark navy or black double-breasted suit with a batwing motif on the lapel, wields a blood-stained dagger and has glowing purple eyes. Appeared _in_ panels. Justin. Transformed. Description: previously identified as Justin, now appearing as a massive monstrous knight in glowing purple demonic armor with multiple jagged horns and glowing red eyes, wields a large dark sword. Appeared _in_ panels. Justin's father. Description: older man with long dark hair, a mustache and a goatee, wears a fur-lined cloak and possesses a commanding stern presence, wielding a magical sword. Appeared _in_ panels. Eshield. Description: young woman with long, vibrant orange-red hair. In this scene, she appears cheerful and informal, calling C.O. Master and offering ice cream. Appeared _in_ panels. Justin's men. Description: a group of rough-looking men, including one with blonde hair and bandages, and another with a crescent moon headband, seen imprisoned with Justin. Appeared _in_ panels. Blonde _drunk. Description: a man with messy blonde hair wearing a gray, fur-lined winter coat, seen slumped over a tavern table with a mug, seemingly dismissed by the other patrons. Appeared _ in panels. The maid. Description: a woman with dark hair tied back in a bun, wearing a standard black and white maid's uniform, loyal attendant to Princess Eshild, identified in narration as Rencia. Appeared _ in panels. Rencia. Description: the maid, young woman with brown hair tied in a bun and braids, wearing a standard black and white maid's uniform, loyal attendant to Princess Eshild. Appeared _ in panels. Baron. Description: young man with long, light-colored hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing a white and dark military-style coat, identified as Baron. Appeared _ in panels. Spectacled aide. Description: a young man with light gray hair and glasses, wearing a white high-collared coat with gold trim and a long white cape, carries a brown briefcase. Appeared _ in panels. Scarred soldier. Description: a man with short brown hair and a scar on his left cheek, wears goggles on his head and brown fur-lined leather armor with a metal pauldron on his right shoulder. Appeared _ in panels. Lilith. Description: a massive, white-furred wyvern with glowing blue eyes, large horns and powerful wings, identified as the mount of the wyvern-riding knight. Appeared _ in panels. Luia. Description: a woman with voluminous dark purple curly hair, wears a white and green tunic with a brown vest and a green caplet. She is a subordinate of Seal Mudok, responsible for trade matters. Appeared _ in panels. Dream Wayan. Description: a woman from Eshield's dream, with black hair tied in a traditional bun and calm black eyes, shown wearing a dark blue robe and weeping. Identified as Hwayan from the series context. Appeared _ in panels. Sir Jerome. Description: a man with wavy light brown hair and glasses, wears a light-colored cape with a gold star pin. He is a subordinate or advisor discussing business matters with Seal Mudok. Appeared _ in panels. Gaia Queens. Description: a historical or collective representation of the female rulers of the Gaia Kingdom, seen in a decorative portrait wearing crowns and regal gowns. Appeared _ in panels. Gaia Knight Order. Description: a group of female knights with long hair, wearing silver blue armor and helmets with wing-like motifs, wielding glowing blue swords. Appeared _ in panels. Gaia Noblewoman. Description: a woman with short blonde hair wearing a lavish purple and gold dress and holding a designer-style handbag, used as a visual example of the Gaia Kingdom's elite fashion. Appeared _ in panels. A shopkeeper. Description: a woman with her hair in a bun, wearing a pink and white dress, seen in a state of despair as she watches her shop burn. Appeared _ in panels. Elf Woman. Description: a woman with long purple hair and pointed elf ears, wears a white and dark vest, seen panicking in front of the burning building. Appeared _ in panels. Spectacles Mage. Description: young man with light wavy hair and round glasses, wears a light blue hooded cloak or cape with a star-shaped brooch, appears shocked by the display of magic. Appeared _ in panels. The Noble. Description: middle-aged man with short light brown hair and a thin mustache goatee, wears a dark formal tunic, identified as Your Highness in the current scene. Appeared _ in panels. Short-haired woman. Description: young woman with short, wavy light blue hair and golden amber eyes, wears a simple white nightgown with a blue belt, appears confused and defensive. Appeared _ in panels. Wild-haired woman. Description: woman with voluminous, messy dark purple hair and sharp, shark-like teeth, wears a green hooded vest over a light tunic, speaks with a casual, predatory friendliness. Appeared _ in panels. Schiller McMahon. Description: young woman with short, wavy light blue hair and golden amber eyes, daughter of the McMahon family. She is visiting Roy McMahon to seek answers about the attempt on her life. Appeared _ in panels. Baron Dayton. Description: an older noble CLI mentioned in dialogue, later seen in flashback reflection with a pointed goatee and formal dark attire, identified by Schiller as the one who attempted to assassinate her, appeared _in_ panels. Foreign knights. Description: rough-looking male warriors seen in Schiller's flashback. One has tan skin and a wide mocking grin, wearing dark metal armor. Appeared _in_ panels. Princess of Gaia Kingdom. Description: young woman with short, wavy teal-blue hair and glowing orange eyes. Wears a simple light-colored tunic and wields a thin rapier with an ornate basket hilt. Appeared _in_ panels. Justin's retainer. Description: young man with light brown hair and glasses, wearing a light blue cloak. Shown acting as a nervous mediator trying to de-escalate the conflict. Appeared _in_ panels. Schiller's mother. Description: a woman with long braided silver hair wearing a regal white and gold gown, seen in Schiller's memories. Appeared _in_ panels. Young Schiller. Description: younger version of Schiller McMahon, with short light blue hair, seen wearing a simple white dress and holding a tournament medal. Appeared _in_ panels. Schiller's sister. Description: a young girl with long lavender hair seen from behind in a memory. Appeared _in_ panels. Princess's attendant. Description: young man with light brown hair and glasses, wearing a white high-collared shirt and a light-colored cloak. He responds to the princess's orders with nervous compliance. Appeared _in_ panels. Palace guard. Description: woman with dark, messy hair and tan skin, wearing a green and brown adventurer or soldier's outfit, seen accompanying the princess's attendant. Appeared _in_ panels. Palace attendant. Description: a woman with her hair pulled back into a bun, wearing a dark dress with a white apron and collar, seen announcing Schiller's arrival at a set of large sunlit doors. Appeared _in_ panels. Rowan McMahon. Description: the crown princess of Gaia, a woman with long purple hair and orange eyes, wearing a dark, elegant off-the-shoulder gown and black strappy heels. Appeared _in_ panels. Schiller. Description: a young woman with short light blue silver hair and sharp orange eyes, wearing a light blue high-collared tunic. She is a survivor of an assassination attempt seeking answers. Appeared _in_ panels. The Scholar. Description: a man with light-colored hair and glasses, wearing a blue robe and carrying scrolls and a staff topped with a purple orb. He often has a small, white cat-like creature on his head. Appeared _in_ panels. Leah. Description: young woman with short blue hair and sharp eyes, seen in a montage as a potential political rival enemy. Appeared _in_ panels. King of Gaia. Description: man with long dark hair, a goatee and a small ponytail on top of his head, wears a dark, ornate outfit with a bat-like collar design, seen in a montage as the primary political target. Appeared _in_ panels. Northern Lands Assassin. Description: a lean figure wearing dark, practical gear and a face-masking bandage around the head, part of a group of trained killers being used as live targets in Seol Mudok's training. Appeared _in_ panels. Miller. Description: a knight with light-colored swept-back hair and a red marking or scar across the bridge of his nose and left cheek, wears silver and purple plate armor, revealed to have been impersonating Volmer. Appeared _in_ panels. Baker. Description: leader of the assassins, a man with sharp features, wearing a dark hooded cloak with fur trim and a headband with a crescent moon symbol. Appeared _in_ panels. Drake. Description: the target of Miller's revenge, a person of high status whose birthday party in the capital is heavily guarded. Appeared _in_ panels. Duke. Description: a menacing noble with a goatee and sharp, intense eyes, sits on a grand throne in a dark, moonlit hall. Appeared _in_ panels. Roxlin. Description: a large, muscular man with short, light hair and a thick mustache, wears a heavy fur-lined coat over formal noble attire. Appeared _in_ panels. Young noble. Description: a young man with messy dark hair, seen kneeling and sweating while reporting his failure to the Duke. Appeared _in_ panels. Eyeglasses advisor. Description: a young man with wavy light brown hair and glasses, part of Seoul's council. He provides logistical analysis and realistic constraints. In this scene, he also demonstrates the ability to project a magic 26, appeared _in_ panels. Pompadour officer. Description: a man with reddish-brown hair, styled in a pompadour and sideburns, wears a white military uniform. He attempts to offer creative gift ideas under pressure. Appeared _in_ panels. Tomolova 3. Description: a large man with a thick blonde beard and a crown, seen in a portrait statue behind Seoul. He has a feline-like nose and intense eyes. Appeared _in_ panels. King. Description: a bearded man with light brown hair and a crown, seen sitting on a golden throne in a formal hall. Appeared _in_ panels. Lone Knight. Description: a figure with white hair seen from behind on a battlefield, planting a dark flag atop a hill of bodies. Appeared _in_ panels. Carolyn soldiers. Description: an army of soldiers in silver-white armor standing in formation under Seol Mudok's command. Appeared _in_ panels. Lilith Beast. Description: a large draconic or monstrous blue creature with glowing eyes and sharp teeth, appearing as part of Seoul's military force. Appeared _in_ panels. Captive resident. Description: a man with dark curly hair tied back and a small goatee, wearing a fur-lined tunic, seen being led in chains. Appeared _in_ panels. Viscount soldier. Description: a soldier wearing full-plate armor with a purple-tinted breastplate and a closed helm, carries a spear or sword and enforces the arrest orders. Appeared _in_ panels. Icarus's aide. Description: a man with light brown, Loke-style hair and a goatee, wears a simple light-colored tunic with a dark vest. Appeared _in_ panels. Viscount. Description: identified in previous logs as Duke Icarus, or a figure with the title Viscount in this context. A large, muscular man with gray hair, a mustache and a prominent chin scar. He wears an ornate purple change. Appeared _in_ panels. Totusi Knights. Description: a group of armored soldiers wearing purple-tinted plate armor and distinctive helmets with gold accents serving Duke Icarus. Appeared _in_ panels. Young female soldier. Description: unnamed young woman with a ponytail, light brown hair, and blue markings across her nose cheeks, wears purple armor over a brown tunic and carries a round shield. Appeared _in_ panels. Young male soldier. Description: unnamed young man with messy brown hair, wears purple armor with a fur collar and carries a round shield. Appeared _in_ panels. Mustachioed general. Description: a massive muscular man with a large white handlebar mustache and short white hair, wears a purple and gold regal military coat over a white shirt. He is a commander showing extreme frustration. And Dedesit. Appeared _in_ panels. Magician of Karelin. Description: a man with short blonde hair and glasses wearing a dark ornate robe with silver embroidery, seen wielding a staff with a blue gem and channeling powerful magical energy. Appeared _in_ panels. Totusi Knight. Description: a knight wearing full-plate purple armor and a helmet that conceals the entire face except for glowing white eyes, part of the attacking force. Appeared _in_ panels. Wyvern Riding Knight. Description: a knight in full silver plate armor with a horned helmet, seen riding a massive white-furred wyvern with glowing blue eyes and large wings. Appeared _in_ panels. Karelin soldiers. Description: troops wearing purple and silver armor with full-face helmets and round shields, seen retreating or being overwhelmed by the wyvern's assault. Appeared _in_ panels. Messenger on horseback. Description: a shadowy figure seen in a mental image memory riding a white horse to deliver a request for reinforcements. Appeared _in_ panels. Karelin soldier. Description: a soldier in purple armor and white boots, seen being held captive by Seol Mudok's force. Appeared _in_ panels. Roxellen. Description: the name of the mustachioed general. Appeared _in_ panels. Viscount Roxellen. Description: middle-aged man with short gray hair and a small goatee. Wears a purple and gold royal-style robe. Currently seen paralyzed by overwhelming power and desperate to protect his title over Toth City. Appeared _in_ panels. Volmer. Description: a tall, muscular knight with dark curly hair. Wears heavy silver and blue plate armor over a dark tunic. Seen leading a horse. Appeared _in_ panels. Kuralun. Description: a man with long light-colored hair and glowing yellow eyes. Wears a dark coat over a red-collared shirt and blue vest. Has sharp, vampiric-looking teeth and a predatory smile. Appeared _in_ panels. Guards. Description: 2 armored soldiers with spears, one with blonde hair and one with dark hair, wearing heavy plate armor. Assigned to monitor Volmer and later seen guarding the kingdom of Drake. Appeared _in_ panels. The Herald. Description: a man with a thick, curved mustache, wearing a formal tuxedo with a tan bow tie. Acts as the announcer for the royal event. Appeared _in_ panels. Princess Daphrin. Description: a tall woman with short, light purple hair and sharp, almond-shaped eyes. Wears a revealing dark dress with gold-plated pauldrons and armor-like accents. Carries a red folding fan. Appeared _in_ panels. Count Ainos. Description: a tall, powerful man with short dark hair and glowing red eyes. Wears light-colored noble robes and simple sandals. He belongs to the Hazen Kingdom and has a scar or marking on his forehead. Appeared _in_ panels. Layered II. Description: a character mentioned in gossip as the one who paired Ainos and Daphrin. Appeared _in_ panels. Princess. Description: a young woman with long orange-red hair wearing a white formal dress. Appearing alongside the king. Appeared _in_ panels. Young girl. Description: a small girl with reddish hair and a bow, wearing a light pink dress. Seen walking behind the king. Appeared _in_ panels. Princess of Drake. Description: a young woman with long, vibrant orange hair tied with a white bow. Wears an elegant strapless white ball gown with purple heart-shaped accents on the sleeves. Appeared _in_ panels. Baron Blizzard. Description: the new title given to the protagonist Seal Mudok. Identified as the young man with long white hair tied in a high ponytail and wearing a white noble suit. Appeared _in_ panels. Ogre. Description: a massive savage monster with gray fur, glowing red eyes and large tusks, depicted in a flashback monologue. Appeared _in_ panels. The Nobles. Description: a large crowd of silhouetted and blurred formal guests in the royal hall, murmuring in confusion and shock. Appeared _in_ panels. King Tomalova. Description: older man with a crown, a thick reddish-brown beard, and a mustache, seen with a shocked and sweating expression. Appeared _in_ panels. Lilith. Description: a small, cute creature, likely a young ice wyvern, recently summoned by Seal Mudok. Appeared _in_ panels. Princess 1. Description: young woman with long reddish-brown hair and large light-colored eyes, wears a white and lavender strapless gown and a matching choker. She is one of the king's daughters. Appeared _in_ panels. Princess 2". Description: young girl with short dark hair tied with a large pink bow, wears a white and pink dress. She is one of the king's daughters. Appeared _in_ panels. Royal court nobleman. Description: unnamed man with blonde hair and a panicked expression, wears a dark noble suit. Appeared _in_ panels. Viscount Roxellen. Description: a nobleman mentioned in reports regarding territorial disputes. Appeared _in_ panels. Roxellen. Description: a nobleman with dark hair, a goatee, and sideburns, seen sweating and looking anxious as his illegal activities are exposed. Appeared _in_ panels. Lady Eshiald. Description: the specific noblewoman Seol Modok intended to contact, mentioned by name in his internal monologue, appeared _in_ panels. Master Jang Punjin, description, a middle-aged man with a dark beard and long hair, seen bloodied and dying in a flashback, identified as a master who spoke of his disciple, appeared _in_ panels. Li Jinchong, description, a legendary figure appearing in a silhouette or memory, identified as the greatest prodigy of the Central Plains. He is seen in a dark, imposing form surrounded by red energy. Appeared _in_ panels. Filler _panels. Visual _focus. For Li Jinchong, the burning desire for revenge has been the only thing keeping him going. Every waking moment has been spent sharpening that hatred, and the weight of it suddenly shifts the very air around Seol Modok. This is it, the chance to settle the grudge of Manhwa once and for all. Modok can feel the lethality of the coming strike, the kind of absolute blow that even he isn't sure he can survive. But the tension snaps instantly as the vision breaks. Instead of a killing field, Schiller leans through a doorway with a bright smile, calling out Modok's new noble title and ending the heavy silence of his thoughts. Princess Scylla McMahon catches the two men mid-conversation, forcing Seol Modok to maintain a casual front by claiming he was just catching up with someone from back home. This is a major complication for Count Ainuz. He recognizes her as the second princess of the Gaia Kingdom, and while she presses Modok for details about his mysterious homeland, Ainuz is doing the political math. He wants to finish what he started, but killing Modok in front of a royal witness would escalate the situation beyond repair. It's frustrating, yet the risk is too high, so he decides to retreat and wait for a cleaner opening. Walking back toward the palace as Scylla offers a breezy farewell, Ainuz is backing off for now, but he has already burned Seol Modok's name into his memory. This wasn't a peace offering, it was a delay. The air between them shifts as a secret message cuts through the noise, catching Seol Modok off guard. It's a direct threat from Count Ainuz, a promise to return the pain of his own losses by destroying everything Modok holds dear. He relishes the moment, making it clear that no possession or loved one is off limits. Princess Aeshield is the first piece on his board. The threat hits its mark, shattering Modok's composure as he shouts a desperate warning to leave her out of their conflict. The shock of the name pulls a shout from the princess, but Seol Modok is already moving. He doesn't make it far before Schiller intercepts him, her tone casual as she probes for details about his conversation with Count Ainuz. Modok has zero interest in playing along. He dismisses her with a flat excuse and keeps walking. Apparently she isn't used to being ignored, as she reaches out and physically catches his sleeve to halt him. Modok stops, but the air between them has shifted. He turns back with a look so cold it borders on a threat, asking if she actually has something worth his time. It's enough to make her stammer, the weight of his intensity catching her off guard for a second. To save face, she retreats into a feigned offense, calling him rude for approaching her only to walk away. It's a desperate play to keep him there, but he's already checking out of the room. Princess Scylla McMahon tries to regain some dignity by lecturing Seol Modok on his lacking party manners, but he doesn't bite. Instead, he points out the crowd of foreign dignitaries gathering for the king's birthday and reminds her that her actual duty is to entertain them, not him. He's blunt about it, finally asking why she won't stop bothering him. The question catches her off guard, leaving her genuinely stunned that any man would find her presence a chore. Usually, men are falling over themselves for a single word from her, a popularity she remembers well from her days commanding the Night Order. Struggling to save face, she insists that he shouldn't get the wrong idea. She only stopped by to offer her congratulations on his new title as Viscount. She tries to play it off as a simple, indifferent courtesy, even as the conversation leaves her more unsettled than she'd ever admit. Modok realizes he pushed too hard and offers a quick, formal apology to the princess, but the conversation is over. He excuses himself before she can respond, moving with a sudden urgency that leaves no room for questions. Watching from the shadows of the balcony, Schiller remains alone, her hand pressing against the cold glass as she stares at the man she can't quite reach. Back in the ballroom, Modok is about to make his escape when the princess catches him, her grip tight as she refuses to let the conversation end on his terms. For a brief moment, the princess of the Drake Kingdom lets herself wonder about a life that could have been, but the fantasy breaks with a sharp slap to her own face. Sentiment is a luxury she can't afford right now. Scylla McMahon forces herself back into the cold reality of her position, knowing she has to prioritize her own survival before anything else. The stakes are too high for distractions. She's currently the target of an assassination plot orchestrated by her own sister. Standing alone on the balcony, she silences her doubts and resolves to take control the moment she returns to the royal palace. A rustle in the shadows pulls Scylla's attention toward the palace gardens, where she spots Princess Daphrin meeting a man in secret. The stranger looks familiar, and it only takes a moment for the memory to click. It's Jerome, a vassal from the Blizzard household. Seeing them together at this hour doesn't make sense, and the implications of a royal princess meeting a high-ranking vassal in the dead of night suggests a game Scylla hasn't been invited to play yet, leaving the captain of the guards to deal with the fallout of her constant disappearing acts. It's a bad habit that keeps him on edge, so he orders his men to tear the castle apart until she's found. Outside, the quiet gardens give no hint as to where she might have gone this time. Alone in the castle gardens, Princess Daphrin tries to find a single moment of quiet, but the weight of her crown makes even the night air feel heavy. Her mind drifts back to the throne room, where her older brother had issued a cold decree. She was to serve as an envoy to the Gaia Kingdom, a command she couldn't refuse despite having no desire to be there. A sudden movement in the shadows snaps her back to reality, and she spins around with a sharp demand to know who's watching her. A man quickly apologizes, explaining he didn't expect to find anyone else out so late, and Daphrin finds herself completely caught off guard by the stranger standing in the moonlight. Under the light of the stars, the tension between the two strangers begins to soften as the woman brushes off his apology, though she's secretly finding herself a little charmed by him. Jerome formally introduces himself as a servant of Viscount Blizzard, and she returns the gesture with a graceful smile, identifying herself as Daphrin Laird. But then the weight of those syllables finally hits him. Daphrin Laird isn't just a name. She's the princess of the Hazen Kingdom, a woman whose beauty is famous across the entire continent. Jerome immediately drops to his knees in a state of pure panic, begging for forgiveness for his lack of respect, but she simply waves it off. Formality clearly isn't her priority tonight. Shaken by the realization of who he's actually talking to, Jerome quickly asks for permission to leave before he can make the situation any worse. Jerome drops into a deep bow, offering a formal apology, but the sheer weight of the princess's presence stops him cold. Looking up, he catches a glimpse of Daphrin that isn't in any of the stories. She looks profoundly sad, lost in a quiet grief that doesn't fit the occasion. It's enough to make him change tactics on the spot, asking if he can stay out here on the balcony with her. She's clearly taken aback, but Jerome leans into it, explaining that he's just waiting for his lord to finish at the party and doesn't want to be an imposition. Under the 3 moons of the night sky, the two of them settle into an uneasy silent truce. Jerome can't help but vent about the workload his lord keeps dropping on him, and when Jerome catches himself and apologizes for hogging the conversation, she only tells him it was interesting. Taking the opening to shift the focus, Jerome asks why she was the one trying to run away. The question hits a nerve, and the light atmosphere between them vanishes as she looks away. Daphrin admits her brother was forcing her into an arranged marriage, and she has no intention of spending her life as a political pawn. The weight of the revelation lands hard, leaving Jerome in a rare moment of silence. Sensing the shift, Daphrin immediately backtracks in embarrassment, worried she made things too heavy just because he was so easy to talk to. Jerome fumbles for the right words, eager to reassure her that he's only there to be of use in any way he can. He doubles down with a vow, promising to stake his very mana on her behalf, and the weight of the gesture hits Princess Daphrin like a physical pull. Her pulse starts racing, a reaction she can't quite get a grip on, and the sudden heat of it forces her to look away while she stammers out a thank you to hide how flustered she's become. The spell of the moment breaks when the captain's voice cuts through the garden air, snapping her back to reality just as fast as she'd slipped out of it. The quiet of the garden is cut short when Sir Ainos finally makes his appearance, claiming he's been searching for the princess for quite some time, and he doesn't waste any words before questioning exactly who she's been talking to. Jerome plays it perfectly, posing as a humble mage while silently recognizing that he's standing in front of the Empire's Grand Sword Master, and he bows out the moment the real escort arrives, leaving the princess to watch him go with a clear sense of hesitation. Ainos stays focused on the man's back, his instincts signaling that something about this passing traveler is a lie. For now, the duty of protection takes priority, and he lets the mystery walk away into the night. Inos watches the group from the shadows, his suspicion growing with every step they take. Jerome breaks the silence with a question for Princess Daphne, leading her into a trap she never saw coming. He reveals that the king has already promised to hold a grand engagement ceremony for the two of them. The news lands like a physical weight, leaving Daphne in total shock as the life she planned vanishes in a single sentence. Jerome doesn't even look at her, his expression remaining cold and satisfied as he demands she finally start opening her heart to him. Daphne realizes her own brother has traded her away without a word of consultation, a betrayal that leaves her world spinning. She can't stay here and maintain the act, announcing she'll head inside first just to escape the pressure of Jerome's gaze. Standing in the garden under the cold light of the stars, Jerome watches the princess walk away. His suspicions are finally confirmed. The man chosen for the arranged marriage is Inos. As Princess Daphne retreats toward the palace gate with her shadow following close behind, Jerome notices a sudden shift in her step. She's already doing the math, whispering a quiet deadline to herself. 3 days from now, at this exact hour. A small smile plays on her lips as she promises that they will meet again soon. The sudden resolve in her voice catches Jerome off guard, leaving him to watch in silence as the princess and her giant of a partner disappear into the night. High above the city, the royal palace is lit for a grand night, but inside the ballroom, Princess Daphne is finding the constant socializing harder to handle than usual. She slips away from the crowd for a quiet moment. The weight of her role is catching up, and honestly, she just wants to be alone for a while. Baron Blizzard is there, offering a dance with the kind of confidence that makes it hard to say no. It's a bold move, and he makes it right when she needs a reason to stay. A small, genuine smile touches her face. She takes his hand, deciding she might have one more dance left in her after all. In the middle of the royal ballroom, Eschild and Baron Blizzard move together in a dance that has the entire room watching. High above the floor, the king pulls his aide Cotton aside to discuss what they're seeing. Cotton confirms the observation, watching as the king's gaze remains fixed on the pair below. It's been a long time since the king has seen Eschild smile with that kind of genuine warmth, and the sight clearly carries weight for him. Turning back to his subordinate, he demands an honest answer to a question that catches Cotton completely off guard. Does Eschild actually have feelings for the Baron? Cotton hesitates, choosing his words carefully as he acknowledges the man's rising reputation without confirming the king's suspicion. The king struggles to swallow the reality of what he's seeing, clinging to the idea that a man who was a mere commoner just yesterday couldn't possibly belong at the princess's side. It's a pragmatic stance, the kind a ruler is forced to take, but the conviction in his voice is starting to slip. A single memory remains burned into his mind, forcing him to warn himself against entertaining meaningless hopes that will only lead to disaster. Outside the palace walls, the city remains quiet, unaware of the shifting plans starting to take root in the shadows. The sky cracks open as a massive dragon descends toward the city, drawing every eye in the streets. Baron Blizzard steps off the beast and greets an old friend, Edmund, with the casual air of a man who didn't just arrive on a monster. Blizzard keeps it light, asking how the business is holding up, and gets a laugh in return. Apparently things are doing better than just fine. Thanks to the Swordmaster's influence, Edmund's merchant group has climbed to the very top of the kingdom. Once they move inside to escape the crowd, the reality of Blizzard's new status lands. The news of his victory in the land battle and his rise to nobility has already traveled fast. But Blizzard isn't here for a social call. He cuts straight to the point. He needs a favor. For a man like Edmund, who owes his entire empire to the Baron, the answer is already a yes before the request is even spoken. Blizzard drops a demand that catches his assistant off guard. He needs a mansion. It can't just be any estate. He wants a property that makes Duke Icarus' home look like a shack. Edmund doesn't even hesitate, pledging to make the impossible happen as soon as possible. He knows Blizzard isn't just looking for luxury. This mansion is a declaration of war. Edmund decides right then to put everything he has into this one man, making sure Blizzard never runs out of the funds he needs to finish what he started. Edmund can't help but notice something is off the moment Baron Blizzard arrives. For a man of his new rank, traveling without a single retainer isn't just unusual. It's a breach of protocol that leaves the merchant leader confused. Blizzard offers a smooth explanation, but the truth is already in motion miles away. Jerome is currently tucked into the corner of a crowded tavern, following the Baron's orders to dig into the massacre of the Miller family. Jerome grumbles about being treated like a common servant, but the complaint is mostly for show as he settles in to do the work. Jerome can't shake his nerves about Princess Daphrin, wondering if she's truly safe and why she pushed their meeting back by 3 full days. His thoughts are cut short by a figure he never expected to see again. A man supposedly long gone. It's Leon, leaning into the light with a grin that confirms the rumors of his death were an exaggeration. He's as arrogant as ever, joking that he's far too handsome for the grave, which at least tells Jerome that his old friend's personality hasn't changed. The reunion is brief, because Leon is here to work, and he wastes no time asking what kind of intel Jerome is hunting for this time. Jerome responds by sliding a heavy pouch across the table, the contents spilling out in a pile of gold and jewels. The size of the bribe immediately sets off Leon's internal alarms. This is far too much money for a simple background check, and he knows it. Jerome claims he's just the middleman and doesn't have the details, but as Leon pockets the payment, he demands the one thing that actually matters: the name of the target. Jerome weighs his next words carefully, letting the silence stretch before finally dropping the name: Miller Kramer. Leon doesn't need to hear another word to understand the gravity of what he's being asked to do. A job with payment this high is usually a death sentence in disguise. He knows the history better than Jerome cares to admit. Every single person who went looking into the Kramer family's death ended up in a grave. Jerome claims ignorance, but Leon is already done, deciding right then to walk away from the contract before it gets him killed. A hand slams down on the table to stop him. Jerome isn't letting this go, raising the stakes and offering to double the payment if Leon delivers. It's a massive sum, the kind of money that makes a man reconsider exactly how much his life is worth. Leon hesitates, scratching his head as he weighs a risk he hasn't touched in a decade. 10 years is a long time, and he tries to convince himself that whatever happened back then might finally be buried. Just as his guest turns to leave, Leon calls out, deciding he can't let this lead go just yet. Jerome waits, wondering what could possibly make the master of the Information Guild this uneasy. If a man like Leon is visibly scared of the Kramer family name, the truth behind it has to be ugly. As the storm breaks over the ruins of the past, Jerome reaches the only conclusion that makes sense. Whoever was involved in that family's downfall is still out there, and they're more dangerous than he ever imagined. Leon doesn't waste any time getting to the heart of the matter. He explains that the Kramer family was once a powerful household, and Miller was the second son of a prestigious count. The name clearly carries weight, pulling a visible reaction from the room. Leon reveals the tragedy. 10 years ago, the entire family was poisoned at dinner, and Miller was the only one who made it out alive. When Seol asks if the culprit was ever found, Leon is ready with an answer. The official records point to a man named Baron Gideon, a smug noble, who likely thought he'd gotten away with it. But Seol isn't buying the official story. He corrects Leon, stating that Gideon isn't the real killer. Leon is left stunned. It seems the history books got this one wrong. The truth finally spills out in the quiet meeting room. Baron Gideon was never the real threat. According to the informant, the Baron was just a puppet, and the person who actually ordered the poisoning is still out there. As the history shifts back to a night under 3 blood-red moons, a younger Miller prepares for what he believes is his final task. He's already waded through blood, driven by the single-minded goal of killing the Baron to finish his revenge. But as he steels himself for the kill, he realizes he isn't alone in the shadows. Young Miller is caught off guard by the late-night visit, questioning what his visitors are doing here at such an hour. Among them is a face from the past, Edmund, who remembers the boy from his childhood. Introducing himself as a member of the Royal Merchant Guild, Edmund reveals that Miller's family once provided them with vital support. He's come to settle a debt of truth, confirming that while Baron Gideon was the one who physically carried out the poisoning, he was merely a tool for someone much more powerful. The name lands like a physical blow, struggling to understand why a man of that status would bother wiping out his family. But the logic is cold and financial. Icarus is the secret hand behind the Akasa Merchant Guild, and the Kramers were simply in the way of his kingdom-wide monopoly. If the pieces are finally falling into place, then the reality is more twisted than he ever imagined. The informant confirms the cold truth. To clear a path for the Akasa Merchant Guild, Icarus methodically wiped out every rival, including the Kramers. It's a sickening revelation. He hasn't just been a pawn. He's been loyally serving the man who butchered his entire family. A jagged, hysterical laugh breaks through the silence. The kind of sound a man makes when he realizes his entire life has been a cruel joke played by his greatest enemy. Standing in the shadows, Leon and the others can only watch as the young assassin's world completely unravels. Miller lets out a long breath, trying to steady his nerves, but Sial Modoc is already behind him, cutting through the silence of the manor to ask exactly where he thinks he's going. The answer is suicide. Miller is going to kill Duke Icarus. Sial doesn't sugarcoat it, reminding the boy that his current skills aren't even a fraction of what he'd need to take down a sword master. Miller doesn't want logic. He's past the point of caring about survival. When Sial warns him that he's being foolish, Miller doesn't back down, demanding to know if his own master intends to stand in his way. Sial Modoc's patience finally runs out, and as his hand begins to glow, Leon and Edmund can only shout in panic as they watch the confrontation reach a breaking point. Sial Modoc sets the terms of Miller's departure with a final challenge. If the boy wants to leave, he has to go through him first. It's a wall Miller wasn't expecting to hit today, but he doesn't hesitate, accepting that some doors only open with a fight. He lunges forward, throwing his entire weight into a desperate opening strike, while Modoc watches the trajectory with the cold patience of a master. A flurry of steel follows as Miller pours everything into a high-speed assault, but Modoc hasn't even drawn a weapon. He sees the shape of the attack, a sequence aimed perfectly at vital points with zero wasted motion. It's the kind of precision that only comes from training painfully every single day, and even in this one-sided duel, Modoc has to acknowledge the grit it took to get this good. The impact leaves Miller gasping for air, his body hitting the floor as Sial Modoc stands over him with a cold assessment of the damage. Modoc made sure to hit a vital point, ensuring the kid won't be doing much of anything for at least half a day. Miller's world narrows down to a single moment of absolute shock. He struggles to keep his head up as the paralysis sets in, his muscles locking up despite every desperate instinct to move. He looks up at the man standing before him, the distance between their power levels suddenly feeling like an ocean. Modoc looks down at his former student, genuinely baffled by what he just witnessed. He never taught Miller that specific thumb technique, and he wants to know where on earth a move like that came from. Miller can barely find his voice through the pain, but the answer is simple. He just watched his teacher perform it in person. Sial Modoc watches the boy with a predatory curiosity, hardly believing that anyone could copy a high-level technique after seeing it just once. Miller is barely clinging to consciousness, his breath ragged as he tries to force himself back into the fight, but the effort is too much. His body finally gives out, hitting the floor with a heavy impact that echoes through the wooden hall. Modoc stares down at the unconscious boy, weighing the raw, unpolished talent he just witnessed. He calls out to Edmund, whose nerves are already frayed from watching the lopsided confrontation. Edmund hesitates, his voice trembling, as he asks if Modoc plans to punish the young master for his failure. Modoc only offers a cold, sharp smile. Punishment isn't the plan. Instead, he intends to personally tutor Miller in the most lethal vital points starting tomorrow. Sial Modoc stands over the aftermath of the fight, confirming his initial hunch about the boy. He sees Miller as a raw gem with the kind of lethal talent that could make him a top-tier assassin with the right training. There's still a long road ahead to polish that skill, but the evaluation is cut short when something in Modoc's pocket begins to flash. He pulls out a communication crystal, wondering what could be important enough to interrupt him now. The voice on the other end is weak, and Modoc recognizes it instantly as Eshilde. She's huddled against a cold stone wall, barely able to get the words out as she begs him for help. The professional distance vanishes and Modoc demands to know exactly where she is, but the panic in his voice says he already knows how bad this situation has become. Sial Modoc doesn't wait for an answer, tearing through the hallway with a desperation that leaves his guards shouting after him. He smashes through the window without a second thought, his focus entirely on the girl who just went silent on the other end of the line. Somewhere in the dark, Eshilde is barely hanging on, clutching the communication crystal as the world around her fades to gray. Seol Mudok ignores the guard's confusion and launches himself forward, shattering a window as he dives into the night air. She's out there somewhere in the palace grounds, terrified and insistently claiming that she's freezing to death. It's a warm night, but if she feels a chill that shouldn't be there, the logic finally clicks. He focuses his senses to hunt for a drop in temperature, scanning the structures until he finds a single spot where the cold is absolute. She has to be there. Seol Mudok finally spots his target, but he stops dead at the threshold the moment he sees what's inside. Eshilde is huddled on the floor, shivering violently under a blanket. She's been trapped in the dark for who knows how long, and the cold has clearly started to take its toll. Once he gets her outside, Mudok demands to know how a princess managed to get herself locked in a shed. Mudok can't help but scold her. He had already warned her that the stable was enchanted to stay freezing for the egg. He doesn't get why she'd be so careless with her own life. The princess offers a quiet apology, but she can't hide her relief that the communication stone actually worked. He came for her. Mudok doesn't answer immediately, his silence heavy with an instinct he's trying to keep under control, until he finally breaks and pulls her into a sudden, desperate embrace. In his mind, he isn't just holding the princess, he's seeing Huaichen in the memory of everything he's already lost. This isn't just about a rescue, it's about a man refusing to let history repeat itself. Stunned by the sudden weight of his grief, the princess can only watch him, her eyes softening as she feels the depth of his fear. But the moment is cut short by a sharp sound from across the room, forcing them both back to the reality of the shed. The heavy silence in the shed is finally broken by sharp cracks, as the crystalline egg begins to shatter from within. With a high-pitched cry, the ice wyvern hatchling finally pushes through the shell, blinking at its first sight of the world. Mudok doesn't miss a beat, telling the princess she needs to clear the mucus from its body immediately. It's a strange request, but he explains that this ritual is the only way the creature will recognize her as its mother. She hesitates for only a second before reaching out, her confusion vanishing the moment she feels just how soft the hatchling's fur actually is. Mudok watches the two of them closely, asking if she thinks the imprinting worked and prompting her to try a formal greeting. Nervous but hopeful, the princess leans in to introduce herself to her new companion. The princess is completely captivated by the creature in her arms, and as the ice wyvern hatchling chirps back, she can't help but gush over how adorable it is. He breaks it down with clinical detachment, explaining that ice wyverns have the same biological markers as common chicks. It's a rare moment of gentleness from him as he confirms the hatchling is healthy and encourages the princess to raise it well. She's thrilled, thanking him and promising to give the creature everything it needs to grow strong. Standing together in the stable, she wonders what she should name her new companion, but Mudok leaves the choice to her. It's her wyvern now, and her story to write. The night air in the capital is still, but the path ahead for Seol Mudok has never been more visible. Following the king's birthday celebration, the atmosphere in the palace shifts from revelry to the heavy work of the state. Inside the grand hall, the King of Drake calls for Baron Blizzard to step forward, signaling the start of an official title conferment ceremony. Kneeling before the throne, Seol Mudok accepts the weight of his new role as the king formally names him a Baron of the Drake Kingdom. This title isn't just for show, it's the price of entry into the highest levels of power. To that end, the Grand Council is immediately called, bringing together every noble in the kingdom to decide what comes next. The Grand Council Hall is packed for what usually passes as a routine day of administrative work. But the king's opening agenda changes the temperature of the room immediately. He calls for nominations to the Lesser Council, the real seat of power, and tells the assembly to speak their names. Duke Icarus is the first to make a move, nominating himself with a confidence that suggests he's already counted the votes. Count Slave follows suit, his own nomination drawing a hard line in the sand against the duke's ambition. To Seol Mudok, watching from the wings, the competition is fierce, and the battlefield is perfectly clear. In one round of names, every man in the room has just signaled exactly where his loyalty lies, and who he's willing to betray to keep it. Seol Mudok sits back, calculating his new standing. He's just become Viscount Blizzard, and he's certain that rank alone is enough to keep his name out of the upcoming nominations. But the miscalculation lands the second a voice cuts through the hall, dropping a nomination that freezes the entire council. The speaker stands at the center of the room, commanding every eye as he justifies the pick. He argues that Seol has already proven his worth through repeated display of his abilities, making him a perfect fit for the lesser council. It's a firm, decisive move that leaves no room for debate as he scans the silent room, daring anyone to raise an objection. Seol Mudok gives his word, followed by the speaker's final confirmation. The room falls into a heavy silence under the king's watchful gaze. The princess can't help but wonder about the play here. After trying to exile the Viscount to the north, why would the Duke suddenly hand him a position in the royal court? Duke Icarus notes the unanimous vote with a predatory grin, but his congratulations carry a sharp edge. By bringing him into the lesser council, he isn't just elevating Seol Mudok, he's grounding him. Weekly meetings mean he can no longer move freely or build power beyond the Duke's reach, trapped within a kingdom where every wall has ears and every shadow belongs to Icarus. Duke Icarus watches from the center of his own design, taunting Seol Mudok to struggle as much as he likes. He knows exactly how this ends. Every movement just pulls the threads tighter around the Blizzard's neck. Alone in her quarters, Eschild's mind is racing. As it turns out, Seol Mudok noticed exactly what she was doing. He waits for her to settle before cutting straight to the point, asking what was so urgent that she had to lure him here. Eschild doesn't waste time on small talk. She needs to know why Duke Icarus went out of his way to recommend Seol as an executive. Seol claims he has no idea, turning the question back on her to see if she's figured out something he hasn't. She's coming up empty, but she knows the Duke well enough to be certain of one thing. A man like that never makes a move without a very specific reason. Eschild lays out the cold reality of the man they're dealing with, Duke Icarus. He's the one who sent an assassin after her father and had our protagonist shipped far to the north, and she's certain he's already moving pieces behind the scenes. Even if his latest power play made her an executive and lets them see each other more often, it doesn't change what he is. He's a man who stops at nothing to get what he wants, and Eschild knows that if Seol isn't careful, the Duke will find a way to break him. Seol cuts through the mounting dread with one promise. Just like every other impossible situation he's faced, he'll find a way through this one too. The confidence catches her off guard, but he lets a smirk land to drive the point home. He isn't worried, so she shouldn't be either. The moment is broken by a knock at the door as an attendant asks for permission to enter, pulling them both back to the reality of the palace. Eschild panics, shouting for the Viscount to hide before someone catches them, but he doesn't bother looking for a closet. He takes the fastest exit available. By the time the wind settles, the room is quiet and the balcony is empty. This whole mess started 10 days ago, under the moon, where Daphne first heard the word that changed everything: escape. Her companion can't wrap his head around the risk, but Daphne is done waiting. For her, any destination is better than staying in this cage. Daphne needs a clean break and asks to be taken somewhere no one will ever find her. The man hesitates, reminding the princess that his loyalty belongs to Lord Carolyn, and that helping her escape could spark a war between nations. She doesn't flinch. She asks him directly if the vow he made back then was nothing but a lie, forcing him to face the memory of the oath he swore on his own mana. She looks away, thinking about the first time she ever stepped outside the castle of Hazel Kingdom. After their father died, her brother turned her life into a gilded cage, only letting her out when the crown needed her for a national event. Even her marriage to Count Aeneas was a trap, pinning her to a man who was nothing more than her brother's loyal dog. She still remembers the look in his eyes, as if she were property instead of a person. For Daphne, every man in her life had looked at her with the same cold, calculating eyes, seeing a tool rather than a person. But Jerome was different. Her confession leaves him stunned, but the warmth doesn't last. She's decided that she was naive to ever believe his promises, and as she says her goodbyes, the grief finally catches up to her. Jerome can only sit there as his world shifts, his fist tightening in silent frustration, before he finally finds his voice and calls out for her to wait. Jerome starts backpedaling the second he feels the temperature in the room drop, stammering that they should probably just forget the whole thing. But Daphne isn't listening anymore. A dark resolution is forming, and she wonders out loud if she can actually go through with it. The guy tries one last desperate plea to set a boundary, but the princess has gone completely silent. That silence snaps when he calls her name again, and the refusal she drops is cold enough to stop his heart. She lunges forward with a speed that catches him completely off guard, leaving Jerome paralyzed and fumbling for words as she closes the distance. The mask finally slips, and she explodes into a manic fury, demanding a straight answer once and for all. Shaking with pure terror, Jerome folds instantly and agrees to whatever she wants, left wondering how the girl he knew could change this fast. There's a cold edge behind Daphne's eyes that most people never see, but she blinks the threat away in an instant and slips right back into her polite mask once Jerome finally breaks and offers her a meeting place. Jerome insists on total secrecy, warning her that no one can ever know about this deal or that the princess even spoke to him, and she accepts his terms before letting him scurry off into the night. Jerome is left alone to reel from the stress of the encounter, realizing he just invited a very dangerous woman into his life. A knock at the door pulls Lord Caroline from his paperwork, and with a short command to enter, he looks up to see who's interrupting his evening. Jerome steps inside with a hesitant request, asking for permission to head out and inspect Tot City alone. Caroline is immediately suspicious. Jerome doubles down, claiming he needs to verify if the city's management is actually doing its job, but the desperation in his eyes is hard to hide. The Lord agrees that oversight is vital, but he decides he'll just follow along personally once his next meeting wraps up. Jerome is left with nothing but a clumsy, sweating laugh, forced to pretend he somehow forgot they had flying mounts just to cover his tracks. Jerome is doing a terrible job of hiding his nerves, and Lord Caroline notices immediately. He calls him on it, pointing out that Jerome has been out of it for the entire week. To test him, or perhaps just to get him out of the room, he hands over the responsibility for Tot City. Jerome takes the bait with way too much enthusiasm. Once he's alone, the mask falls away completely. Tomorrow is the day, the deadline he's been dreading and counting toward all at once. He knows this is madness. Normally he would never agree to something like this, and even now the voice in his head is screaming for him to back out while he still has the chance. But thinking of Daphne, trapped and weeping in the dark, makes it clear that the time for second thoughts has already passed. Jerome is in too deep. Jerome stands in the silence, the weight of the moment finally pulling him under. He survived this long by keeping his head down and his eyes on the prize, but looking at what's left of his plan, even he can't find a way to justify the cost. It's the kind of realization that doesn't just change a man, it breaks him. This is the moment the whole chapter has been building to, and for Jerome there's no coming back from what he's about to do. Deep in the heart of the royal palace, she can't shake the suspicion that Duke Icarus is planning something. There is simply no way a man like that invites the Viscount to a high-level council meeting without a hidden agenda. Her only hope is the Viscount's promise to handle things. But the doubt is still there. A guard's announcement rings through the hall as the massive double doors finally open, and Eschilda tries to steady herself before facing the room. But then she hears a sound from the other side that stops her heart. Baron Blizzard scans the hall, watching Princess Eschilda as she braces for what's coming. The council officially opens with Duke Icarus at the top of the list, and the man rises to address the throne with a smile that feels more like a threat. The king locks up as the hidden trap finally snaps shut. This is the moment the whole meeting has been building to, and the Duke has everyone exactly where he wants them. Princess Eschilda didn't see the blow coming until the words were already hanging in the air. Standing before the council, she demands to know why Duke Icarus thinks he has any right to bring up her marriage. The Duke hides his real intent behind a mask of fake politeness. He bows his head while reminding the room that the princess has already reached the age of 20, and in his eyes, her lack of a fiancé is a scandal the royal family can no longer ignore. Duke Icarus lays the trap with a clinical edge, suggesting that since the royal bloodline is at risk, the princess's wedding should be moved up immediately. The room erupts instantly, with one noble calling it pure insolence and a total lack of respect for the crown. But the Duke's supporters are ready, framing the move as a selfless act of concern for the kingdom's future. Princess Eschilda sits in the center of the storm, listening as her own future is traded like a commodity until she finally hits her limit. The council speaker tries to hammer the room back into order, shouting for silence over the rising noise, Eschilda seizes control of the chamber herself, slamming the gavel down with enough force to kill the argument as the sound of the throw echoes through the sudden heavy silence. Eschilda attempts to keep her poise in the council chamber, telling the speaker to continue while her focus stays on the one person who should be her ally. But her father won't even meet her eyes, simply telling her to sit down like a disobedient child. The betrayal is complete. He had promised she could choose her own fiancé, yet now he sits back while the council trades her life away. Instead of an apology, the king snaps, yelling that a royal child must accept their destiny and play their part. To him, her need for freedom is nothing more than foolish talk that has no place in this room. That's the moment the last bit of respect for his crown finally breaks. Silence is all she has left for a man who won't keep his word. She turns her back on the throne and the council, walking out of the chamber while the speaker tries to call her back to a meeting that no longer matters. The heavy doors of the palace groan shut, leaving Duke Icarus to stew in a silence that feels more like a threat than a reprieve. He's out of moves, and the weight of the court's expectations is finally starting to press back. Back in the royal quarters, Princess Eschilda is a different kind of trapped, her composure gone as she asks her maid Lencia for a way out of a corner she didn't choose. Her heart is already somewhere else, specifically with Viscount Blizzard, but the crown doesn't care about her preferences. Lencia tries to steady her, insisting that nothing is set in stone yet, and that giving up now is premature, but Eschilda isn't buying the comfort. To her, the map is already drawn. She's being traded to Sir Justin just to keep the throne in the family. A pawn in a game where the law says a woman can only inherit through a husband. It's a bad bet and everyone in the room knows it. Princess Eschilda sits in the quiet of her room, the weight of Duke Icarus's ambition finally settling over her like lid. He's going to achieve his goal by any means necessary, and the thought of it snaps her last thread of patience. She decides right then to tell the world the truth. The only man she will ever marry is Viscount Blizzard. Her maid Lencia rushes to block the way, pleading with her to maintain her dignity for the sake of the crown. But dignity is a cold comfort when you've been pushed to your breaking point. Eschilda has spent her life being proper, and she's officially done with it. Lencia has to physically grab her, hanging onto the princess's waist as she warns that a scene like this will throw the entire kingdom into chaos. Eschilda doesn't care. Her own mind is already in ruins, and she's ready to let the world burn if it means she can stop pretending. Seol Mudok has caught someone in the hallway, a spy dressed as a maid, listening at the keyhole. Surrounded by a cold, menacing aura, he demands to know exactly who sent her to eavesdrop on the princess's private chambers. Caught red-handed, the maid collapses into a frantic denial, claiming she was merely cleaning the doorway and not spying at all. Princess Eschilda demands an explanation, only for Seol Mudok to report the cold reality. He caught the girl with her ear pressed firmly to the door. The princess turns her gaze on the intruder, asking for the truth. Terrified, the maid doubles down on her lie, insisting she's innocent, while the sweat beads on her forehead. Eschilda studies her closely, her eyes narrowing as she realizes the girl is a new face in the palace. The maid begs for forgiveness, weaving a shaky story about being a new transfer who simply got lost in the unfamiliar layout. It's a weak excuse, and in a place like this, getting lost in the wrong hallway is often a death sentence. Princess Eschilda delivers a cold warning, making it clear that a second offense won't be met with mercy. Terrified, the maid grovels and swears she'll never come near the royal quarters again before scrambling down the hallway as fast as her feet can carry her. The moment she's out of earshot, Eschilda drops the act of forgiveness and orders Lencia to tail her. Seol Mudok watches the maid vanish, wondering if letting a potential spy walk away is a mistake. But the princess has already done the math. Punishing a low-level servant is useless when the person pulling the strings is still in the shadows, and killing her now would just force the enemy to send someone new. To find the source, she needs the girl to lead them there. When she asks if he has a suspect, Seol doesn't hesitate. He has a name ready, and it's a heavy one: Duke Icarus. Princess Eschilda knows better than anyone that the palace is no longer a sanctuary. Every noble and servant in these halls has been bought out, creating a wall of silence that protects Duke Icarus's corruption. Seol Mudok takes in the weight of the situation, realizing the royal family's power hasn't just faded, it has completely collapsed. Eschilda is desperate, knowing that if the Duke's momentum isn't broken, she'll be forced into a political marriage with a man named Justin. Seol Midok offers a steadying smile, promising to take the matter directly to the king himself. It's a bold move that catches the princess off guard, but as Mudok looks out through the palace window, his focus turns predatory. He has one path in mind to solve the Icarus problem, and it likely doesn't involve negotiation. Voices tear through the night as royal knights sweep the city streets, convinced their target is within reach. Ducking into the shadows of an alleyway, a young woman holds her breath, watching as the search party rushes past her hiding spot. The immediate danger fades, but the exhaustion finally hits, leaving her to catch her breath in the dark. Meanwhile, in the quiet corner of a nearby tavern, a man sits alone, completely overwhelmed by the weight of a decision he can't take back. He hides his face in his hands, unable to reconcile the man he used to be with whatever he's become tonight. This is the price of a final goodbye, one that left a woman in tears and a memory that he'll have to carry for the rest of his life. Standing by the window, Sir Jerome had finally resigned himself to a lonely end, certain the person he was waiting for wasn't coming. That doubt is shattered when the door flies open and Princess Daphrin bursts into the room, out of breath and apologizing for the delay. Jerome can barely register her presence before the reality of their situation catches up. The sounds of a search party begin to echo from the street, followed by the muffled shouts of soldiers ordering a building-by-building sweep of the area. Daphrin reaches for him, her voice trembling as she realizes they're almost out of time and space to hide. Jerome doesn't waste another second on disbelief. He reaches back, takes command of the moment, and leads her deeper into the shadows. The pounding on the wood grows louder as the men outside demand the princess surrender, but Jerome has already committed to a different exit. As Daphrin clings to him, he unfurls a rare teleportation scroll and begins chanting the ancient runes, letting the magic surge until the room fills with light. By the time the soldiers finally smashes through the door, the room is empty. The princess is gone. Deep inside the northern palace, the Duke of the North sits alone with a stack of papers and a growing sense of frustration, cursing the brat who's currently making his life difficult. A local baron is finding it just as hard to keep his composure, realizing he's being completely swayed by the influence of a single noble. It's a messy state of affairs, and the Duke knows the previous king would have had no patience for the lack of control they're showing now. Ishilda stands alone in the quiet, her thoughts turning back to the way she just acted toward the princess. Regret is starting to set in. She knows she shouldn't have let her frustration boil over on someone who didn't deserve it. Elsewhere in the palace, the Duke of the Drake Kingdom is drowning in a different kind of guilt, his hands trembling as he faces the reality of his own choices. He feels like a failure of a father. The Duke pulls himself together, tapping his documents into a neat stack before calling for the man to enter. Seol Mudok steps into the study with a formal bow, offering the kind of polite greetings expected in a royal court. But the Duke isn't in the mood for games. He scoffs at the idea of peace when his kingdom is coming apart at the seams. Seol doesn't waste time on small talk, cutting straight to the core of the crisis by asking if the king really intends to hand both the princess and the entire Drake Kingdom over to Duke Icarus. The Duke makes it clear that being saved doesn't grant Blizzard a pass for every insult. He's clinging to the remnants of his authority, even as the kingdom crumbles around him. But Seol Mudok cuts through the posturing with a simple claim. He has a solution. It's a bold move, and Mudok takes his time, waiting for the Duke to signal that he's actually listening. Seol hands over a prepared scroll, telling the Duke he just needs to announce the contents as an official decree. For the Duke of the Drake Kingdom, this plan is the only way to save his daughter from a forced marriage with Justin. But the relief is thin. He knows they are only buying time, and the underlying rot of the problem remains untouched. Mudok doesn't mind the temporary nature of the fix. He's already thinking 3 steps ahead. To him, this isn't just a maneuver, it's a trap. A hunter doesn't chase the prey. He sets the mechanism and simply waits for the target to step into the teeth. Back at Tatusi Castle, the board is being set for the next phase. Mudok arrives to find Sir Jerome and Princess Daphrin waiting, his presence filling the room as the trap he mentioned begins to close. Seol Mudok stares at the newcomer, the recognition clicking into place as Princess Daphrin peeks out from behind her escort, her expression tense and vulnerable. Seol Mudok stares at the newcomer, the recognition clicking into place as Princess Daphne peeks out from behind her escort, her expression tense and vulnerable. Mudok plays the part of the gracious host, claiming he could never turn Daphne away after all the risks Jerome took to bring her here. He even doubles down on the teasing, promising to keep their relationship a total secret, which leaves Daphne and Jerome completely mortified. Jerome panics, calling the remark disrespectful to the princess, but Mudok just tells him to stop being angry and admit the truth. The awkward silence stretches for a moment before Mudok shifts back to business, politely asking the princess to wait outside so he can speak with Jerome in private. Once the door closes, Jerome drops the act and immediately apologizes for his slip of the tongue. He feels responsible for the promise that forced him to bring her here in the first place, so he offers to personally escort Daphne back to the Hazen Kingdom. Mudok doesn't see the rush, but Jerome is visibly stressed by the political weight of it all. If the wrong people find out the princess is here, it won't just be in a scandal. It will be a war. Our protagonist isn't interested in hearing from a loyal servant right now. He pins Sir Jerome with a heavy look, making it clear that the official title of vassal means nothing in this room. Jerome can only sweat under the pressure as the question of what he truly wants for himself lands like a physical weight, leaving him caught between his duty and his own desires. Before the knight can find an answer, a communication crystal on the table starts to vibrate, breaking the tension as Edmund's voice crackles through the artifact. The news is catastrophic. Princess Daphne of the Hazel Kingdom has been kidnapped, and that one sentence just changed the stakes for everyone. News of Count Ainu's reaching out to the king for help has hit the kingdom like a physical blow, leaving the capital in an uproar. Edmund delivers the update while the Count absorbs the fallout in silence. This was the one move nobody expected him to make, and now the whole board has shifted. This decision haunts him for 50 years. Inside the estate, Justin explodes in a fit of rage that rattles the walls. A new decree has hit his desk, announcing that Princess Eschilda will be married off to whichever young noble can earn enough merit within a year. For a man like Justin, being blindsided by terms he never agreed to isn't just a political setback, it's a personal insult. His aide quietly gathers the scattered papers, noting that even a cornered rat will bite back when pushed. The reality of the situation is blunt. If Justin doesn't earn that merit himself, he won't even be considered for the match. But Justin is already past the point of playing by the rules, deciding right then that he doesn't actually need to meet the conditions at all. If he simply eliminates every other noble who qualifies, he becomes the only choice left by default. It's a ruthless pivot that leaves even his closest advisor stunned. Justin begins his list with John Slave, the eldest son of the Slave Count family, already marking him as the first target in a bloody path to the throne. Justin's final target is now official: Viscount Blizzard. Inside his private office, the order is simple: send assassins to deal with John Slave. But his aide isn't sure that's enough to handle a man like Blizzard. The blonde advisor has been digging, and he's found a piece of information that changes the math of this entire conflict. It's a lever that could push Blizzard and Princess Eschilda into a corner they can't fight their way out of, and Justin is just the kind of man to use it. Back at the estate, the quiet morning air belies the fact that the traps are already being set. The council meeting opens with a single, pressing item on the agenda: the future of Viscount Blizzard. Logan Famous calls for the floor, and Duke Icarus immediately steps forward to take the lead. Icarus moves with the confidence of a man who's already decided the outcome, pointing out that Blizzard has more than proven his martial skill. With Logan currently sidelined by injury, the vice-captaincy of the Phoenix Knights sits empty, and Icarus doesn't waste any time. He formally proposes that Viscount Blizzard take that seat. This isn't just a promotion. It's a massive political play that places a wild card directly into the heart of the kingdom's elite guard. The audacity of the move leaves Logan and Baron Arista shell-shocked, as a heavy, stunned silence pulls the air right out of the room. The Phoenix Knights represent the absolute peak of the kingdom's military power, led by Count Turian himself. They function as a pure meritocracy, recruiting based on raw talent without caring about a man's race or his rank, which has turned them into the most elite unit in the land. Our protagonist sees the offer for what it is: a puzzle. Duke Icarus would never hand him a position this prestigious without a catch, and the boy needs to know what's waiting for him inside that order. For now, he plays the part of the grateful subordinate, offering up a humble smile and promising to do his duty. It works. Icarus seems satisfied with the performance, noting that such humility will serve him well in the days to come. But as soon as the formalities end, the Duke turns his attention to the throne, asking the king if he's heard the strange rumors currently sweeping through the castle. Duke Icarus leans in to deliver his trap, dating the scandal to a specific Monday night only a week ago. He drops the hammer in front of the entire court. Princess Aishilda and Viscount Blizzard were allegedly spotted together, emerging from a barn in the dead of night. The room practically short-circuits at the implication, leaving the king stunned into a heavy, processing silence. Across the table, Blizzard maintains a perfect, clinical mask, but his mind is already racing to find the leak. He realizes this stems back to the day he pulled the princess out of the freezer, a rescue mission that was never supposed to have witnesses. The king finally breaks his silence, his voice low as he demands to know if the rumors are true. Blizzard doesn't answer immediately, letting the silence stretch while he calculates exactly which lie will save them both. The rumors are confirmed with a heavy final word. They're true. The palace erupts into a low, frantic hum of gossip as the court tries to process the scandal of a man and woman alone in a barn at night. Under the crushing weight of the king's gaze, Seol Mudok offers the only logical defense he has. The princess had gone to check on the ice wyvern egg and got trapped, so he simply rescued her. But Duke Icarus isn't interested in logic. He demands to know who can actually testify to that story. Mudok has no answer, and the Duke drives the point home by revealing a witness claim that the two weren't just in the barn, they were embracing. That's the breaking point. Mudok locks onto Icarus with a cold, dangerous authority, warning the Duke to stop insulting the princess's honor because nothing happened that night. Duke Icarus keeps his tone reasonable, claiming he wants to believe the Viscount's word just as much as anyone else, but he quickly pivots to the cold reality of politics. Simple claims aren't enough to convince the masses. He leans into the threat of scandal, reminding everyone that if rumors of the princess's purity reaching other nations, the damage to the crown will be irreversible. The king reaches his breaking point, slamming his fist against the table before pushing back from the Grand Council table. He ends the session abruptly, ignoring the startled protests of his advisors as he dismisses the meeting to escape the suffocating pressure of the Duke's demands. Seol Mudok remains silent under the weight of the Duke's gaze, the name Blizzard hanging in the air like a final warning. Icarus watches him go, making it clear that as long as the boy stays within these castle walls, he won't be escaping the Duke's sight for a single second. Duke Icarus stands alone in the silence of the council chamber, his voice echoing a single, chilling promise of eternal control. Everything in this room belongs to him now, and he intends to keep it that way forever. Far from the halls of power, Princess Aishilda opens her eyes to a world that shouldn't exist. The mist and the jagged red lines feel familiar in the worst way possible. This isn't just a nightmare, but the exact place she saw in her dreams. Before she can make sense of the landscape, the air shifts behind her, signaling she isn't as alone as she thought. Princess Aishilda demands to know who's watching her, but the answers that come aren't the ones she wants. From the darkness, shadowy figures begin to whisper, accusing her of abandoning her family to side with barbarians and claiming she's failed to repay the kindness of those who raised her. The words don't make sense. She has no idea what barbarians or chieftain they're talking about. As the realization of the nightmare settles in, more eyes begin to open in the void, surrounding her as the judgment of the shadows closes in. Princess Aishilda stands paralyzed as the whispers of the court begin to close in, the shadowy figures of her own people dragging up rumors from the barn at night. They strip away her title with their words, claiming a princess who behaves this way has no dignity left to her name. The slander lands like a physical weight, and she can only offer a desperate denial. She and the Viscount were never what the rumors say. Princess Aishilda suddenly locks up, her mind dragging her back to a memory she thought she'd buried. Shadowy hands reach out from the dark, clawing at her as she begs them to stay away, but the phantom touch won't break. no matter how hard she screams to be left alone. A single word repeats in her head like a sentence: dirty. She's drowning in it, trembling as the shame of the past completely overwrites the present. Princess Eshilda jolts awake with a scream, the remnants of a nightmare still clinging to her like a physical weight. She sits up in the quiet of her bedchamber, her breath coming in shallow, jagged gasps while she tries to steady her trembling hands. The dream felt too real, a sharp reminder of what's already been lost. Two carriages roll toward the illuminated palace, their path lit by a long row of street lamps. Back at the capital, the game has officially changed. High above the city, the palace remains a fortress of quiet calculation, where a soldier with glowing red eyes reports to the prince. The prince doesn't look away from the window, asking only if the mission was a success. The report is clear. John Slave has been dealt with for certain. It's a clean confirmation, and the prince dismisses the man without a second thought. But then something makes him pause. He stops the soldier in his tracks and calls for Kirsten, a shadowy figure who materializes from the dark to verify if the soldier's brainwashing is still holding. The prince isn't just checking in. He's making sure his tools are still under his thumb. Kirsten confirms the brainwashing spell remains intact, ensuring their puppet stays under total control. In his study, the prince weighs the news with a cold, skeptical eye, drinking deeply as he considers the board. His focus shifts to his next target, Blizzard. From the shadows of his manor, the prince sets his sights on a new victim, promising they'll be the next to fall. By the following morning, the capital is in an uproar as news of John Slave's death spreads, marking the end of the Count's line and the start of a much larger storm. The official story is simple. A fall from a horse killed the eldest son of the Slave family. It's a common enough accident, but the timing is just too convenient to be real. And while the rumors start to snowball, the public is nowhere near the truth. As it turns out, John Slave is very much alive, and his supposed death was nothing more than a calculated scheme. Deep in the snowy woods, Baker notes that the capital must be in total chaos by now, which is exactly what John wanted. With his only rival for the position dead, the path forward is clear, though he knows exactly what everyone back in the city is thinking. Duke Icarus and the rest of the nobility likely believe he's gone for good, leaving the field wide open. It's a perfect setup, but Baker still has one thing he's curious about. Out in the snowy forest, Baker can't understand the delay. Icarus is clearly guilty, and they have everything they need to make the arrest right now. He knows his opponent is a meticulous man, which means any gap in their preparation is an escape hatch they can't afford to leave open. There is a much larger play in motion here, one that goes beyond just a single arrest. The rumors about Eshilda have completely vanished, and John is the one who cleared the air. It's a calculated distraction. In John's world, you suppress a small fire by starting a much larger one, and now, all that heat is being redirected straight toward Icarus. Seol Mudak can't help but be impressed by the pure scale of John's foresight. While he was only focused on the immediate threat of Icarus, John was already looking far beyond that horizon. Their journey finally brings them to a small, isolated cabin in the snowy woods, the residence of Vice Captain Logan. The history here is cold and efficient. Logan had injured his leg, and the current prince took his position immediately after. Baker notes that for a man who once held such a high rank in the kingdom's top knight order, this home is far simpler than he expected. Baker falls silent as they approach the building, his instincts starting to flare. Seol Mudak assumes he's talking about the tragedy of Logan's past, but Baker cuts him off. Something isn't just strange about the history. Something is wrong right now. Baker points to the snowy ground outside the simple home, noting that the clearing is suspiciously clean. It's as if no one has ever been here. But Seol Mudak isn't convinced, asking if an expert shouldn't be able to move without leaving footprints. Baker shuts that down immediately. He's an assassin, and even he couldn't hide his trail while traveling on an injured leg. The realization starts to settle in for Seol Mudak, as the only logical conclusion left is that their target isn't walking at all. He's flying. The theory is cut short by a sharp whistle through the air, as both men spin around, the sound of an approaching projectile catching them completely off guard. A sudden golden blur streaks through the air, forcing Seol Mudok to throw himself back as a projectile slams into the frozen earth. He stares at the impact site in disbelief. The weapon isn't a bolt or an arrow, but a single massive feather that struck with the force of a falling spear. Above them, the scent of the predator finally makes sense as a massive avian form drops toward the roofline. Logan makes his entrance, a beast man with sweeping brown wings and a hunter's bow gripped in his talons. His eyes glow with a cold, predatory light as he looks down at them, calling them filthy humans for trespassing on his ground. Baker realizes they've walked into a situation they weren't prepared for, and checks with his lord. But Seol Mudok has to admit he was just as blind to this. Logan's true nature as a beast man had been a secret until this very moment. The misunderstanding hits Logan like a physical blow, fueling a rage that he directs toward the man he thinks betrayed him. He wants to know if his own captain truly ordered his death. Baker panics as the situation spirals out of control, but as he tries to de-escalate and tell the truth, Seol stops him. Our protagonist is enjoying the chaos. The tension in the air is thick enough to choke on as Logan's eyes go wide with bloodlust. Baker is staggered by the cruelty of it all, unable to understand why anyone would provoke a monster with a lie like that. But for Seol, this isn't about cruelty, it's a recruitment drive. He wants to see if Logan is strong enough to be worth keeping, promising a swift end to the man below. He's finished with talk. Every instinct he has left is screaming for a kill. But before the strike can land, Seol Mudok steps into the path and orders Miller to fall back, taking the field for himself. Seol Mudok watches the winged beastman dive toward him, eager to test himself against a new kind of human. His plan is simple: strip the creature of its flight by shearing its feathers and track it once it hits the ground. From the sidelines, Miller screams a desperate warning for the Viscount to stop, but the explanation comes too late. A beastman's feathers have an unnatural elasticity that defies a standard blade. Instead of cutting through, the sword bounces off the wing with a jarring impact that sends a shock through Seol Mudok's arm. The strategy fails instantly, leaving him exposed as the creature's momentum carries the fight. He grunts under the weight of the collision, struggling just to keep his footing as the aerial assault nearly drives him into the snow. Seeing his target weave through the feathers, Logan shifts his aim, sending a fresh wave of golden projectiles directly at the man's legs to pin him down. Seol Mudok grinds his teeth as the sheer force of the recoil vibrates through his entire frame. With a precise sweep of his blade, he deflects the incoming strike with such force that it's redirected entirely, catching Miller completely off guard as the redirected energy tears through the snowy field toward him. The impact sends Miller tumbling backward through the air in a panicked blur, leaving Seol Mudok no time to catch his breath before the next set of feathers streaks across the sky. Seol Mudok flinches as the air screams beside him, his mind instantly racing to count the shots, because while he heard 2 rounds, only 1 streak is visible until the second projectile appears right in his line of sight. There is no time to dodge. He catches the wooden shaft just inches from his skull, already bracing himself for the next bang. Seol Mudok takes a moment to acknowledge the skill of the beast standing across from him, noting the feathers his blade couldn't pierce, and the strategy that nearly caught him blind. The birdman, Logan, isn't taking the appraisal well, demanding to know what right a human has to evaluate him as if he's some kind of student. His fury only grows as he realizes he's being graded by the very prey he intended to hunt. Seol Mudok doesn't bother arguing. He simply declares the evaluation over and shifts his grip on the hilt. Before Logan can even register the shift in momentum, the human is already gone, leaving only a blur of motion in the snow where he once stood. Logan doesn't even have time to finish his thought before the gap closes. Seol Mudok moves with a speed that defies gravity. The panic finally sets in as Logan realizes he's been caught midair, and a devastating strike sends him spiraling toward the ground. Using a Lightfoot art that allows him to step freely through the sky, Mudok follows his descent and reminds his foe that he's officially out of weapons. With his bow gone and his predator turned into prey, Logan can only stare as his opponent asks what he plans to do now. Logan screams as the force of the impact sends him reeling, his bird-like features twisted in a mix of desperation and rage. Seol Mudok barely flinches, but something stops him mid-motion, a strange flicker of purple energy crackling between them that doesn't belong to either of their techniques. He watches as Logan hits the snow hard, the weight of the blow leaving the creature pinned to the frozen ground. Mudok studies the energy still humming in the air, his calm expression giving way to a genuine, growing curiosity. He looks down at his fallen opponent and notices the shape of a wound that wasn't caused by his own hands. Something about Logan's condition feels off, prompting Mudok to ask how exactly his leg was injured before they even met. Logan's eyes burn with a feral intensity, his pride clearly wounded more than his body by the human's questioning. Refusing to give an inch, the creature lashes out with a desperate wing swipe, shouting that he'd never share his secrets with a mere human. Seal Mudok centers his focus, channeling every bit of energy he has left into his palm. He doesn't go for a grand display. He drives that power straight into Logan's leg, sending the beast into a blind, cursing rage. He answers the Birdman's desperation with another crushing strike, forcing a pained shriek from his opponent's throat. Logan is breaking, his pride following his body into the dirt as he demands to know how a warrior could fight like this. He begs for a fair fight, but in a life-or-death struggle, Mudok knows that fairness is just a word for people who haven't realized they've already lost. Logan can barely get the words out as the pressure mounts, his voice cracking into a desperate plea for the assault to end. But Seal Mudok isn't listening, driving a heavy strike home that sends a shockwave through the snowy clearing. A cold smirk plays on Mudok's lips, while Logan's pupils contract in pure terror. He's completely outmatched, and he knows it. The impossible has happened. The leg that should have been a ruin is suddenly whole again. Logan demands to know how a wound that baffled every doctor on the continent could just vanish. But Mudok only offers a cryptic dismissal. Of course, a doctor couldn't fix what he just did. The truth hits Logan like a physical blow. He wasn't just injured, he was cursed. Seal Mudok explains that malicious mana had been wrapped around the creature's leg this entire time, a dark tether that Mudok dispersed with a single surge of his own energy. Logan can only stare in disbelief, his deep-seated hatred for humans suddenly eclipsed by a far more terrifying question. What kind of monster is he actually standing in front of? A cold smile spreads across Mudok's face. He's already decided how this ends. The creature who spent his life distrusting humans will become the one who follows and trusts Seal Mudok, whether he wants to or not. Outside, the twilight sky settles over a quiet cabin, where Logan presents a massive, steaming roast to his guests. It is a traditional dish of his tribe, served with pride as a peace offering. The brave soldier is practically drooling, his hunger taking over as he reaches out for the first bite. But Logan's hospitable mask slips the second the soldier's hand moves, his eyes flaring as he snaps that the feast is reserved for his benefactor alone. Seal Mudok has to step in, reminding the Birdman that the soldier is one of his own and deserves to be treated with respect. Logan begrudgingly obeys, though his idea of a compromise is handing the man a tiny raw rodent and telling him to eat up and get lost. The soldier is practically vibrating with indignation, but Logan doesn't care about his feelings. He's already made his position clear. Humans get the bare minimum, and if the soldier wants a real feast, he can go hunt it himself. Seal Mudok stays out of the bickering, but his sudden mention of Logan's name cuts the tension right out of the room. He's noticed something, Logan's left leg. He wants to know exactly how it got hurt, and more importantly, if Logan really confronted the Phoenix Knight commander about it. Under Seal's steady gaze, the casual dismissal Logan showed earlier vanishes. This isn't just a question about a scar, it's a probe into a history Logan has been carrying alone. He finally decides to stop dodging. He's ready to explain everything, starting with the day his life fell apart. It began on the highest point of his career, the day he was promoted to vice commander and received a secret summons from Torio. It was strange how friendly Torio was being that day. As a race supremacist, he had always seen Logan as a thorn in his eye, making this sudden hospitality feel like a trap. Logan waited for the inevitable catch, and sure enough, Torio dropped a proposal so shocking it left the young man horrified. Logan didn't just reject him, he exploded, shouting that he would never listen to such nonsense. He demanded to know if the man truly thought he would ever accept an offer like that, but Torio didn't even blink at the outburst. Instead, the predator just watched him, warning Logan that once he walked out of the room, there would be no turning back. This decision would haunt him, and Torio wasn't planning on giving him a second chance, sneering at the warning until the air in the room suddenly shifts. A masked sorcerer steps from the shadows, releasing a jagged burst of purple energy that catches the knight completely off guard. The magic takes hold. Logan wakes with the hazy hope that the last few hours were just a fever dream, but the sight of his own clawed fur-covered arm kills that thought instantly. This is his new reality. A shadowy, three-eyed monster looms over his bed, a manifestation of the dark energy now coursing through his veins. The transformation isn't just a physical change, it's a surge of raw, violent power that Logan can no longer contain. Down the hall, Seol Mudok hears the commotion and turns back only to find Logan has completely lost control. The bird-like creature lunges with feral speed, his talons slashing through the air and catching Mudok in a spray of blood. The violence settles into a heavy, suffocating silence as Logan, Mudok, and a third figure sit together in the dim light of the meeting room. A carcass sits on the table between them, a grim reminder of the beast Logan has become. The alliance is sealed, but the cost of this power is already written in blood. Seol Mudok listens as the pieces finally click into place. Logan bows low in gratitude, calling him a benefactor for doing more than just healing a broken body. It wasn't just a simple injury, it was a curse, and the weight of that truth hangs heavy in the room. As Logan swears to hunt down whoever is responsible, Mudok cuts him off with a single cold sentence. There's no need to search, because he already knows who did it. The revelation hits the room like ice water. Logan's companion demands to know how that's even possible, but Mudok isn't just looking for a name. He knows the employer pulling the strings. He brings up the assassin known as Sis, the same killer who once targeted John's slave. Back when Mudok used his soul harvesting technique on that assassin, he felt a strange, foreign energy. And now he's felt that exact same aura on Logan's leg. It's a signature he can't forget, and it means their enemies are much closer than they realized. As Seol Mudok pieces it together, the name Icarus finally surfaces, sending Logan into a visible panic. He can barely get the name out, his sudden shift in composure catching Seol Mudok's attention. It's an intense reaction for a simple name, and it confirms that the proposal Logan once walked away from was tied directly to this man. Seol Mudok presses for the specifics, and the answer changes everything. It was a plan for total rebellion. The goal wasn't just a coup, but the complete destruction of the current royal authority to let Icarus build an entirely new dynasty on the ashes. Instead of being horrified by the scale of the treason, Seol Mudok only grins. He just found a much bigger game to play. The name Icarus carries a certain weight, and for Seol Mudok, it's the sound of a trap finally snapping shut. While rain lashes against the stone of the estate, Duke Icarus stands before a map of the territory, acknowledging a presence that has just arrived in his study. He turns his attention to Commander Torio, checking on the man's recovery from a recent injury. Torio reports he's getting better, but he's really here for orders, and the Duke doesn't waste time getting to the point. He wants to confirm a new addition to the Night Order, a man named Blizzard. Duke Icarus lays out the mission with a cold ultimatum: lure the target and bring him back here. For Torio, the price for this betrayal is a title of his own, a bribe that would make him a duke in his own right. He drops to the floor in a desperate show of loyalty, stammering his thanks and promising to see the task through. Icarus watches him with a thin smile, knowing the trap is finally set. His focus is already on the target, Blizzard, as he vows to turn this very place into the man's grave. Torio lies broken in a pool of his own blood, his animalistic features twitching as the last of his strength fails. Standing over him, Seol Mudok doesn't offer a drop of pity, his hands still dripping from the work he just finished. He finds the whole situation absurd, wondering what kind of game his enemies think they're playing with an ambush this pathetic. A scarred man with a black eye patch steps out of the shadows, his face twisted into a grin that says he's been waiting for this moment. This is Icarus, and he recognizes his target immediately, the vice commander of the Night Order, known to the world as Blizzard. The northern fortress was more than just a wall. It was the only thing standing between the civilized world and the unknown threats of the frozen wastes. For the captain of the northern fortress, every day was a calculated risk, but today the air felt different, carrying a chill that even his heavy plate armor couldn't keep out. He adjusted the light blue sash over his silver guard, staring out at the horizon where the first signs of an unnatural storm were beginning to gather. If the reports were true, The standard border skirmishes were about to become a full-scale reckoning. He signaled his lieutenants to ready the archers, knowing that once the first strike landed, there would be no turning back. The peace they had maintained for decades was officially over. This was the moment his whole career had been building to, and as he drew his sword, he realized he was actually looking forward to the fight. He had sent the Phoenix Knight order ahead as a stopgap, and the captain confirms that their arrival was the only reason the immediate crisis didn't turn into a total disaster. Despite the victory, the atmosphere between the two men remains heavy. Mudok notices the hesitation immediately and asks why the man still looks so worried if the threat is gone. The captain avoids his gaze at first, acknowledging their massive debt to the knights, but he finally steels his resolve to speak. Something is happening inside the Phoenix Knight order right now, and the news is clearly something Mudok isn't going to like. Seol Mudok slams the doors open, finally stepping into the heart of the order's internal operations. What he finds stops him cold. In the corridors of the Phoenix Knights, the soldiers are no longer protectors. They've turned into a pack of executioners, systematically brutalizing the beastmen in what has clearly become a state-sponsored hate crime designed to purge every other race from their ranks. The Order's soldiers aren't just doing their jobs, they're enjoying it, laughing as they bleed the prisoners dry. Among the victims, a beastman barely hangs on, his body broken and drenched in sweat as he suffers in the dirt. It's the kind of scene that finally snaps Seol Mudok's restraint, his eyes narrowing with a cold, murderous focus that says more than any threat could. Something shifts in the air as Seol draws on a power he's been holding back, moving with a speed that leaves the orange-haired soldier completely stunned. Before the kid can even process the blur in front of him, Seol delivers a lethal strike that sends blood and bodies flying across the stone floor. In a single violent motion, Seol Mudok slams the captain into the floor, leaving the remaining guards frozen in shock, while the beastmen stare at their unexpected savior. Mudok doesn't even look back as the soldiers struggle to process the fact that their captain was neutralized in the blink of an eye. He focuses only on the owl beastman, his own hands stained with the blood of a victim who was clearly beaten long before he arrived. But the silence is broken by a calm voice from down the hall as a shadowy noble approaches, unimpressed by the chaos and demanding to know exactly what this is supposed to be. Captain Torio looms over the scene with a jagged grin, his single eye fixed on the intruder. Seol Mudok takes in the hallway, the stench of the place and the cruelty of the man before him triggering a wave of pure disgust. The situation is past the point of diplomacy, and Mudok doesn't bother hiding his contempt as he asks if the captain thinks he's finally gone too far. Torio doesn't answer at first, his hand reaching up to the black leather covering his face. He rips the eye patch away to reveal the ruined, milky eye beneath, snarling that the very beasts Mudok is defending are the ones who did this to him. To Torio, there is no such thing as too far when it comes to settling a blood debt. He points a trembling finger toward the broken owl beastman bleeding out on the floor, demanding they bring the creature to him immediately. Seol Mudok doesn't even blink as Captain Torio threatens him with a punishment for disobeying orders, exhaling a slow breath as if the captain is nothing more than a minor annoyance. He walks right past the man while carrying the owl beastman, daring Torio to actually try and stop him. The power dynamic shifts instantly when Mudok mentions the captain's secret plot with Icarus. It's a total reveal that leaves Torio sweating in the middle of the room, paralyzed by the fact that his treason is no longer a secret. As he shouts out in a panic, wondering how this could be known, Mudok just keeps walking toward the exit. Captain Torio stands frozen as the weight of his exposed treason finally lands, leaving him paralyzed under the spotlight of his own failure. While the captain remains locked in his fear, Seol Mudok simply turns and walks away, carrying the bloodied owl beastman who can barely find the breath to ask why a man like the vice commander would ever bother saving someone like him. Mudok doesn't offer a grand hero speech, admitting instead that he knows exactly what it feels like to be looked down on. A memory of his homeland flashes back, the Northern Sea Palace Master's voice full of scorn, calling him a barbarian, and mocking the idea that the Alliance leader's daughter could ever truly love someone of his station. Seol Mudok reflects on the isolation that defined his past, admitting that he was never acknowledged and lost the only person he ever loved. It's a specific kind of pain, and it's the only reason he chose to step into this mess in the first place. As he carries the wounded owl beastman, the creature is confused, asking why Seol simply endures the situation instead of taking control. The creature hesitates for a second before explaining his restraint. The moment he uses force, any chance for negotiation or peace is gone forever. The logic hits home, pulling Seol into a memory of Hwaryeon, who once used nearly those same words to keep him from throwing everything away. Seol Mudok looks at the beast man, and finally acknowledges the weight of the path he's been forced to walk. It's a heavy burden, but Seol isn't just watching anymore. He offers to put his full support behind the creature's dream. He makes it a firm promise, grabbing the beast man's hand, to show him that the wait for a different life won't be much longer. It's a rare moment of vulnerability for the man, and he admits it's a future he's desperate to see with his own eyes. By the next evening, the heavy boots of the Order are back on the trail, following the path she carved through the forest. The captain stares at her back, the name Blizzard tasting like ash in his mouth. He's still nursing the wound to his pride, unable to move past the moment she humiliated him in front of his own men. Back at the command post, the mood is bordering on panic, as one of the officers demands to know why they're letting a single man run wild. Captain Torio doesn't even look up, his gloved hand steady as he brushes over a map of the territory. As it turns out, he isn't interested in a fair fight. Orders have already come down to lure the intruder into a specific corner of the woods. When the officer asks what exactly is waiting for him out there, Torio just shrugs. The details don't matter to them. All that matters is that their prey is already moving exactly where they want him, walking straight into the jaws of a trap he can't even see yet. The captain keeps his focus on the path ahead, certain they're closing in on the destination. His men are already whispering about the target, wondering if any monster in these woods could actually threaten a grand swordmaster like Lord Blizzard. But deep in the shadows of the tree line, something massive is already waiting for them, and it's a lot more than just a rumor. The group continues their trek through the frozen woods, but Seol Mudok suddenly catches a shift in the air that doesn't belong here. He tries to pin the feeling to a memory, something familiar about this energy, until the captain signals for the entire unit to halt. But the captain doesn't seem worried about the monsters as much as he is about his companion. He brings up the rumors of Seol Mudok's status as a grand swordmaster, trying to goad him into a display of skill. But our protagonist shuts the challenge down with a flat refusal. It's a moment of friction that leaves the captain wondering if the man has already sensed the trap. But regardless of the suspicion, they've reached the exact coordinates Lord Icarus mentioned. The red-haired warrior scoffed at Seol Mudok's caution, mocking the Grand Swordmaster for being afraid of a simple beast. He intended to put on a show, drawing his blade and unleashing a brutal flurry of strikes that tore through the creature. As he basked in the bloodbath, laughing about his own skill, he assumed the fight was over. He turned to gloat, but the surrounding soldiers froze as the atmosphere shifted. Behind the warrior, the beast didn't fall. Instead, it surged back toward him with a violent purple glow. Seol Mudok watched with grim focus, realizing the horror of their situation. The monster's severed parts were already regenerating. A massive furred paw slams into the earth, grounding the chaos as the clearing turns into a slaughterhouse. The captain can only watch as his formation falls apart in seconds, the air thick with the realization that they aren't fighting a living pack. Torio screams for help as a wolf-like horror lunges for his throat. But the true terror isn't the strength of the monsters. It's that they won't stay down. No matter how many times the soldiers cut them, the creatures just pull themselves back together and keep coming. Seol Mudok had expected a fight, but he never planned for an army of the undead. As the beast closes in on Torio, the captain shouts his name, but he's already seeing the math, and it doesn't favor the living. Surrounded by the same monsters he thought he controlled, the captain realizes the battlefield has shifted against him. Seol Mudok doesn't give him time to think, cold and focused as he begins the execution. He moves with systematic precision, tearing through the remaining beasts until the snowy forest is stained red and silent. As the dust settles, Seol Mudok looks at the man left standing and notes that Icarus is a truly cruel bastard. The truth lands like a physical blow. Icarus didn't just fail them, he abandoned an entire night order just to ensure Seol Mudok's capture. The captain's ego shatters as he realizes he was never a key player, only a sacrificial lamb. He stares at the fallen remains of his men, unable to accept that he's in the exact same position as the trash he looked down on. Refusing to believe his life is worth so little, he spurs his horse into a desperate, panicked flight. Seol Mudak can barely contain his rage as he watches the coward flee. It's a pathetic sight, a man calling himself a general, yet he's the first to abandon his own subordinates just to save his skin. Mudak can't let him get away yet. There are still too many unanswered questions about Icarus, and that man is the only key left. He prepares to give chase, but the sound of heavy impacts nearby halts his momentum as a massive beast lunges into his path. He locks onto the new threat, his eyes scanning for an opening. This isn't just another mindless creature. This thing is actually a tough opponent, and it has no intention of letting him pass. Nearby, the green glow of a potion spills over the battered remains of a warrior, who can only gasp in agony as the medicine forces his broken body back into the fight. The warrior can hardly believe he's still breathing, laughing through the pain as the realization hits. He's been saved by a healing potion. He looks up at his savior, ready to thank Captain Torio, but the man staring back at him is cold and distant, claiming that the Torio he once knew has already run away. The red head is left shaken, watching the man's blood-stained hand and wondering why someone in such a desperate state would give up his only potion to save another. It's a question that's been haunting Torio for a long time. Back in the hallway of his memories, he remembers a similar moment of mercy from Seol Mudak, a choice that made no sense then, and clearly still weighs on him now. Bloodied and broken, the warrior screams into the chaos, unable to grasp why anyone would risk themselves for someone like him. As Seol Mudak's hand lands on his shoulder, the question finally breaks through: what could possibly justify this? But Mudak's answer is simpler than any logic he's ever known. They are comrades in arms, and in this world, that is the only reason that has ever mattered. The realization hits him with the weight of everything he's done, and for the first time, he doesn't reach for a weapon to kill. He reaches for one to live. He explodes into a desperate countersweep, clearing a path through the pack closing in on them. This isn't just about winning a fight anymore. It's a vow. He will survive this night, and if he does, he'll spend every second of the life Mudak gave him atoning for the sins that brought him here. The beast locks its gaze onto the target, waiting for the first sign of weakness. Seol Mudak doesn't back down, welcoming the challenge as the monsters close in from every side. A massive claw comes crashing down, but Seol meets it head-on, his blade holding firm against the weight of the impact. He immediately launches a counter-offensive, moving with a speed that forces the creature to adjust its stance. He's pushing himself to the limit, the strain of the constant high-speed exchanges starting to take its toll. Even the monster has to acknowledge his tenacity, marveling at how a human can be this persistent. But a dark realization is setting in. No matter how many times Seol slashes through them, their wounds just close up, and they keep coming back. He's fighting a war of attrition against an enemy that refuses to stay down. Seol Mudak is burning through his internal energy too fast to keep this up, and if he doesn't change his approach, the beast will outlast him. He decides on a risky gambit, letting the creature close the distance and trade blows until he sees the opening he needs. Even with blood coating his chest, he stops holding back and gathers his power into one focused point. A predatory grin spreads across his face as the trap finally snaps shut. He has the beast exactly where he wants it. Mudak unleashes his frost technique, freezing the creature solid before it can even think about pulling away. Seol Mudak slams a layer of lethal frost onto his target, but as he watches the reaction, something doesn't line up. He had only intended to slow the creatures down, but the frozen tissue isn't regenerating like the rest of their bodies. Seeing the opening, our protagonist braces for a follow-up, shattering the beast with a single explosive burst of power. The creature can only watch its own end reflecting in its eyes as the ice takes hold of what's left. Mudak can't help but savor the discovery. Apparently, these monsters have a very specific weakness. Baron Vincent leads his unit through the night, his mind racing with the contents of an urgent report describing monsters that simply refuse to die. When he finally spots the objective through the trees, his only thought is for Viscount Blizzard, the benefactor who put everything on the line to protect this territory. Charging forward with his reinforcements, the Baron prays he isn't too late to find the man alive. The battlefield is a graveyard of jagged ice, a scene of frozen carnage that leaves him struggling to process what could have caused this. Standing in the center of the wreckage, Mudok finally speaks, noting with cold indifference that the Baron is late. Baron Vincent can only stare as the reality of the carnage sinks in, a landscape of shattered crystal and frozen death. Seol Mudok stands atop his work, casually noting that he's just finished clearing the field, his body reacting before his mind can even catch up. He's a soldier, but the trembling in his hands won't stop. It isn't just the cold or the fear of a stronger man. It's a primal shudder at the sheer scale of the power standing in front of him. As Mudok turns to walk away from the statues he's made of his enemies, the world begins to recognize him for what he truly is. From this moment on, he would be known as the king who froze everything, even death itself. The Drake Kingdom maintains 3 distinct royal knight orders to protect its borders, starting at the top with the elite Phoenix Order and its composed commander. Just below them is the Giant Knight Order, led by the massive Gordon, a man who relies on overwhelming physical force and scars to make his point. Bringing up the rear is the Rank 3 Storm Knight Order, overseen by Roberts, a captain who leads with a much more calculated, refined edge. The hierarchy of these orders is about to be put to the test. Watching from his window as the 2 captains arrive, Torio acknowledges Gordon and Roberts, signaling that whatever is coming next requires the kingdom's heavy hitters. To Torio, Icarus is a monster of a man, someone willing to sacrifice an entire knight order just to corner a single target. But being discarded isn't an option for the Count. He's a man driven by a desperate need to prove he still has worth in this game. Late into the night, he gathers his pieces in a dimly lit drawing room, opening the meeting with a thin mask of formal hospitality. Gordon, the captain of the Storm Knights, plays along with a smile, offering the kind of easy loyalty that nobility expects. Baron Roberts isn't interested in the performance, demanding they get straight to the point without the pleasantries. Torio notes the chill in the air, recognizing that Roberts is a royalist at heart, a man whose spine is built on an oath to the king himself. It's a noble stance, but as Torio raises a bottle to begin the real conversation, he prepares to shatter that loyalty, because by the time the sun rises, the Baron will belong to Icarus. Torio leans back with a glass in hand, offering a deal he knows can't be refused, while telling his guests there's no reason to be so tense. To drive the point home, he brings up the name John Slave, a reminder of what happens to those who stay on the wrong side of history. He calls the man pitiful, noting how his loyalty to an incompetent king cost him the life of his own son. It's a cold piece of framing. If Slave had simply followed Lord Icarus, he wouldn't have lost everything. The bluntness of the threat sends Gordon into a quiet panic, but Torio remains unbothered, having already calculated every word of this exchange. Baron Roberts isn't playing along, his hand clenching as he demands to know exactly what kind of trick is being pulled here. He asks outright if this is a death threat for anyone who refuses to obey Icarus, but Torio only smirks, letting the implication hang in the air without ever saying it himself. The weight of the moment finally catches up to Baron Roberts, a cold realization settling in as he stares into the face of a man who no longer cares for the old laws. Torio doesn't bother hiding his smile anymore, pouring wine with a casual arrogance that says the time for polite debate is over. He lays out the shape of the coming world. A rebellion is imminent, the current dynasty is already a ghost, and Lord Icarus is the only one moving toward the throne. It's not just a theory. Torio and Gordon have already secured their futures, and the empty seat at the table is Robert's last chance to survive. The choice is simple and brutal. He can stand by a crown that's already falling, or he can join the men who are pushing it. Deep down, the Baron knows the truth Torio is throwing in his face. The king has no power left, and loyalty to a weak man is just a slow way to die. Torio watches him, calculating the value of the man across from him. Robert still carries enough weight with the royalists to pull others with him, making him the most important domino in the room. As the Baron finally slumps in his chair, the silence says everything. He switched sides. The rebellion just gained its most critical recruit, and the king's last line of defense has just walked away. Torio starts to gloat, convinced he's just secured a powerful new ally for Lord Icarus, but the atmosphere in the room shifts instantly. Baron Roberts isn't interested in switching sides. He finds the very idea that the king lacks power insulting while his giant knight order still stands. The Baron issues a cold ultimatum: surrender before dawn or lose everything. Torio realizes his mistake too late, the frustration etched into his face as he breaks into a desperate, manic laugh. A swirling pool of purple energy tears open the floor in front of Torio, and a voice drips with mockery as he's called out for being pathetic. The man flinches, paralyzed by the sudden arrival of the figure stepping out from the shadows. Dropping to his knees, Torio begs for mercy, but Gordon is stuck on a single name: Curson. Torio doesn't stop, desperate for one more chance to prove his worth, but the way she entertains his plea suggests his time is already run out. Curson looms over the two men, relishing the moment she can finally put them to work for her own ends. A sudden surge of energy marks their departure from the estate, and she returns to her master to report that Torio is no longer a problem. Deep within his private study, Lord Icarus sits amidst his collection of skulls, waiting for the rest of the news. When he hears Baron Roberts is still standing, he issues a cold execution order that Curson is all too happy to fulfill. His frustration settles on a single name: Blizzard. To Icarus, this newcomer is more than just a nuisance. He's a direct threat to everything the Lord has built, becoming a bigger problem than even the king himself. Lord Icarus finds a silver lining in the current chaos, realized that with Blizzard out of the picture, his path is finally clear. As he looks out over the bat-crested banners of his estate, he knows exactly what his rival's absence from the capital means. From his balcony, he watches the shadow of his gathered forces and decides that this is it. This is the perfect time to strike, leaving the camp in a heavy, flickering silence as the survivors gather around the main blaze. It's here that the weight of the night finally breaks the young soldier, and he collapses into a desperate apology. Words aren't enough, and he knows it, swearing to spend the rest of his life making up for the damage he's done. The Beastman leader leans back, weary but resolute, knowing that even a path this long has to be walked one step at a time. The soldier leans on his companions, speaking of a commitment that goes beyond simple duty, a lifelong relationship. Seol Mudok watches the scene, the words echoing with a weight he wasn't ready for. Even Huayan seems struck by the phrase, as if it's pulling at a thread of their own shared history. It's a moment of sudden, sharp clarity for the protagonist. He finally sees why she always pushed for talk and negotiation instead of just drawing a blade. While he was focused on the immediate conflict, she was looking decades ahead, dreaming of a world where they could simply grow old together. Seol Mudok stands before his gathered troops in the dim light of the barn and calls for their absolute attention. The news he drops is a hammer blow. Icarus has officially started a rebellion, and their new objective is to systematically wipe out every reinforcement that tries to reach the city. The Beastmen watch him in a mix of shock and grim focus, realizing the nature of the war has just shifted. Mudok has already moved past the logistics of the ambush, his mind fixed on finishing this fight as quickly as possible, so he can finally reach Eshilda. A steady blue glow pulses in the dark, pulling Eshilda from her sleep. At this hour, a message through the stone can only mean one thing, and the voice of Seol Mudok on the other side confirms the urgency. The news hits like a physical weight. Icarus has started a rebellion. The Viscount's report is grim, detailing the total annihilation of the Giant Knight Order only moments ago. Realizing the kingdom is now a target, Eshilda snaps into emergency mode, promising to alert her father immediately before they're overrun. But the scale of the response is even larger than she expected, as Seol Mudok reveals he's already dispatched the Wyvern Knight Order and elite reinforcements to back them up. Eshilda looks over at the Viscount, the question of whether he'll be joining them hanging heavy in the air. Seol Mudok admits that if he followed his heart, he would have been at her side immediately. He won't head for the capital until every last one of them is dealt with. The sheer scale of that promise leaves Eshilda stunned. Watching as he stands tall atop his wyvern mount, he tells her not to worry. Under the cover of a blue-lit night, a column of knights marches toward its destination, but the pace is clearly taking its toll as one soldier wonders how much further they have to go. A sudden strike across the face cuts his complaint short, and he hits the dirt under the shadow of a mounted noble who demands they move their feet. This is Count Crancy, a leader of the Icarus faction reinforcements. To him, these soldiers are nothing more than tools that are currently dawdling and making him lose his chance at glory. Count Crancy roars for his men to get up, his patience already gone. But the command is cut short by a voice that carries the weight of a death sentence. Looking up, the Count freezes as the moon reveals Viscount Blizzard, better known as Seal Modoc, looming over the battlefield atop a massive wyvern. Modoc doesn't offer a negotiation, he demands a surrender, making it clear he has no time for details and even less for mercy. Crancy spirals into immediate panic, certain that if the legendary wyvern unit is here, his forces have zero chance of survival. But as the silence of the night settles, he starts to wonder why the world feels so still. A real wyvern unit would fill the air with the deafening thunder of wings, and as a knight calls out to him, the Count begins to realize something about the threat doesn't add up. Count Crancy's scouts return with a report that changes everything. There are no ambushers nearby. He's still gloating when the man standing against him issues a cold warning. It's the Count who should be surrendering. Crancy can't believe the audacity, asking if this lone fighter really expects to take on 1,000 men by himself. He's already done the math, and the only thing left to do is end this quickly. Declaring that there is no more time for talk, he leaps into a devastating aerial strike. Count Crancy sees an opening, his mind already racing with the profit a capture would bring. If he can just deliver Seal Modoc to Lord Icarus, his position will be set for life. He starts to announce their guaranteed victory, but the words die in his throat as a sudden crushing pressure hits him. The world stops. He looks down at his horse and realizes it's been turned into a statue of solid ice. It's not just him, the knights around him have been caught mid-stride, frozen where they stand as the entire forest is locked in an instant. Crystalline tomb. Baron Blizzard gives the enemy a single cold choice. Anyone who wants to live needs to drop their weapons and hit the dirt immediately. The armored knights freeze as the sheer pressure of his presence hits them, and Seal Modoc makes the stakes crystal clear. Anyone still standing when he moves will be cut down where they are. He doesn't have to say it twice. The knights scramble to throw their blades onto the ice, kneeling in the snow and begging for mercy as they realize they have no way to win this. Watching his entire front line collapse without a fight, Count Crancy finally understands how bad this is, and that he's next. For the armored knight on the ground, the fear is physical. His legs are frozen stiff, leaving him unable to even lie down as the situation spirals, and when the realization of what's coming finally hits, he can only scream a desperate refusal before he's thrown into a full-scale panic. Amidst the chaos, Seal Modoc remains the only calm point in the clearing, informing the survivors that the Phoenix Knight Order is already on their way. He drops one final, absolute command for the knights to stay exactly where they are, and they don't hesitate to shout their obedience. With his business here finished, Seal leaps from the frozen ground, leaving the broken battlefield behind as he launches toward his next objective. Our protagonist reports in through the crystal, confirming the first unit is down, and Shuart immediately directs him toward the northeast, where another reinforcement group is waiting. Shuart warns him that he'll be facing nearly 1,000-strong combatants this time, and asks if he can handle the odds alone. But the boy doesn't hesitate. He's already moving through the snowy peaks with a single goal in mind: finding Ishilda and bringing her back. At the capital of Barhan, the kingdom's defense stands ready under a heavy night sky. Rows of armored knights fill the courtyard, backed by the unsettling presence of mages in golden masks who watch the horizon with glowing blue eyes. Emerging from the dark are Icarus's undead knights, massive, decaying warriors that radiate a suffocating purple energy. Looking at the sheer scale of the monsters, the captain knows he'd be helpless against a force like this on any other day. But he isn't fighting alone this time, and he orders the witchcraft mages to prepare their counter. Under normal circumstances, Barhan would already be lost, but tonight, the kingdom has its own dark power to lean on, which explains how they orchestrated a surprise attack on the capital. Icarus's knights are monsters of decaying flesh and armor, but as the defensive line holds, the kingdom's captain starts to believe they've actually turned the tide. He begins to shout that the battle is over and victory is theirs, only for his celebration to cut off mid-breath, as the ice shattered by the mages explodes, releasing a fresh wave of undead warriors onto the ramparts. A stitched giant let out a deafening roar, its massive form surging through the inner gate with enough force to shatter the remaining barricades. Panic ripples through the ranks as the call for an emergency goes up. The gate is breached, and the undead are pouring into the heart of the fortress. Standing amidst the chaos, the succubus commander savors the destruction, her monstrous creation looming behind her as she watches the kingdom's final line of defense fall apart. The succubus commander looms over her latest victim, a sharp grin spreading across her face as she recognizes the man at her feet. She's curious about how they lost their undead forces earlier, pressing the count for the trick Blizzard used to freeze her monsters. Slave doesn't hide the truth. He explains that the ice wasn't the real threat, but the high-purity mana infused within it. The commander pieces it together quickly. Black magic is weak against that kind of pure power, making Blizzard's very existence a lethal problem for her kind. With Blizzard currently away from the capital, there is no one left to stop her, and the outcome of this conquest is already decided. Facing the towering, stitched giant, Count Slave prepares for a final, silent apology to his king. He's out of options and out of time, certain that these next few seconds are the last ones he'll ever see. But before the final blow can land, a streak of white cuts through the battlefield as Seol Mudok descends with the white ice divine palm, a technique that freezes everything in its path. The battlefield goes still as the sudden intervention leaves Count Slave and the enemy commander equally stunned. The succubus can only watch in disbelief as her massive creation is shattered into 1,000 frozen shards. The massive undead giant lies broken, pinned to the rocks by jagged ice. And for the succubus commander, the reality of the situation is starting to sink in. She's in shock, demanding to know how Viscount Blizzard could have possibly crossed the battlefield this quickly. But the figure standing before her just offers a sharp, confident grin. It isn't the Viscount, it's Sabina, his first disciple, and she's already claimed the kill. The commander tries to dismiss her as a child playing games, but the fear is already there, leaving her words trailing off as she realizes she's looking at a threat she never saw coming. The succubus commander can hardly process what she's looking at. The girl's mana purity is high enough to rival Blizzard itself. A massive spire of ice erupts behind her, and Sabina just stands there, casually noting that pure internal energy is supposed to be a demon's greatest weakness. She credits her strength to her master's teachings on the rejuvenation of body and mind, a grand technique that purifies the very blood of her enemies. To her, the undead aren't even a threat. They're nothing more than a single oversized sandbag for her to beat on. She makes it clear her master won't even need to step in, because the Blizzard Knight is more than enough to handle this entire crowd. The commander snarls at the woman's arrogance, her hand already glowing as she prepares to strike back. Stopping the undead was only the beginning, and the succubus commander isn't impressed by a single victory. She claims Sabina was only bragging, and before the girl can recover, the battlefield begins to warp under the pressure of a far more dangerous power. This isn't just black magic anymore. The air itself seems to catch fire as she channels six-circle magic, an inferno meant to settle the score once and for all. To the commander, Sabina's mana was pure but ultimately weak. There was no way for someone at that level to withstand a strike this massive. But as the dust begins to settle, she realizes something is wrong. Standing in the middle of the destruction is a mysterious mage, clutching a glowing artifact and shielding Sabina with an ease that shouldn't be possible. The commander can only manage one question. Who is this guy? The mage turns to Sabina with a direct command. Wipe out the undead. He settles into a deep focus, centering his mana for what comes next. Because as the chief mage of the Blizzard Knights, Jerome doesn't just assist, he ends the fight himself. The night air over the city street fractures as raw magical pressure begins to warp the atmosphere, pouring from Jerome with an intensity that threatens to tear the ground apart. Sabina watches the display with a sharp, mocking smile, the spectral presence of a necromancer looming over her as the energies collide, gasping as he realizes he isn't just watching a fight, he's witnessing the activation of sixth circle magic. It is a level of power so rare that only 5 mages in the entire history of the continent have ever reached it. Jerome stands at the epicenter of the storm, proving himself to be one of the most formidable mages alive. But even history-making power has its limits. Jerome stares up at the absolute gap between them, finally seeing the true shape of his opponent. She isn't just some apprentice. She is a sixth circle archmage, and she's enjoying every second of his desperation. Sabina mocks his entrance, calling the chief mage a mess for showing up with such a grand attitude only to fall short. His single magic tool was supposed to be his trump card, but to her, it's just a naive gamble that's already failed. Looking at the cracks in his defense, Jerome finally admits the truth. His best isn't going to be enough. But Sabina just watches him with those cold, unimpressed eyes, waiting for the show to start. He pours every ounce of his remaining mana into a fifth circle enhancement, calling down a thunderbolt that should be enough to level the area. To make sure she stays down, he burns through multiple magic tools to boost the output until his own body starts to strain under the pressure. But Sabina doesn't even have a scratch. She moves with a speed he can't track, her presence turning into a dark blur that cuts right through his defenses and leaves him coughing up blood on the ground, his best effort dismissed as absolutely nothing. The mercenary leader lets out a strangled cry of horror, looking down at Jerome as he lies in a pool of his own blood. It was a fatal hit, the kind of strike nobody walks away from. The necromancer merely tastes the blood on her hand with a cold, sadistic curiosity. She knows she needs to pivot and deal with the remaining kids before her advantage slips away entirely, beginning to channel a high-level fourth circle spark spell to finish the job. But something stops her, a movement from the dirt. Jerome is forcing himself back onto his feet, his magic igniting once again as he spits a defiant insult at the woman who thought he was done. The cockroach bastard just won't stay down. The necromancer decides she's done playing with her food and offers Jerome one final, lethal mercy. She unleashes a sixth circle spell that tears through the air in a pillar of absolute destruction, the sheer pressure of it forcing the mercenary leader back against the stone walls. He shouts a desperate warning for Jerome to move, knowing that staying in the path of that blast is a suicide mission. But as he looks closer, the horror of the situation sets in. Jerome isn't standing his ground out of bravery. He's already losing consciousness while the world burns around him. Jerome is reaching his absolute limit, his body battered and soaked in blood as he struggles to even hold his head up. His vision starts to swim, the world turning into a purple-tinted blur as his consciousness begins to slip away. He's forced to face the crushing reality that he can't even match his opponents, his silhouette trembling as the urge to just stay down and give up becomes overwhelming. He asks himself why he's even trying, and that's when a memory of a mysterious man surfaces, a figure from his past, who watched his struggles with a mocking smile. The man's final judgment on Jerome's worth lands like a heavy weight. This weakness, this failure, is simply his nature. Jerome's vision blurs as the world begins to fade, pulling his consciousness back to a quiet office from his past. A familiar voice mocks him, recounting how he could never refuse a request and spent every night working for others. The weight of the insult lands. He's nothing more than a pushover. He'd accepted that label long ago, repeating it to himself like a tired mantra as he watched his own life drain away in that room. But then the memory shifts, and a cruel smile cuts through his fading thoughts. If he were truly just a pushover, he would have been exploited and left entirely alone. Yet here he is, realizing there was always someone by his side. The mysterious antagonist's voice cuts through the chaos, forcing Mudok to look at the faces of everyone he's ever known. He sees Huayan, the palace master, and the shadows of a life that no longer feels like his own. The antagonist leans in with a final, lingering command to remember what was said. This isn't just a memory. It's a violent reclamation of an identity Mudok had buried deep under years of service. As his core fractures, a new power awakens through the trauma, pushing his soul into the next circle. Back on the battlefield, the necromancer can only stare as the air shifts, realizing too late that the man she was fighting has just become something else entirely. The necromancer can't believe her eyes. 1 second she's in control, and the next, Seol Mudok is manifesting a presence that shouldn't be possible. A massive crowned figure of green light towers over the battlefield, looking down on her summons with the kind of authority that makes even a master of the dead hesitate. Mudok isn't just fighting anymore. He's transcending, reaching the legendary sixth circle right in the middle of the street. The energy from his breakthrough ripples through the city as his spectral king reaches out and crushes the bone giant's fist with zero effort. Watching from the sidelines, the mercenary leader is paralyzed. To a normal soldier, This isn't just a fight between mages, it's a clash of gods that makes him wonder if he's even awake to see it. Reaching the sixth circle in the middle of a life-or-death struggle isn't just luck, it's a miracle. Jerome has done the impossible, and the sheer weight of that power leaves the mercenary leader breathless. On the surface, the two mages seem perfectly matched, their massive spectral forms locking into a stalemate that tears at the very air between them. But Jerome is fighting on borrowed time and a shallow pool of mana. He scans the chaos for any other way out, any opening that could break the tie before Jerome collapses. Just as the hope starts to thin, a new variable enters the fray, a shadow moving in the dark, ready to shake the entire battlefield. The assassins press their advantage, taunting the old man as if his defeat is already a foregone conclusion. Jerome is heavily wounded and cornered, but he isn't finished yet. He claims there's still one variable left that can overturn the entire board. With a desperate shout, he calls out a name that seems to signal a sudden shift in the air. The town square goes still as a flash of light erupts, and the green-haired assassin is suddenly doubled over in shock. He collapses into the snow, coughing up blood as if he's been struck by an invisible force from within. The red-haired assassin can only laugh at the sight, finding a sadistic joy in seeing her partner look so miserable. The assassin is still riding the high of her own overconfidence, certain that victory is hers, until a small white blur interrupts the moment. She freezes, the gears turning slowly as she tries to process the fluffy creature that just floated into her line of sight. It's cute enough that her guard drops instantly, and for a second, she actually considers reaching out to squeeze it. That's the last mistake she makes before Kun connects. The impact is massive, sending her reeling back with a force that defies the creature's size. Sol Mudak watches the shockwave tear through the square, another reminder that in this world, looking harmless is the ultimate tactical advantage. Jerome can barely believe his eyes as Kandil suddenly appears before him, but the massive blue-skinned warrior isn't interested in his shock. Standing over the blood on the ground, Jerome tries to salvage his pride, insisting he could have handled the fight alone even in his weakened state. Kandil doesn't argue, he simply delivers the message from their lord. It turns out the mission wasn't just to help, but to intervene because his lordship knew Jerome would push himself past his limit to protect the town. A bitter, relieved laugh breaks through the exhaustion as Jerome feels the weight of that foresight. His strength finally gives out, and he collapses onto the grass with his lord's name on his lips. Watching the dragon circle in the distance, Jerome is left with one final thought. Just how far ahead is his master truly looking? Inside the castle command room, the atmosphere is heavy as the leadership pores over maps and battle strategies. That tension snaps when Baron Gideon's daughter rushes in clutching a glowing communication crystal and beaming with news. She reports that the dark mage has been dealt with, stopping the armored baron in his tracks as the weight of the update hits him. He thinks back to when Sol Mudak first proposed this gamble, a plan that had filled the baron with nothing but worry. But the white-haired swordsman had seen it differently, viewing the entire engagement as a cold, calculated trap. In Mudok's world, a hunter always sets the bait and waits for the prey to walk into the kill zone, the only logical way to handle a force as strong as Icarus. Fists pump into the air as the room erupts, the name of the Blizzard mercenary group thundering through the hall. Amidst the fervor, Baron Gideon watches in silence, while the red-haired noblewoman celebrates their proven strength with a joy that borders on tears. The Baron makes a quiet internal vow, but the celebration is cut short as a sharp disturbance catches the guard's attention, a sudden ripple through the room that signals the peace is already over. The peace of the castle is shattered in a single bloody stroke as Icarus carves his way into the heart of the inner sanctum. Baron Gideon and his companion can only stare, unable to comprehend how their perfect defenses were bypassed so easily by a man they once trusted. Gideon shouts for an answer, but the look on the intruder's face says everything. This isn't just a breach, it's a slaughter he's been looking forward to. The truth lands the moment Gideon looks at the ring in the intruder's hand. It was never an artifact of protection. Every defense they built was rendered useless by the very gift they accepted, leaving them completely exposed to the man who gave it. Standing amidst the blood and bodies, Icarus reveals that the artifact he handed over has a hidden ability. It carries a teleportation spell that pulls the user toward wherever the ring is kept, which catches Baron Gideon completely off guard. Icarus actually mocks their security, Noting that throwing the ring into the safe was the worst mistake they could have made, he looks down at the carnage, casually mentioning that the walk from the safe all the way back to this hall was surprisingly exhausting. Baron Gideon boils over, his face twisted in a blind rage as he screams at the top of his lungs. He orders his men to execute the rebel immediately, sending his guards charging into the fray. Despite knowing Icarus is a sword master, the elite guards move in, clearly betting that their numbers will be enough to bring him down. As Icarus feels the power of the elite royal guards closing in, he lets the bloodlust take over, surrendering to a physical transformation that rewrites his very DNA. Watching from the sidelines, the noblewoman freezes as the impossibility of the scene finally registers. She screams for her father to watch out, realizing she's looking at the legendary demon sword and armor in the flesh. There's nothing left of the man she knew, only a predator with a jagged blade that tears through the armored knight in a single effortless motion. The blade tears through Baron Gideon, leaving Princess Ishilda to watch the scene unfold in a state of pure, paralyzed shock. She can barely get a single syllable out as heavy clawed footsteps into the pool of blood, and the creature addresses Ishilda by name, its voice carrying none of the warmth of the man she once knew. Looking down at her with a face partially overtaken by jagged armor and antlers, demonic Gideon makes his stance clear. Even if his own son begged for her life, he has no intention of showing mercy. Gideon's malice is the only thing left of him, a sadistic hunger to see his enemies broken and begging for mercy. Below him, Princess Ishilda clings to Icarus, her world reduced to this one desperate attempt to shield the man who fell for her. Gideon looms over them both, a nightmare made of horns and red energy, savoring the seconds before he ends the line of the royal family. He has them exactly where he wants them, with nothing but glass and sunlight at his back, until the light is snuffed out by a shadow that shouldn't be there. A massive dragon creature shatters through the palace windows in a storm of glass and scales, leaving Ishilda and Icarus stunned in the debris as the execution is violently interrupted. As the pressure hits its peak, Seal Midok's voice cuts through the panic to tell Ishilda not to worry, simply because he has finally arrived. Seal Midok sees the fear in Ishilda's eyes and offers the only thing he can, a promise that the worst of it is over. He stands as a literal shield between her and the beast, radiating a level of confidence that suggests the monster isn't even his biggest concern. His attention is already on Icarus, whose armor is torn open by a wound that should have been fatal. Ishilda can only watch as Seal Midok begins to channel mana directly into the dying man, calculating the exact intersection of energy transfer and Tang family medical techniques. He doesn't ask for a healer or a miracle, he simply states that he will handle the treatment himself. Massive pressure anchors the scene as Seal Midok prepares for what's coming. He makes the stakes clear. He has a treatment to perform, and any distraction during his concentration will ruin everything. His opponent, Miller, doesn't care for the warning, launching into a rage-filled assault that threatens to tear the room apart. Midok doesn't even flinch, instead entrusting the defense to the one man he knows can handle it. A sudden interception cuts the air, as Midok steps in to block the strike, placing himself directly between his master and the monster's blade. The memory hits Seal Midok with a cold, paralyzing force. It is a scene he can never outrun, a nightmare where his family dinner collapses into a symphony of choked gasps and sudden, violent stillness. Everything he knew as home was rewritten in a single night. He is haunted by the sight of his mother and father slumped across the table, and by the sound of his brother's voice as he struggled for one final impossible breath. For Seal Midok, the weight of the past isn't just a memory. It's a living nightmare that has haunted every second of his survival. Standing in the ruins, Miller is visibly shaken by the ghost in front of him, unable to believe that a man supposed to be dead is still drawing breath. He tries to play on their history, offering a hollow alliance against Baron Gideon to save his own skin. But Midok cuts the offer short with a roar of pure fury. There is no room for deals when the truth is finally out. Miller wasn't just a bystander. He was the one who orchestrated the assassination that destroyed everything. Baker's patience finally snaps, his voice dropping into a cold, flat note of annoyance as the time for talk ends. Ino's lunges forward with a scream of rage, but the world seems to blur before he can even finish the thought. A massive shock wave tears across the palace grounds, hitting with enough force to send Ishilda reeling as she tries to shield herself from the sudden pressure. She stares up in pure disbelief at the jagged, pulsing blade looming over her, struggling to even find the words for what just happened. This isn't just a display of strength. The floor buckles as Seal Mudok slams his hand down, grounding himself while the red-haired warrior watches in pure disbelief. He's already seen enough to know the stakes have shifted. The sheer pressure radiating from the man in front of him is enough to make a seasoned fighter doubt if anyone could survive this contact. It's not just the strength, it's the technique. Mudok doesn't even blink. He flashes a grin. The warrior takes full credit for the power he's about to unleash, leaving Baker stunned as the pressure in the room suddenly shifts. With a roar that shakes the palace walls, he pushes his technique to the absolute limit, coating his entire body in a lethal surge of energy. It's a level of mastery Baker hadn't even considered possible. And as their blades finally collide, the reality of the situation hits hard. The man he looked down on isn't just a threat, he's an equal. He refuses to believe that someone he considered trash could ever reach his level. The air in the room tears open as Seal Mudok unleashes his true form, revealing the divine martial body. This isn't just a power-up, it is a fundamental shift in his existence that stops Miller in his tracks. Miller looks at the man who once taught him, remembering how easily the protagonist mastered techniques that took others a lifetime. Our hero possessed a body born for the sole purpose of mastering combat, a talent that eclipsed even the most gifted demonic warriors. He wasn't just learning, he was reflecting every move he saw with perfect accuracy. Miller launches back into the fight, dismissing the masters who came before him as fakes who used shortcuts to reach the top. He won't make their mistakes. This is the moment everything turns. Aineos lunges with one final desperate strike, but the red-haired demonic warrior meets the attack with cold precision, cutting through the momentum to end the struggle. He stands over the fallen, reflecting on how for some people, death isn't just an end, it's a path to liberation. A single tear tracks down his face, a rare cracks in the mask of a grand swordmaster. For years, his past was a vivid nightmare that dragged him back to a bloody hallway every time he closed his eyes. But standing in the quiet aftermath of this fight, the haunting images finally start to fade. He offers a final, silent blessing, letting the ghosts of his old life rest in peace at last. Seal Mudok lets the memory of his family drift away, pulling his focus back to the bloody task at hand. The pressure was on, but he managed to pull it off, finishing the initial treatment just in time. The king is officially out of danger, and the relief in the room is heavy. The noblewoman collapses into Seal Mudok's arms, the terror of the attack finally giving way to exhaustion. She thanks him by title, her voice shaking as she clings to the man who just stood between her and a slaughter. But the relief is premature, and the nightmare isn't over, because even without a body, the creature's eyes snap open with a sudden, unnatural malice. Seal Mudok pulls back, the initial treatment finally complete. The physical strain is heavy, leaving him breathless as he looks over the work. In the middle of the wreckage, he delivers the verdict. The danger has passed, and His Majesty will live. For Savina, the news is almost too much to process, her relief breaking through in a single sob as she throws herself forward and buries her face in his chest. He accepts the embrace, but his mind is already moving past the moment. The luck won't last. His energy is bottoming out, and he needs to finish this before he has nothing left to give. Seal Mudok stands over the severed head of his assailant, finally allowing himself a moment to believe the worst of the fight is behind him. He's already thinking about the rest he's earned, but a chilling voice from the floor cuts that thought short. A sudden, violent surge of energy erupts through the palace, snapping Mudok back into a defensive stance as he pulls the noblewoman out of the path of the emerging pressure. He can sense a massive amount of malice concentrating at Icarus's head, forming a towering spectral image of the man that looms over the entire room. Driven by a final, petty spite, Icarus decides that if he can't have the kingdom, then no one will. Aineos shouts a desperate warning as the realization hits. The bastard isn't just attacking, he's planning to take everything out with him in a final explosion. Seal Mudok can feel the energy gathering, and he knows exactly what it means. If he doesn't stop this now, the entire area will be erased from the map. He pushes his power to the breaking point to contain the blast, but the strain is more than even he can handle, as his internal energy begins to fracture. The clash inside his body finally takes its toll, and he realizes he's pushed too far. He's hit the limit, and now, energy deviation is about to tear him apart from the inside. Seol Mudok stands at the absolute peak of martial power, a master of the transcendent realm who can perceive the hidden mysteries of heaven and earth. For someone at this level, the risk of a chi deviation is almost non-existent, but even a master has a breaking point. After a brutal, non-stop battle against a horde of undead monsters and the total elimination of Icarus's reinforcements, the strain finally starts to show. He's forced to circulate his internal energy just to keep his injuries from failing him, while protecting those around him. No matter how much power he commands, 3 straight days of combat without a single second of rest is a weight no human can carry forever. Seol Mudok's internal energy begins to collapse, twisting his cultivation into a weapon against his own body. It's the ultimate cost of pushing past his breaking point. A complete energy deviation. Ainos watches in shock as the damage becomes visible, noting that blood is already flowing from every orifice. Even as a severed head on the floor, the assailant can't hide his glee at the sight. He mocks the protagonist, claiming that even a demon has limits he can't cross, while a shielded tries to support the falling man. The dying man's laughter fills the room one last time with a final promise. The road to hell won't be a lonely one. Viscount Blizzard is at his limit, the internal damage finally catching up as a shielded tries to steady him, but the light is already fading from his eyes. He's slipping away just as a new player enters the board. A massive clawed hand clamps down on the head of his fallen assailant, and before anyone can react, an undead creature bursts through the ceiling to snatch its prize. Icarus and the princess are left frozen in the wreckage, but as the creature takes to the sky with the Viscount in its grip, Eschilda finally finds her voice. She reaches out into the open air, screaming his name as the monster carries him into the clouds. Savina and Max can only watch in shock as the battle reaches its grim conclusion. Behind them, Icarus lies broken and defeated in the dirt, unable to stop what's coming next. The massive undead monster takes to the sky, clutching our unconscious protagonist as it retreats over the city. As the world blurs and his strength fails him, Seol Mudok's thoughts drift away from the blood and the cold air. A single face remains in the fading light. Huiyan, smiling just as he remembers her. It's a quiet, crushing realization that lands in the dark. In this life, they were never meant to be together. Seol Mudok refuses to give in to despair, even now. If miracles are real, he makes a silent vow to find Huiyan again, in whatever life comes next, regardless of his memories or his physical form. He reaches out for one final, gentle touch, and Huiyan meets his gaze with a warmth that seems to span lifetimes. Even as he drifts away from this world, he carries the certainty that she will remember him, just as he has remembered her. The final burst of the conflict rips through the air, consuming everything in a massive explosion that signals a permanent shift in the world. Far from the battlefield, the king finally stirs after what felt like an eternal silence. His eyes open to find Princess Eschilda by his side, his voice a mere rasp as he calls out her name. The sight of him awake breaks something inside her, the years of worry and responsibility finally giving way to tears. It took 10 long days of recovery, but the king has officially returned to his people. The rebellion is over, but the cost is written in the silence of the throne room. After hearing the full report from Princess Eschilda, the king formally bestows commendations upon the Blizzard Knights, naming them the heroes of the day. Titles and riches are handed out, yet not a single knight feels any joy as they stand in their formal attire, and the reason is visible in every heavy step and bruised limb. At the back of the hall, an armored attendant calls out to the room, announcing the one with the greatest merit in saving the kingdom. Viscount Blizzard has arrived, though Ainos has to practically carry him through the doors. Seol Mudok is a wreck of bandages and exhaustion, his head hanging low as he's dragged toward the throne he just saved. Icarus reaches the breaking point, his body turning into a volatile core of energy just seconds before the final explosion. Seol Mudok knows exactly what's coming and signals that the time has finally arrived, but he's barely able to keep his eyes open against the force of the blast. Lilith acts instantly, swinging Mudok's body through the air and casting him away from the center of the detonation. He falls through the open sky, silent as he finally understands the weight of her feelings. It's a sacrifice he can't put into words, and as the chaos fades, He's left holding a small creature with a tenderness that suggests his fight might finally be over. Seol Mudok falls through the air, silent as the world blurs around him. An explosion tears through the sky, a final violent surge that costs him everything. He survives the blast, but the price is his future as a warrior. Energy deviation has shattered his body, leaving him a cripple who can't even stand without help. Now, he kneels in the royal throne room, a broken shadow of the man who once fought for the crown. The king addresses him by his title, Viscount Blizzard, his voice heavy with a regret he can't hide. Originally, there was supposed to be a great reward for his service, but as they both look at what he's become, the air in the room shifts. The hero has returned, but the life he knew is over. The king's words hit like a physical weight, catching Princess Ashilda off guard with a promise she never saw coming, a marriage that was supposed to be the ultimate prize. But the king's grip on his sword hilt only tightens as the reality of the situation sets in. Looking down at the battered man before him, he makes it clear. The reward is off the table, because he can't give his daughter to someone in Seol Mudok's current broken condition. 1 year. That's how long it's been since the rebellion that changed everything. Ashilda stands before the grand statue of Icarus, the man who dared to defy the status quo, and the silence of the garden feels heavier than it did that first morning. She's lost in the realization of how much time has slipped through her fingers while the world moved on around her. A year ago, she stood in the royal audience hall, head bowed as the king delivered his verdict. He acknowledged her service, but the reward she actually wanted was out of reach. In his eyes, her current condition made it impossible to grant her the one thing she'd been fighting for. Ashilda can't believe what she's hearing, but the king doesn't leave any room for hope. He's looking at a man who was once a hero and seeing only a liability. Right now, Seol Mudok is so broken he can't even stand, and in the king's eyes, a man who can't walk has no business being a royal son-in-law. The weight of that rejection hits Ashilda all at once. Her father isn't just being cruel. He's being a king, weighing a man's worth by his utility to the crown. Down on the cold floor of the audience hall, the silence is heavy. Seol Mudok is trembling, physically shattered and humiliated in front of the throne, but he manages to find his voice for one final desperate gamble. He's asking for time, just 1 year to prove he can reclaim what he lost and become worthy of the reward he was promised. From the king's perspective, it sounds like nothing more than the stubbornness of a man who doesn't know when he's beaten. Looking back, Princess Ashilda knew a single year was never going to be enough time for Seol Mudok to reclaim what he'd lost. Requesting a delay from her father felt less like a strategic move and more like a desperate plea for time to accept a brutal new reality. As she watched him, broken and bloodied before the throne, the grief was overwhelming, but she could feel something the rest of the court had missed. Even with his body shattered, Seol Mudok hadn't given up, and she could see the unyielding spirit still shining in his eyes. Now, standing before the massive monument built to honor his name, the weight of that memory returns. Shilda looks up at the stone dragon and the man who once commanded it, realizing that her time is finally up. It has been almost a year. Shilda stares into the distance, wondering if she even looks like the type of person who has the time to come back and help someone like him. Her quiet reflection is cut short by the sound of rapid footsteps echoing across the garden tiles, as a maid rushes toward her in a total panic. The Kingdom of Siren has mobilized its forces, declaring open war on the Shina region, and marching their army across the border. The Hazen commander stands at the edge of the snowy battlefield, his gaze fixed on the fortress ahead. He raises his blade, calling out to the elite soldiers of his kingdom to rally behind him. His orders are absolute: slaughter anyone standing in their way, and recover Princess Daphrin at any cost. The bridge becomes a slaughterhouse as the Hazen forces tear through the defenders, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. The commander isn't interested in a siege. He wants the princess returned immediately, but his tone strikes a nerve with the swordsman defending her. The green-haired warrior realizes exactly why the princess was so desperate to seek asylum in the first place. But the commander has already run out of patience. The Hazen commander makes it clear he's done talking, offering one final warning as he prepares to escalate to lethal force. A sudden surge of power catches the green-haired swordsman off guard, and he feels the weight of the pressure crushing the courtyard. He watches the commander carefully, betting that his opponent wouldn't dare use his full strength with his own allies still caught in the crossfire. It's a logical assumption, but he's forgotten who he's dealing with. The commander doesn't hesitate, unleashing a devastating strike that tears through the courtyard and consumes everything in its path, friends and enemies alike. For the elite of the Hazen Kingdom, there is no such thing as collateral damage. The Seirin soldier doesn't even have time to scream as the strike tears through him, leaving the Hazen commander standing over the carnage with a cold, jagged smile. A massive shockwave ripples toward the sky, and Max can only stare at the absolute lack of humanity as the commander continues to attack, indifferent to whether he's cutting down friend or foe. It's a level of destruction that defies logic, a single swing that flattens the entire courtyard and forces the very weather to shift. Looking at the devastation, a name finally takes shape in Max's mind. There is only one person capable of this kind of absolute, overwhelming power. The Hazen commander stares at the display of power, unable to believe he's witnessing a level of enlightenment that matches his own lord. But the battle is cut short by a scream from across the courtyard as Princess Daphrin rushes toward the scene. She's terrified, dropping to her knees and begging for the violence to end before another life is lost. To save her protector, she offers the only thing she has left, her own freedom. She promises to return willingly and agree to the engagement she's been running from, even as the commander looms over the fallen Icarus with his blade still drawn. When a voice from the shadows tells him to stop, the commander only offers a cold challenge, demanding to know why he should bother showing mercy now. Princess Daphrin's plea lands with the weight of a death sentence, claiming her only goal is revenge and that Icarus was never her true target. Behind them, the vengeful commander draws his blade, fueled by a hatred that has been building since Seol Mudok wiped his entire sect from the map. It's a bad bet for Icarus to be caught in the middle of a grudge this old, and the commander makes it clear that today, the debt finally gets paid. He lunges with a strike meant to end the conversation, his rapier cutting a line straight toward the pair. But the blade doesn't find its mark, meeting a sudden, jarring resistance that stops the commander's momentum dead in the air. His composure shatters the moment he realizes his sure kill strike has been blocked by the one person he didn't account for. The commander lunges for the kill, but his blade hitches on nothing as if the air itself has turned to stone. There is no steel in sight, yet the feedback through his hilt tells him an invisible sword is pointed right at his throat. A cold sweat breaks as the realization hits. This isn't just a trick of the light. He's staring at the formless blade, a legendary technique that should be impossible for a dying man to hold. Disbelief freezes the commander in place as he watches a formless blade manifest before his eyes. A technique that shouldn't even exist in this world. This is the moment the calculation finally fails him. Nearby, a bystander catches the shift in the air and whispers that someone is coming. Through the bone-piercing chill of a rising storm, a lone figure emerges from the whiteout. And even though the cold is enough to freeze the blood in his veins, the young man can feel his heart beating louder than ever. This is the one person he was waiting for. Seol Mudok stands in the castle courtyard, greeting the man who once called him Lord with a calm, steady gaze. The commander can barely process what he's seeing, certain that the person in front of him shouldn't even be standing. He had heard the rumors that Seol Mudok suffered a total energy deviation, a condition that should have left him a cripple, and our protagonist doesn't bother denying it. He confirms the rumors are true. His internal energy is gone, drained by the deviation that nearly destroyed him. But as the air begins to hum with a different kind of pressure, he reveals the pivot that changed everything. Since he could no longer walk the path of a martial artist, he simply chose a new one. He trained in magic. Instead of the inner power of a warrior, he mastered mana, and instead of blade techniques, he learned the art of spells. Seol Mudok had been starting from zero, treating himself like a complete beginner because he had no other choice. He threw everything into his final resort, and that's when the breakthrough finally landed. His internal energy wasn't gathering in his core anymore. It was accumulating in a way he hadn't felt in years. The magic of this world shared the same roots as the martial arts he once mastered, and if he could bridge that gap, he'd reclaim every ounce of the power he'd lost. It's a terrifying realization for anyone standing in his way, and the vengeful commander refuses to accept it, lashing out with a roar of pure denial. The force of the exchange sends Savina and the bystander flying back, as the man struggles to comprehend how a world-class martial realm could be reached through simple magic. The vengeful commander refuses to accept the reality of the gap between them, shouting his denial as the petals swirl around the battlefield. Seol Mudak just watches him with a thin, cold smile, the kind of look you give someone who doesn't realize the world has already moved past them. He isn't just a master of the profound realm anymore, he has ascended far beyond that, reaching the legendary life and death realm. The reveal lands like a physical weight, leaving the commander and the bystander frozen in shock as they try to process a power level that shouldn't exist. Mudak raises 2 fingers to signal the end, offering a brief, detached apology for what's about to happen. He has to finish this quickly, because he made a promise to someone waiting for him, and he doesn't intend to keep her waiting a second longer. As the pressure of his aura crushes the air, the commander can only repeat the name of that impossible realm while his world comes apart. He finally reached the profound realm, the height of power he spent a lifetime chasing, but in the end, it wasn't enough to settle the score. One clean strike ends the dream before it can even truly begin. As he falls, he realizes that even at the peak of his strength, his revenge is still slipping farther away, far from the front lines. The morning sun hits the towers of the royal palace, where a red-haired noblewoman sits in the heavy silence of a room that feels far too large. The troops are mobilized, but she knows the math doesn't add up. It will take a full half-day of hard riding just to reach White Castle. With Lord Blizzard gone, they have to face the one question no one wants to answer. Can they actually hold the line until help arrives? The name of Lord Blizzard is still a heavy weight in this room, but the shock of a familiar voice is what finally breaks the silence. Seol Mudak has returned, appearing as casually as if he'd never left, and the disbelief on her face melts into pure overwhelming joy the moment she sees him. She doesn't hesitate, throwing herself into his arms to confirm he's actually real, while Seol offers a quiet apology for a 1-year absence that didn't go as planned. It's a genuine moment of relief, until she corrects the timeline. He thought he was gone for a year. For her, it's been 4. The realization hits Seol Mudak like a physical blow, leaving him completely frozen as the timeline of his own life suddenly stops making sense. Looking up at him with tears in her eyes, the noblewoman asks the one question he never expected to hear in this world. Does he remember his previous life? She explains that she has been seeing glimpses of another world in her dreams, fragments of the Central Plains and the life of a woman named Huiyan. It wasn't just a recurring nightmare or a trick of the mind. After seeing those memories in full, she finally understood the truth of her own existence. She is a reincarnation of that woman from his past, and she knows exactly why Seol Mudak traveled across worlds to find her. Seol Mudak lets out a breath of genuine relief as the final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. For the red-haired noblewoman, the moment is a flood of overlapping memories, faces from the past, old promises of loyalty, and the impossible realization that the lotus of love has bloomed once more. Everything she had been carrying, every word she wanted to say across a lifetime, finally has a place to land. Even as the weight of the past settles between them, Mudak pulls her into a steady embrace and promises that a single word is enough to bridge the gap. The crystal necklace glows, preserving the very flower that had once been a symbol of a connection thought lost to time. Out in the garden, the real blossoms open under a clear sky, confirming that what began as a memory has finally taken root in the present. The palace garden is alive with light, the stone walkways lined with vibrant blooms under a clear sky. A steady rhythm of applause begins, led by a group of nobles who watch the proceedings with a mix of quiet satisfaction and genuine joy. Even the more seasoned guests can't hide their approval, their cheers growing as the crowd catches its first glimpse of the arrival. A heavy silk dress brushes against the stone as she makes her way forward, revealing the red-haired noblewoman in a display of regal grace that stops the room. She looks toward the future with a faint, hopeful smile, her new station worn with the kind of effortless poise that only comes from outrunning a different life. Above it all, a small white creature lets out a celebratory cry, letting the petals carry the weight of a long-awaited victory. The crowd erupts as the ceremony reaches its peak, with faces from every corner of the journey gathered to witness a moment that once seemed impossible. Under the shade of the garden gazebo, Seol Mudak watches the woman he's waited lifetimes for finally approach. There's no trace of the cold, barren Blizzard here, only a man who has finally found his way back to the soul he lost, They stand together before the officiant, two people who have survived cycles of reincarnation just to find this exact patch of sunlight. He draws out a small glowing pendant, a token of a promise that has outlasted time itself. As he carefully places the necklace around her, it's more than just a gift. It's the final seal on a bond that death couldn't break. She looks toward the horizon with a soft smile, finally at peace, knowing that this time, they've earned their happy ending. Seol Mudok stands in the light of the garden, and finally says the words, pulling a joyous smile from the woman standing before him. Under the white pillars of the gazebo, the two of them embrace, while a butterfly rests on a nearby branch as the morning sun begins to pull the first blossoms of the season into full bloom. It is a perfect, quiet moment in the garden, and for now, the rest of the world is a long way off. Thinking process. 1. Analyze input. The user has provided 2 panels and a panel_analysis JSON. 2. Examine JSON for content, panel_analysis.panels. 2 panels are listed. Visual inspection confirms panel 1 is a title card, Ice Lord, and panel 2 is an end card, The End. Neither contains story content, characters, or plot progression. 3. Consult instructions. It also forbids format wrappers like HTML comments or code blocks when they would contain such a message. Final result construction. Emits silence. No characters. No output generated per rules.